report. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the response to one petition.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, entitled Supplementary Estimates A 2018-2019.
Introduction. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today on the 75th report from PROC that deals with petitions, both electronic and paper. The ability to petition Parliament is an entrenched constitutional right that dates all the way back to the Bill of Rights 1689 and was a cornerstone of the Westminster parliamentary system that we enjoy here in Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it was only the right to petition that allowed the famous 5 women to succeed in getting women defined as persons, which allowed them to be appointed to the Senate of Canada. And while it's taken over a year to get to this point, I am pleased to see that this report recommends restoring the right to petition to those with visual impairments. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I request the unanimous consent of the House to adopt the following motion: that the 75th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, entitled Approval and Updating of the House of Commons Electronic Petition System, which was presented to the House on November 8, 2018, be concurred in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on behalf of my constituents in Calgary-Shepherd to table 3 petitions on 3 different subjects. The first one is on the trafficking of human organs. The petitioners are asking for the government and all members of the House of Commons to support Bill S-240 and Bill C-350. The second petition that I am tabling today is on behalf of over 30 constituents of mine who are drawing the attention of the Government of Canada to not having the full cost disclosed in association with the cost of the federal carbon tax on individuals and the average Canadian family. They're asking the government to fully disclose that information to members of the public and specifically my interested constituents. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I am tabling a petition on behalf of a few dozen of my constituents who are asking for the Government of Canada to fully disclose all costs associated with the acquisition of the existing Trans Mountain expansion pipeline, as well as any construction costs related to it. Mr. Speaker, this is of course of great interest to my constituents, and they're asking for expeditious provision of that information to the House of Commons. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table a petition from constituents in the village of Belcarra in my riding. Beautiful Bedwell Bay, located in Belcarra, is where local residents sail, swim, water ski, kayak, and paddleboard. It's home to a commercial crab fishery and the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Although it is illegal, on occasion recreational boats visiting the bay have been known to dump their sewage into these sensitive waters. The community is asking Parliament to enable the RCMP to enforce the prohibition of dumping sewage in the bay. While the rules of the House do not allow me to endorse a petition, let me conclude by saying that I am delighted to have so many residents actively engaged in this important petition campaign. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition today from a number of Canadians from many different parts of Canada in support of Bill S-240 240. This is the bill on forced organ harvesting and trafficking. While this bill would not solve all of the problems of this, it will at least make it an offence for a Canadian to participate.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
It's my pleasure to present two separate petitions today. One on from my constituents in Kildonan St. Paul and other residents of Canada, calling on government to recognize and grant Ukrainian nationals with biometric passports the ability to visit Canada visa-free for a period of up to 90 days. My second petition, Mr. Speaker, is related to the Canada Health Act and it's a petition from residents of Kildonan St. Paul and other ridings in Canada, and calls on the government to remind the provincial government of the Canada Health Act and ensure fairness to health care in North Winnipeg Capital Region, and urge the provincial government to reverse their decision to close all emergency rooms in North Winnipeg. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Speaker, we've got a petition here today. People are concerned about the increasing international traffic in human organs that's being taken, and organs are removed from victims without consent. There are two bills before Parliament dealing with some aspects of this issue, and the undersigned urge the Parliament of Canada to move quickly on the proposed legislation so as to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to make these kinds of acts illegal.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have three petitions on three different issues to present today. The first is in support of a bill that will be debated at second reading later today, Bill S-203, to prevent the keeping of our whales in captivity and to prevent the cruelty that exists as a result of that. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, deals with the issue of organ harvesting. Other members have raised similar petitions today, Bill C-350 and S-240 in the Senate. Both bills are designed to deal with trafficking and traveling for the purpose of human organ transplants. This is important legislation to end this quite atrocious practice. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, is to an issue that was also discussed in the House yesterday, which is the call to create December 13th of every year as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day. What occurred in Nanjing in 1937 is truly a horrific event historically. It was described, the atrocities were described as hell on earth, and petitioners, many hundreds of them, call on this House to commemorate this so that it not be forgotten or ever repeated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from one riding, the great riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on guns for guns that have already been banned.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Canada, Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise in the House and table two petitions from my constituents and Canadians regarding the maltreatment of the Falun Gong related to human organ trafficking and other human rights abuses in China. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition calling on the government to support the speedy passage of Bill S-240. This bill deals with the scourge of forced organ harvesting and organ trafficking. This bill has been delayed for the first hour of debate, but we're still hoping that we can get it passed before the next election to ensure that victims don't have to wait any longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, the calamity of marine plastic pollution is evident all over the world. Plastics are making their way to our oceans and lakes via storm drains, global ocean currents, and consumer disposal and industrial waste. and making way into salmon on the West Coast. I have got so many petitions from citizens in Nanaimo, in Lanceville, and in Ladysmith urging this government to adopt a national strategy. This would deal both with single-use plastics, but also make sure that we have funding in a permanent way to deal with some of the big problems like ghost nets, fishing nets that move across our oceans, across the globe, and continue to capture and drown animals. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Speaker, I rise to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who are asking that the government and indeed all members of Parliament support Bill C-350 as well as S-240, which would deal with the horrific practice of organ trafficking, human organ removal and trafficking, international trafficking. I'm pleased to present it. It's clear that this is an issue that resonates right across the country, and many people are concerned about this, and they want us to take action to protect the victims. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first has to do with Bill S-240. It has to do with the international traffic in organs. The petitioners would like us to move ahead with this bill swiftly before the next election.
About the plight of religious minorities, in particular Sikhs and Hindus in Afghanistan. Petitioners have a very specific ask for the Minister of Immigration, that is to use the powers granted to him to create a special program to help persecuted minorities in Afghanistan, to allow them to apply directly to come to Canada. This is different from, in addition to, an announcement the Minister has made, which was helping a certain percentage of those already in India. But petitioners are asking to address the issue of direct application for those in Afghanistan. It further calls on the Minister of Foreign Affairs to raise the persecution faced by this community with her Afghan counterpart and to strongly advocate for more to be done to protect them. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm presenting a petition by dozens of Canadians in regard to Bill S-240. This bill calls on the government to amend the Criminal Code to prohibit Canadians from travelling abroad to purchase illegally harvested organs and tissues. The practice of forced organ harvesting and illegal organ trafficking is cruel and evil, and they're asking the government to take decisive action to make sure that this bill's passed.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm presenting petitions from people from across Canada who ask that the Parliament move quickly on Bill C-350 and Senate Bill S-240 that deal with the harvesting of organs.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I present a petition calling on the House to move quickly in passing Bill S-240. This bill calls on the government to amend the Criminal Code to prohibit Canadians from travelling abroad to purchase illegal harvested organs and tissues. The practice forced organ harvesting and illegal organ trafficking is cruel and evil, and our government needs to stand up for victims and get this bill passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The
honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure and an honour for me to rise today under Standing Order 36. I'd like to ask for consent of the House to table this petition that has to do with Bill S-240.
Petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, comments, commencement of debate at third reading of Bill C-86, the Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 2.
Mr. Champagne for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. O'Regan, moves that Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-86. Over the past 3 years, our government has been guided by the fundamental principle that real economic progress comes from carefully crafted, targeted investments in people and in communities, and not from austerity and cuts as we've seen in the previous government. Bill C-86, also known as the Budget Implementation Act 2018 No. 2 or BIA2, is legislation that delivers the next phase of our government commitment to invest in Canadians and build a vibrant and equitable economy that is fair to all. Since 2015, we've already taken bold steps, and the impressive returns we're seeing on our investments in Canadians are clear evidence that our economic policies are working well and for the good of the many. First, we started by asking the wealthiest to pay a little more so that we could lower taxes for the middle class. Today, that tax cut means that some 9 million Canadians have more money in their pockets and good reasons to feel more confident about their financial situations. Mr. Speaker, we're also making significant investments in Canadian children through the new Canada Child Benefit that helps Canadian families meet the high costs of raising their kids. This new benefit, CCB for short, is tax-free. Compared to the previous system of child benefits, the CCB is also simpler, more generous, and better targeted to those who need it most. It has 9 out of 10 Canadian families better off.
In keeping to our commitment to provide equal opportunities of success to all Canadians, to reduce inequality, the Canada Child Benefit, or CCB, provides more significant financial assistance to lower or mid-income families who need it the most. Approximately 65% of families receiving the maximum CCB benefits are single-parent families, 90% which are led by women. Since July 2018, the CCB benefits have been indexed to inflation to take into account the cost of living. And we implemented this measure 2 years earlier than planned. Over 1 year, a typical 4-member middle-class family will receive approximately $2,000 more each year thanks to the middle-class tax cut and to the CCB. The benefits of these measures are even more significant for single middle-income families with 2 children, as well as for families where one parent of the 2 children is working and earning an average salary. When you calculate the income of these families, taking into account the CCB, which is non-taxable, and other benefits that they receive, the effective tax rate for these families is less than 2%. That means that they're retaining more than 98% of what they are earning. Thanks to these steps, a greater number of families are able to buy things like healthy food, warm clothes, and new winter boots for growing children. On average, families receiving the CCB receive approximately $6,800 each year in CCB benefits. This has lifted more than 520,000 individuals out of poverty, including approximately 300,000 children. And that's not all. The increase in wages for the average Canadian worker currently exceeds inflation, and if current trends continue, 2018 could give one of the strongest salary growth since the recession of 2008-2009. So overall, our economy is strong, healthy, and growing.
2015.
Since 2015, we've also looking beyond our borders in order to reach modern trade agreements that will create jobs and allow us to be more competitive internationally. The fact that Canada is the only G7 country to have trade deals with all other members of the G7 is testament to the work that we have done internationally. The USMCA, recently negotiated, will give the international business community the trust it needs to continue to invest in Canada.
National economic measures we've put in place mean Canada's economy is strong and growing. Our economic growth rate of 3% in 2017 was the highest in the G7, and we expect to stay among the fastest growing economies in this year and next. Thanks to the hard work of Canadians, the past 3 years have seen the creation of more than 500,000 new full-time jobs. These new jobs have pushed the unemployment rate to a 40-year low. And for the average Canadian worker, wage growth is outpacing inflation. If current trends hold, 2018 could mark one of the strongest years of wage growth in almost a decade. Confidence is nearing historic highs, both among consumers and business owners, and leading to business expansion and the hiring of new employees. All honourable members know that small businesses are a key driver of Canada's economy and account for 70% of all private sector jobs. When small businesses succeed, Canada succeeds. And that's why we cut the small business tax rate to 10% last January, and will lower it to 9% effective January 1st, 2019. In 2019, the combined federal, provincial, territorial average income tax rate for small business will be 12.2%, by far the lowest in the G7. Several federal departments and agencies, including the Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada, are working hard to help these important job creators succeed and thrive. The overall positive outlook reflects Canada's many competitive strengths, including a highly skilled labor force, preferential access to global markets, and a strong research and startup capacity in emerging fields. We know that nurturing and expanding these competitive strengths demands policies that keep the focus on people and gives every Canadian the means to contribute fully to our society and our economy. Wage growth is outpacing inflation for the average Canadian worker, as I've mentioned, and we could see that growth mark the strongest year of wage growth in a decade. Overall, as we consider this legislation that implements measures from Budget 2018, it's important to note that our economy is strong, healthy, and growing. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to briefly describe the essential pillars of Bill C-86, which we're debating today. This legislation includes an important measure to further stimulate economic growth, namely the new Canada Workers' Benefit. The Canada Workers' Benefit is an improved version of the current working income tax benefit. It's designed to encourage people to enter and stay in the workforce. Under the Canada Workers' Benefit, a low-income worker earning $15,000 annually could get almost $500 more in benefits in 2019 than they are getting this year. In addition, the Canada Workers' Benefit expanded eligible income range will ensure that more workers are entitled to it. The new CWB would also be more accessible than the benefit it replaces. This legislation includes amendments that would allow the Canada Revenue Agency to calculate the benefit amount for all eligible tax filers, even if they do not claim it. These improvements to ensure access to the new benefit could be particularly useful for people with limited mobility, those who live far from points of service, and those without internet access.
The government estimates that with this change, 300,000 low-income workers more will receive the CWB for the 2019 tax year. This is a great step forwards, Mr. Speaker, in reducing inequality in this country. As well, the CWB will help approximately 70,000 Canadians be lifted out of poverty.
Which is a vital component of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Canadian women are among the most educated in the world, but they are less likely to participate in the labour force than men and are more likely to work part-time. Canadian women are too often working unpaid jobs, which prevents them from pursuing opportunities that would help them reach their full potential. There is an underrepresentation of women in leadership positions, and the vast majority of Canadian businesses are still run by men. No economy can claim to be operating at full capacity if women aren't being offered the same opportunities, including at leadership levels. Gender equality benefits everyone and benefits the whole economy. Mr. Speaker, we know that the participation of women in the labour market has been one of the key drivers of our economic growth in recent decades. During the past 40 years, the increased number of women in the labour market accounted for about one-third of real per capita GDP growth in this country. Indeed, RBC Economics estimates that adding more women to the workforce could boost Canada's GDP by as much as 4%.
A greater presence of women on the labour market will also increase household income and provide that extra assistance to families who are working hard throughout the country. We have to establish economic conditions that will provide all Canadians, in particular women, the opportunity to succeed and be leaders. That being said, under the Canadian Gender Budgeting Act, which is part of the Budget Implementation Act number 2, there will be gender budgeting will be an integral part of the federal budgeting process. Under the bill, the Status of Women Canada will become a new department, the Department for Women and Gender Equality, whose goal will be to advance gender equality and equality of all people of different sexual orientations. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about the steps we are taking to protect the environment that are an essential part of Bill C-86. Putting a price on pollution is the most effective way of reducing emissions because it gives businesses and households an incentive to make better choices and to find innovative solutions. We think that it is clear that pollution should not be free, and Canadians are aware of this, and that this is the right thing to do. The costs of pollution are evident everywhere. All you have to do is listen to the news in the evening or read the papers, and you'll see that there is consistently mention of droughts, flooding, forest fires, not including the impact on our physical and emotional health. By implementing measures that will protect our precious environment, Canada will be joining 67 other jurisdictions that have already taken important steps in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Together, these jurisdictions represent approximately the half of global economy and more than a quarter of greenhouse gas emissions.
Some quarters to persuade Canadians otherwise. This is not an attempt to add to federal coffers. Provincial systems will apply in the several jurisdictions that are either already implementing their own carbon pollution pricing systems that meet the federal benchmark or are on track to do so. The federal fuel charge will apply starting in April 2019 in Saskatchewan, Ontario, Manitoba, and New Brunswick because those governments have not developed a system to price carbon pollution, which meets the federal benchmark. In those 4 provinces, the federal government proposes to return the majority of direct proceeds from the fuel charge directly to individuals and families through climate action incentive payments starting in early 2019. Every dollar will remain in the province of origin. For most households, these payments will help offset their increased costs related to pollution pricing and help them to make more energy-efficient, greener choices. The remaining proceeds that are not returned directly to households will go towards providing support to sectors within these provinces that will be particularly affected. On s'attend à ce que
It is expected that climate change will cost $5 billion a year by 2020 for our economy. If we want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that are responsible for climate change, we need to accept the fact that polluting our environment is very costly and that it makes sense that polluters pay for the damage they cause. Canadians can rest assured that they do not have to convince this government to protect the environment because we are absolutely convinced that not taking steps would not be living up to our responsibilities as federal legislators, and it would be a betrayal to future and current generations of Canadians who have the right to lead a healthy, peaceful, and prosperous life in a healthy environment. Our common quality of life, as well as our economic prosperity, are intimately linked to the environment we live in, and therefore it is absolutely normal to build an economy that will benefit all Canadians while protecting our environment and repairing the damage that has already been caused. We want Canadians to trust in the future and to be better prepared for what awaits them. We do not want them to be afraid of not having what they need in order to live, that is, air to breathe and water to drink. Mr. Speaker, that is the very essence of this bill. We are investing in Canadians. We are sharing the fruit of our healthy economy with all Canadians, and we will not bank down on our environmental commitments. Budget 2018 will contribute to the creation of a better Canada for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And in conclusion, that is why I am so proud to rise in this House and speak to Bill C-86 at third reading to implement a budget that I feel brings forward measures that reflect our goals to grow the economy and protect the environment, because we believe that the economy and the environment go hand in hand. This is very important for trade, for an open economy, and for making the transition to renewable energy sources and to making greener choices for the environment. This also represents a huge market, Mr. Speaker. We also think that putting a price on pollution is very important. As I said in my remarks, more than half of the global economy already has a price on pollution. Quebec since 2013 and British Columbia for the past several years have already had a price on pollution. And both those economies in this country are growing at an impressive rate. They're economically successful, and I think that is a testament to the fact that both can go hand in hand. When you look at measures, for example, like the Canada Workers' Benefit, I think that also reflects another essential pillar of our government, which is to reduce inequalities in the country, because for too long under the previous government, we saw an absence of leadership on reducing inequalities. I think that, in fact, inequalities were widening rather than decreasing under the previous government. And as soon as we came to office, we decided to add 1% in taxes for the wealthiest. We stopped sending checks to millionaire families like the previous government was doing. We brought in the progressive child benefit so that we could help those who needed it the most. And that really distinguishes us from the approach of the previous government. We are committed to reducing inequalities, to reducing poverty. And we have a national strategy that is very ambitious, brought in by the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. And under the previous government, they withdrew from their role of housing, and we have invested a considerable amount of money into these kinds of strategies, and that's what Canadians expect in order to be able to have a prosperous, fair country where economic growth and prosperity benefit everyone, and where prosperity is inclusive. And I think you'll find that this is reflected in the Budget Implementation Bill, Bill C-86, and it therefore gave me great pleasure to be able to speak to you about this bill today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the last election, the Prime Minister made a promise that he was going to balance budgets, and he said he was going to do so in 2019. Not once during the Honourable Member's speech did he even speak about balancing budgets. In fact, as we know through Finance Canada, we are going to see a prolonged period of deficits in this country. In fact, my 14-year-old will be roughly 43 by the time we return to balanced budgets. So my question is simple. When will the budget balance itself? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to recall that in 2015, and I remember this very clearly because I was at the heart of this election campaign, like all MPs in this House were, and I remember at the time the debate was as to whether there was a recession or not, and there had been austerity measures and cuts taken by the previous government that were pointing us in that direction. And we took another approach, an approach that Canadians voted for. That is to say, to make necessary investments, useful investments, whether it be in infrastructure, whether it be in Canadians themselves, to reduce inequalities through things like the CCB, so that we could stimulate economic growth, as well as stimulating research. That really had been completely disregarded by the previous government. And what we're seeing is a strong economic growth, the highest in the G7. And our debt to GDP ratio has been going down consistently, and that is a good thing for the country. And that's what puts Canada in the best fiscal situation of all countries in the G7.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Here we are under time allocation debating the Budget Implementation Bill, C-86. We've been waiting 3 years in this Parliament for pay equity legislation to be tabled. Canadian women have been waiting 42 years for the first Trudeau Prime Minister since he promised to implement pay equity legislation. So, having spent the 3 years ostensibly consulting with employers and the labour movement and the lawyers who had been litigating pay equity in the absence of federal legislation, then it finally gets jammed into this 800-page bill. We thought that it was going to really reflect the advice that consultation had gathered. Instead, under extremely tight timelines, the NGOs, labour movement, Teamsters, Canadian Labour Congress, the Ontario Equal Pay Coalition proposed extremely detailed amendments because they said the pay equity parts of this bill will not work. They will not get equal pay for women. I proposed dozens of amendments at Finance Committee, and the Liberals voted every single one down, and they were written by the lawyers who've been litigating this all this time. Why did the government not want to take the advice of the people closest to pay equity and get this right after waiting 42 years?
Parliament Secretary.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we already have been debating C-86 for 15 hours. 4 committees have studied the bill for more than 20 hours, 45 witnesses. There will be I agree that this legislation on pay equity has taken too long. There was a decade where the Conservatives did nothing. We have decided to act, and we're being inspired by the legislation elsewhere. Quebec, for example, was an inspiration for the government in its bill, in its legislation. I think by having proactive pay equity in federally regulated businesses and crown corporations, this will reflect the ambition of the government to have equality.
Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked about a number of different themes, 2 of which were the question of social and income equality, and the other was the issue of climate change and the government's carbon tax proposal. And I don't believe these 2 objectives need to be at odds. I think that we can fight climate change in a way that also advances social equality. But this government has put forward a plan where the brunt of the pain goes to those who can least afford it. They're imposing a carbon tax, but they're giving a break for large industrial emitters. And when I talk to people, I realize that very often the kinds of transitions that allow people to significantly reduce their carbon footprint involve significant capital expenditures, buying an electric car, doing an energy retrofit to your home. And whereas one might consider programs like a home renovation tax credit that allow people to make those kinds of investments, the government's punitive approach does not leave any wiggle room for those who actually can't afford to make those kind of capital investments, but still will have to pay the tax. So why isn't the member advancing an approach to climate change that actually advances social equality at the same time, instead of giving a break for the wealthy and big industrial emitters while ensuring the pain?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well,
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague should know that it's clear that in jurisdictions where there isn't a price on pollution or climate action incentives, there should be a price so that an average family in Ontario will actually have more money in their pockets. So I don't understand my colleagues, the stubbornness of my colleagues on the other side of the House not wanting people to have this incentive and this money in their pockets. Now, we know the impact of carbon pollution on our environment and climate change. It's completely absurd, Mr. Speaker.
It's the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to thank the member for Louis Hébert for his intervention.
Louis Hébert. The ongoing investments we're making in the economy and middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join the middle class through Bill C-86 and our recent 2018 Fall Economic Statement, how those investments are helping businesses and individuals in his riding, his wonderful riding of Louis Hébert. If you can expand on that.
Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his efforts in French, which have been improving apace. And I've also seen his work on the Finance Committee, which is highly appreciated. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very clear that when we look at the economic situation everywhere in the country, and it's very visible in my region, we have a 3.8% unemployment rate. And there is also a corollary problem, which is a shortage of labor, shortage of skilled labor. Now, it's a very important issue that we have to deal with, but I would look at the situation of families, and I look at a group like the St. Vincent de Paul Society, which has a very positive view of the Canada Child Benefit, because the people who need it most are doing better at the end of the month. I'm very, very happy with things we've done that have a real-life impact.
Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And given that the Parliamentary Secretary won't answer the question about the timing for a balanced budget, and the Finance Minister has refused to even acknowledge the question is being asked repeatedly, I wonder if we can go about this the other way and ask the member if they actually deny having made a clear and explicit promise to balance the budget by 2019.
And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
L'engagement qu'on a pris, Monsieur.
Well, our commitment, Mr. Speaker, is clear. We don't want the failure of the previous government when it comes to growth and necessary investment in our infrastructure. They made cuts on the backs of veterans, on the backs of our security people. What we have is the Phoenix pay system. That started with the Conservatives, and they had the worst growth since the Second World War, the worst job growth, not something to be proud of. What we're doing, contrary to them, what we're doing works. It's demonstrable. 500,000 mostly full-time jobs, and the economic growth, which is the strongest in the G7, while reducing inequality and helping to protect the environment. Mr. Speaker, I think they should look at their record, and I cannot find a word, either in French or English, to describe the failure that they left Canadians with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to be rejoining the debate on this bill at this stage of reading. In the next 20 minutes, what I hope to do is to lay out a case on why the government has failed to look after the interests of the middle class, has failed to look after the interests of Alberta energy workers, Alberta energy families, and then draw attention to a clause found in the BIA, this omnibus piece of legislation that I think is deserving of an amendment. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask you if maybe 2 minutes before my time is up, if you could just direct me that my time is approaching to an end so I can move that amendment. And before that, obviously, I'll provide commentary on why I'll be moving it. So maybe to begin, on the BIA, this is the second part of the Budget Implementation Act, a budget that has more deficits, more accumulated debt in the last 3 years, in a non-recession years, that I think in any time in modern history by any government. The prior government had a great recession to deal with. Governments before that in the 1990s had to deal with the debt wall that they had hit and simply could not borrow more money. Difficult choices were made then. And the government is basically laying laying the groundwork for those difficult choices to come into a future, and future governments to be constrained by difficult choices that they'll have to make. We all know that the debts accumulated today are the taxes of tomorrow. If we value social programs, if we value retirement pension plans, if we value the services provided by the government, we have to ensure the proper management of government finances. And that is not what we are seeing on that side of the House. That's not what we see in this omnibus piece of legislation. At committee, at the Standing Committee on Finance that I sit on, multiple members, even members of the New Democratic Party, brought up the fact that the government has broken repeat promises on not introducing more omnibus legislation. And you notice, Mr. Speaker, twice now the Speaker has ruled and divided up the budget, taking parts out of the budget because it violates the rule that measures found in the budget must be connected to measures found in the Budget Implementation Act, and they two cannot be separated. We know that the budget is 3 times what was promised in 2015. Canadians made a choice in 2015. We can disagree or agree on its wisdom, but they made a choice. But they were promised something, multiple series of measures, and as well as the budget was supposed to be balanced at this point in 2019 that's coming up, and it will not be. In fact, our deficits and new debt as far as the eye can see, and the government cannot provide us, either in this chamber or at committees or in public, a fixed date of when it will actually be balanced. Now, we know the Department of Finance has produced numbers showing that 2045 is likely the date when the budget will balance itself. Hopefully, it will come to that, and we'll find some way to balance it before then. An often stated goal of the government is to ensure we have the best GDP growth in the G7, the best GDP growth in the OECD, and they use different metrics to look at it. I'm actually looking at OECD data right now. And when you look at the data, Mr. Speaker, you see that we have the weakest growth in North America. In 2019, we'll be actually behind Mexico and behind the United States. In 2018, we were behind Mexico and the United States. And the farther you go backwards, the more often you see the case. Actually, there's only 1 year in the last few years where we had stronger growth than they did. And when you get projected into the future, that weakness in growth continues. Our closest competitors, the places to which we are losing manufacturing jobs, the places to we are losing energy jobs, the places to we're losing auto jobs, are having stronger growth, and that's sorely related to the policies of this government. High carbon taxes, higher taxes in general, uncertainty in the investment climate, $78 billion lost in LNG development. That all adds to a failure of leadership, an epic failure of leadership on behalf of the government. And the BIA, this second part of the Budget Implementation Act, continues that failure, continues a record of failure. In my home province of Alberta, we've lived it for 3 years now, a government solely intent on phasing out the oil sands. Initially, when the Prime Minister said it, he said it was a gaffe, it was a mistake. And then he repeated the same thing in Paris at their legislative assembly. He repeated it in French, of course, hoping that we wouldn't know what he had said. But we do. So twice now he said it. There's a tanker ban on the West Coast, a false tanker ban, because it doesn't apply to the South Coast of British Columbia. There is C-69, a piece of regulatory legislation that will ensure that no pipeline, no major energy infrastructure project ever gets built again in this country. Now the government, I'm sure there'll be a government caucus member who'll get up, well, I'm wrong. They'll say that I've made a mistake. There's an LNG project, a $40 billion LNG project that's going ahead. What they won't tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that that LNG project was approved in 2012, and the recent decision was a business decision to proceed. But wait, in the contract it says they're exempt from the carbon tax. They are exempt from many of the measures introduced both by the federal government and by the BC provincial government, so it actually made business sense to proceed. That is telling. It is telling that the decisions being made by governments over the past 3 years are costing jobs and investment, and only when you remove them does private business proceed with construction and provide those much-needed, much-wanted, middle-class energy jobs. And that's also telling of the business climate that we live in. We just had an emergency debate yesterday to speak on the plight of energy workers across Canada. Energy jobs are fleeing this country. You know, Mr. Speaker, often Alberta is called Texas North. I prefer to think of Texas as Alberta South.
Here, here.
There are so many families there from Alberta who are just trying to make ends meet. They're trying to pay their mortgage. They're trying to send their kids to a good school. They're just trying to save for their retirements. So they'll go where they need to go. They have skill sets that took us a generation in Alberta to attract and a generation to develop. It wasn't easy to convince people to come to Alberta. Typically, when you're flying from Eastern Canada to Western Canada, you fly over Alberta and you head to the beautiful West Coast. So to convince people that it's worth staying in our home province, we have to provide them with great benefits, great pay, and a great place to live to raise their families. And we've done so, but it took us 25 years to get there. In the span of 3 years, this government is robbing an entire generation's worth of work to make Alberta the most productive and the best place to raise a family. Now, that's one of the reasons I moved to Alberta as well. It was for work. And I know that everybody who lives in my area, in the suburbs of Calgary, that's the same reason they came out there for. We all became Albertans because of that work ethic that we bring, the can-do attitude. That's why a slogan that's very common in Alberta now, and the Prime Minister heard it last week on Thursday, build that pipe. We should probably replace the provincial slogan with just build that pipe. Whatever it takes, build the pipe. The government's solution has been to expropriate Kinder Morgan and to take it into their administration for $4.5 billion of taxpayer monies that is now being used by Kinder Morgan to finance pipeline construction in Texas. Now, I don't know in what world that is good policy making, but it's not. Why are we financing our competitors? It simply doesn't make any sense. So the numbers the government uses to talk about and crow about their GDP growth, when you look at them in the future, and we should be looking towards the future, this government, especially in the past year, and government caucus members have been really interested in litigating the past. It's an often thing that they like to engage in. But they're in government. The governing caucus members are defending 3 years of policy decisions that have led to a point where the oil price differential on Western Canadian Select and on synthetic crude oil is at a record high. Mr. Speaker, I worked for the Chamber of Commerce years ago, almost 10 years ago now, and there was an oil price differential back then as well. It's about $15, $20, and kind of fluctuated. And back then, people were talking about how big of an issue it was and how we needed to fix it, make good decisions to the future, ensure that pipeline capacity matches with expected production growth. And that's what many companies were trying to do in the private sector, figuring out where capital could be expended in the most profitable way possible to maximize the equity return in the most responsible way possible. I have many people in my riding who are now unemployed or underemployed who used to work in quality assurance, ensuring that pipelines were built safely, that they were built in a way that ensured the minimum absolute amount of risk to the populations around them. Most Albertans have pipelines in their backyards. They know of them. They know where they are. There's utility corridors all over the province because this is what our province has a competitive advantage in. To the clause that I had mentioned before and to the substance of the amendment I'll be moving at the end of my speaking time. During debate on the Budget Implementation Act, Part 2, there was Clause 470 that was brought up. It is a clause providing for, it's a Canada Labour Code, provides for leave. We, on this side, had proposed, the member for Foothills had proposed an amendment at committee to provide 12 weeks of bereavement leave for parents who are going through the death of a child or the perinatal death of a child. That amendment was voted down by the government. And to head off possible arguments against my amendment, I'll be moving at the end of my speech, like I mentioned, Mr. Speaker. There are, I think, three main arguments I heard that I want to elaborate a little bit on and then explain why those aren't good arguments to vote against providing 12 weeks of bereavement leave. So firstly, an argument was made that, in fact, there's other types of leave that are being offered that are being amended inside the BIA. I think a good argument can be made. Why are we doing it in this way in the BIA to a budgetary implementation measure when we're amending the Canada Labour Code And it's sometimes the detail that we get into, there's over 850 pages, I believe, in this bill, and we may sometimes wonder why are we doing it in this way. So one of the arguments was, well, there's this other leave that could be eligible for. Mothers now are allowed 17 weeks of maternity leave, and within that 17 weeks, if your child passes away, you can take the full length of the leave as bereavement leave. Now, when I asked officials whether this applied to fathers, it did not. And so fathers don't get this bereavement leave. Fathers actually will only get 5 days, which is consistent with Canada Labour Code. They'll get 5 days, 3 paid, 2 unpaid. I thought this was patently unfair. In fact, when I asked officials what happens on 17 weeks plus 1 day, what happens in these particular cases, and these are very difficult cases where parents have lost a child, whether it's SIDS, whether it's a pre-existing condition, a rare condition. Many members will know this, that I lost my youngest daughter in August. So this issue really speaks to me here, because I've met so many parents. I thought this was a much rarer issue in Canadian society than it actually is. So 3 paid days, 2 unpaid days. So this argument that there are other mechanisms to use, I don't think is a good one in this particular case. And like I mentioned, we moved an amendment at committee at the time. We had a debate. There was, I think some willingness to at least hear the argument. There's a great Yiddish proverb, I think, that speaks to the situation we find ourselves in. And it's from success to failure is one step. From failure to success is a long road. And so my amendment will be proposing a long road to get to success. Another argument that was advanced at committee was, in fact, that there was a motion under consideration at a different committee that considered, the situation that parents, mothers and fathers who have lost a child find themselves in. That motion, Motion 110, is at the HUMA committee, and it doesn't deal specifically with bereavement leave in the Canada Labour Code, which I think was perhaps an error in argumentation at the committee that was being used to provide reasoning for why we should vote down an amendment to provide parents, both parents, equality to both parents, mothers and fathers, 12 weeks of leave. I think it's a good argument. The work being done by a committee of the House with a report that will come someday, hopefully before the election, should not stop us from doing the right thing right now when presented with an opportunity to do so in the BIA. I mean, the BIA is going to deal with different parts of legislation, from the Canada Labour Code to budgetary measures to spending announcements to changes to the accelerated capital cost allowance to changes to the export-import permits. Then why not deal with this too? Because we're already dealing with it. We're making modifications to it. We're making small amendments to it. Now, so I think that's not a good argument to say that another committee is taken with the issue, and it's not actually this specific issue that it is reviewing. It's reviewing it in a broader sense, looking specifically at employment insurance, and again, that committee's work, although important, shouldn't preclude us from making a decision as a House in this chamber that parents are deserving of equality. And I think that's a very important concept here. So one other, and this is the third argument that was advanced at committee, is that we didn't have all the facts on the impact that up to 12 weeks of bereavement leave would have by introducing it, compared to 17 weeks being offered in maternity benefits, but specifically applies to mothers, like I mentioned. So I found this argument unconvincing. I offered at the time, we could do a sub-amendment, we could delay clause-by-clause consideration of the BIA before it came back to this chamber, that we could offer ourselves an extra day so that Department of Justice lawyers could provide us with their opinion. I think that it's not a good argument to say we didn't have all the facts before us, because, as opposition members, and I'm sure many New Democrats will agree with me, we are saddled with these omnibus pieces of legislation. They've gotten longer and more complex. And so not only are we now sitting down, and I'm sure that they'll agree because I see some nodding heads, our staff is sitting down to compare what is in the Budget Implementation Act, what is in the budget, and make a connection between the two, so we can then rise in this chamber and then explain to you, Mr. Speaker, why certain parts don't belong in this particular Budget Implementation Act, and have it separated out, and then go into the details of how the specifics of the BIA work, clause by clause, section by section. On top of all that, the government brought this, used cloture, so a guillotine motion, to send it to Finance Committee as quickly as possible, limiting debate in this House of Commons on the generalities at second reading. It then produced a programming motion. It's a guillotine motion, a closure motion at committee, to force us to consider it expeditiously within just a few weeks, including a constituency week in between. And so there was very little time for the Finance Committee to actually give this a fulsome review in depth. So, of course, we pick and choose the portions which are most interesting to us. Most interesting to the Conservatives was this case of bereavement leave and the Canada Labour Code provisions, because there was an issue of unfairness, an unfairness that is embedded right now and that will continue if we do not propose, and I will be doing that in this amendment, like I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, to fix this issue. Fix it so that fathers are provided with the same equitable benefits that mothers are provided. And also, I think, more broadly, I think it will give us an opportunity to get at all the facts then, and to get an opportunity to have officials return to committee and explain to us how does it work in a more fulsome way. We had, like I mentioned, officials at committee, and they provide some information, but not all of it. And that was an argument advanced by the government caucus members there, that in fact, we didn't have all the facts, and therefore we should not proceed. We should let another committee of the House do some other work on a related issue, but not specific to this particular one. If it's found in the BIA, my argument is we should deal with it. It should not be that whatever the government proposes in a budgetary bill simply passes and we should just accept the fact that we'll be carrying on forward. And we know this has happened before. Just in the last few years, the Senate actually had serious misgivings about a specific portion that dealt with and affected the Caisse des Jardins, the Caisse Populaire. And so that measure was eventually dropped by the government. So it's not unheard of for the government to accept amendment, for the government to slow down, to make reconsiderations. And I would think it would be a wise decision in this situation to offer mothers and fathers, especially fathers in this case, an opportunity to take advantage of bereavement leave up to 12 weeks in Canada. So this would be for federally regulated employers, of course. We know that in the private sector, employers offer varying types of leave. So, Mr. Speaker, I notice you've given me the notice that my time is coming to a close. So to that amendment that I spoke about at the very beginning, and I've been trying to present the case for in my narrative this morning. The amendment I'm proposing, I think, is reasonable. I think it will give time for reconsideration of the matter. I think the House, in its infinite wisdom, can provide the committee with this type of direction. So I'm going to move my amendment. I move, seconded by the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 470, with the view of ensuring that every employee, regardless of gender, be entitled to and shall be granted a leave of absence from employment of up to 12 weeks, and if the employee is the parent of a child who has died, including in cases of perinatal death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kmitch, seconded by Ms. Vecchio, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 470, with the view to ensuring that every employee, regardless of gender, be entitled to and shall be granted a leave of absence from employment of up to 12 weeks if the employee is the parent of a child who has died, including in cases of perinatal death. Now going to questions and comments. Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague and friend from Alberta, who I have the pleasure of sitting on Finance Committee with, and I've worked extensively over the last few months, and also on the Kurdish Friendship Group. I wish to just speak to the amendment, but the thoughts on this bereavement leave, and I've spoken to the member several times and interacted on this recommendation, and it is an issue that's very important to many Canadians at home today. But I do want to ask, and I want clarification. Currently, if this situation arises where a child passes away prenatal, the term, currently the mother is allowed and permitted to take up to 17 weeks of leave. And my understanding is the amendment would reduce that to 12 weeks, but it would also apply to fathers. It would be unfortunate if the unintended consequence of, and we spoke about this in committee, is that with that sort of policy, is that mothers would actually could potentially see the time that they could recover and get support from family and friends reduced from currently the 17 weeks down to the 12 weeks. And I wanted to ask my honourable colleague and friend, I don't believe that's the intended purpose of the amendment and what was debated at Finance Committee. But I wanted to ask him just to rebut that and to provide clarity if you wish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Vaughan Woodbridge for that. Of course, the amendment I've proposed in the House of Commons here is to take this matter, a third reading, and return it to committee for the full consideration of this case of bereavement leave. I don't believe the member is correct. The 17 weeks being provided, when we talked to officials at committee, they said it included for obviously a recuperation after giving birth, which 17 weeks is of course very, very reasonable. Within that time, if you lose your child, you only get up to 17 weeks. You don't get anything in addition. So if it's 17 weeks passes and then on the 17th week plus 1 day, your child were to pass away, the mother in that case would actually get nothing. We get the 3 paid days, 2 unpaid days. And I also think that is patently unfair to moms who lose their child. The second part of it is the 12 weeks being provided, there has to be some type of equality provided to fathers in all this and consideration for their feelings and what they're going through, and that is not the case currently in the Canada Labour Code.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for both his speech, which, though I did not agree with all of it, it would surprise him to know. I agreed with some of what he said very much, and agreed with the amendment that he brought forward. This was discussed at committee, and like every other amendment that was brought forward by the opposition, designed to fix some of the glaring holes and problems and mistakes that was made in Bill C-86. Like every other amendment, it was rejected by the committee. It defies understanding why, when opposition members bring forward in good faith amendments that are actually designed to improve legislation for the government, that the government would simply, with the back of the hand, slap all of that back. And the amendment that the member has tabled today is very much in keeping with that. It was not retained or supported in any way by government members. I'd like to hear the member's perspective on why government members rejected something that is clearly needed and clearly fits with the principles and values of the vast majority of Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
So the member for New Westminster Burnaby is absolutely correct. It happens all too often, and I think I can live with motions being voted down, amendments being voted down, as long as there's a fulsome debate. We can hear both sides of the argument in full, and and at least consider maybe sub-amendments and work in a more collegial manner. At some committees it's possible, others I guess less so. And to the credit of the government, there are government caucus members who have accepted amendments at other committees. But I would say that is the infinitesimally small amount of amendments, and especially a case like this, I don't think there's any political points that are trying to be scored here in either way. It's actually during the questioning of officials that you sometimes discover inequity in the system, and it's not intentional inequity. It's simply an accumulation of policy decisions and changes, legislative changes made over time that lead us into situations where we may realize that we've accumulated legislative measures and regulatory ideas, and now there is inequity built into the system. So I think in this particular case, there is a good case to be made that we have inequitable funding, inequitable bereavement leave that discriminates against fathers who've lost a child and mothers after the 17th week as well.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to go to the bill itself, where the member made reference to the province of Alberta and the price of oil. And obviously that is of great concern to the government. I would like to think it's of concern to all members of Parliament. Where I take some exception is that the Conservatives have consistently tried to pin blame on this government because of policy decisions. And I would ask the member to recognize, at the very least, that the core of the problem, as I see it, is that 99% of our commodity is going through the United States. And that has been the case since Stephen Harper actually became the Prime Minister of Canada, and it never changed. The opportunity to be able to expand our markets was there during Stephen Harper's time. And now, for the first time in the last 3 years, we now have a commitment, and it's a very significant commitment that even engages the Ottawa taking ownership of a pipeline in order for us to expand the market, which is far more than what Stephen Harper ever did.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The approach the member has suggested and the measure that he's speaking of, the expropriation purchase of Trans Mountain, is what I and most Albertans would say, and to quote Ronald Reagan, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And it's patently untrue. But the vast majority of Albertans would say that if the government got out of our way, we could get the job done. And it's also not factually correct to say that there were no pipelines built or no infrastructures built to Tidewater, because in fact the pipelines that were approved under the previous government led to Cushing, and from there, from Cushing to Freeport, Texas. It's kind of like believing that you build a road towards a highway, and but because the highway is not on the direct road and the overpasses aren't directly connected, it's as if the off-ramps don't count, as if the off-ramps don't exist, and that's patently an untrue argument to make. Pipelines are connected throughout North America. What the Parliamentary Secretary is suggesting is that somehow these pipelines lead to nowhere, the ones that were approved by the previous government and built by the private sector. It's an admission of failure for the government to expend $4.5 billion and another $8 billion in construction in the future to build something that the private sector wanted to build.
Last question, the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By his own admission, the member from Carleton has asked a simple question well over 400 times, either through committee, through the House of Commons, in question period, and asking the government about when the budget will be balanced. And they deflect, they defer, they don't answer the question. And I want to ask the honourable member why that question is so important, not just to the Canadian economy, but to our competitiveness and to future generations as well. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member, draws our attention to the fact that the balance of the budget is now difficult to even predict, because many of the Finance Department's documents and the budgetary documents, they don't quite match up. It doesn't quite make a lot of sense. To me, it's very simple. The stewardship of the financial resources of the public treasury should be, if not mission number one, mission number two of the Government of Canada. Today's debt is tomorrow's taxes. We're leaving to future generations to clean up the financial mess that the government is leaving behind for them. And to return to the Yiddish proverb for a moment, so the member can hear it again, from success to failure is one step, and from failure to success is a long road. The government is just failing to account for true costs of the carbon tax, for the costs of not balancing the budget today, and that long road ahead at fixing the messes and the failures of leadership will take probably 2 or 3 generations in order to ensure that our great-grandkids are not stiff with the bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very disappointed to rise in the House to speak to Bill C-86, and I think the disappointment that I feel about the promise that this government had back in 2015 and what it's delivered recently, I think is something that's felt acutely by so many Canadians. As I think hopes were high back in 2015 that things would change, and certainly the Prime Minister in his admittedly very effective campaign talked about how things would change in Ottawa, how parliamentarians would be respected, how Parliament would be respected, how parliamentarians could get back to doing the work that we are paid to do on behalf of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker, after the Harper years. Because in the Harper years, as you know, what we saw was systematically a denial of the ability of parliamentarians to get amendments through legislation, systematically the dumping of 200- or 300-page omnibus bills that were brought to the House of Commons, and then fairly systematically recourse to the guillotine, as we say in parliamentary procedure, where parliamentarians were not able to speak and to address their constituents' concerns on the floor of the House of Commons. Those days almost seem quaint now, Mr. Speaker, to say that we used to be quite offended by the Harper government's use of 200-page budget omnibus bills, dumping a whole range of unrelated factors into omnibus legislation and then forcing it through the House of Commons in a week or two. It seems almost quaint now as we come into 2018, almost 2019, because what the Liberal government has done, instead of keeping their commitments to make parliamentarians get back to the work that we are paid and asked to do on behalf of Canadians, to scrutinize legislation, to improve legislation, to work through and hear witnesses, and make sure that everything that we pass through this House is the best possible legislation that does what it is purported to do. Now, instead of putting back into place Parliament that functioned well, where there was consultation with opposition parties, what we saw from the Prime Minister is just a doubling down. And I'll come back to that later on in my speech, Mr. Speaker, because it really strikes to the character of this government and to the character of the Prime Minister and to the Finance Minister, what we've seen happen, particularly over the last few months. And Bill C-86 is the living embodiment of everything that has gone wrong with this government over the last 3 years. With such high promise and such firm commitment and promises before they came into Parliament. And now, 3 years later, we see in Bill C-86 just another example of how this government, instead of being different from the government before it, is even worse in many respects than the government before it. Instead of 200- or 300-page budget implementation bills that are omnibus legislation, throwing everything but the kitchen sink into place, we now have almost 900 pages, Mr. Speaker. And Bill C-86 brought with 7 standalone pieces of legislation. Instead of having, after a week or two of parliamentary scrutiny, still not sufficient under the Harper regime, we now have 1 or 2 days of consideration before the bulldozer is brought in, and parliamentary rights and privileges are simply pushed aside. And instead of a government being willing to accept the expert testimony of witnesses and to work with opposition parties to improve legislation, because after all, this legislation really stands in the government's name. We see a government that is actually purporting to push legislation through that they know is inadequate, that they know will lead to court challenges. And that is the sad case with Bill C-86, Mr. Speaker. Under the Harper regime, it happened half a dozen times. This Conservative government just allowed legislation, rammed it through the House after a week or two of consideration, knowing that ultimately it would be decided in the courts. And half a dozen times, the courts rejected the legislation because it was so shoddily made, because the government refused to hear from witnesses. And now with C-86, we know, and the bill has not been adopted yet, but the government is indicating with every strength of its being it's going to refuse to heed any advice, any counsel. It's not going to improve this legislation in any way. We're just going to force it through, says the Liberal government. And we know now that women will be forced to return to court on pay equity. It's a sad commentary that a government that knows that what it is doing is bad is relying on spin over substance. They say, and Liberals have been saying in this House, well, we've brought forward pay equity legislation. The fact that it is full of flaws, the fact that witnesses identified the flaws, the fact that the NDP brought forward systematically amendments that would address the flaws and fix the flaws so we had solid pay equity legislation, all of that is tossed aside because the government feels, in spinning that it has pay equity, that will override the substance, the sad substance of what is in Bill C-86 as it is currently constituted, that force women back to court again, Mr. Speaker, so that they can get the rights for equal pay, work of equal value. Incredible, Mr. Speaker, that a government would do that. Now, it really, I think, belies the belief that a government, knowing that what it is doing is wrong, still has the intention of doing it anyway because they think they can spin their way out of it. And that's why I say that Bill C-86 is a living embodiment for the dashed illusions and the dashed hopes that this government has basically pushed on Canadians. Canadians, back in 2015, I think were quite enthusiastic about this government. They felt that the government would make a difference. It would be changed from the Harper regime. And now, 3 years later, for so many Canadians, even people in my riding that voted Liberal, back in 2015, they were very enthusiastic. Now, they say, well, yeah, I may vote Liberal. And Liberals will say, well, in the opinion polls, we're still doing well. But what they don't understand, Mr. Speaker, is that there's a difference in strength of intensity of belief. And the reality is, in the next few months, there will be a debate on a whole range of government decisions. And I think the traditional Liberal sense of entitlement and arrogance that seems to have reestablished itself after 3 brief years now in power is going to encounter that reaction from Canadians. Because this living embodiment of Liberal broken promises that is contained within this massive budget brick of C-86 also, I think, plants the seeds of what could well be, in the coming 11 months, a strong reaction from Canadians that this government does not deserve another mandate, that we don't want to go backwards to the Harper regime years, but that we're tired as Canadians, certainly my constituents feel, of a government that makes promises and then promptly breaks them. Now, Mr. Speaker, what is the biggest flaw in C-86 is, of course, what is not in there and what could have been in there. And I'll include within that the mini-budget that we heard last week that was so out of touch with what Canadian realities are, so out of touch with Canadians struggling with profoundly deep debt loads, the highest debt loads in our history and the highest debt loads of Canadian families that exist in any industrialized country on this planet. High debt loads that are provoked by government policies over the last 30 or 40 years, refusing to provide supports for affordable housing or for pharmacare, refusing to provide supports for families. And what we saw both with Bill C-86 and with the mini-budget was a cascade of money that is available for corporate CEOs, but the government seems unable and unwilling to address any of the concerns of regular folks right across the length and breadth of this land. The cascade of money, just to do a quick accounting, Mr. Speaker, just in the last few months, you saw $4.5 billion for an old leaking pipeline, twice the asset value, and yet the government didn't flinch in throwing $4.5 billion into that purchase of the pipeline. Now we're seeing the construction cost again upwards, evaluated anywhere from $11 billion to $15 billion. Government isn't flinching. The finance minister doesn't even have a firm estimate. He's going with Kinder Morgan's estimate. So that's another $15 billion on top of the $4.5 billion. Most probably, we saw with the mini-budget last week, $14 billion given to corporate CEOs. And the Liberal members will say, oh yeah, that's going to revitalize the economy. But then when you look at the budget documents, Mr. Speaker, because that's what we do in the NDP, we actually read through and read the documents, we see that what what the mini-budget actually served to do was accelerate tax write-offs, so tax gifts to corporate CEOs, including very plush private jets and stretch limousines. And, Mr. Speaker, I questioned finance officials about this because I wanted to be sure I understood. And I said, is a stretch limousine covered by this accelerated write-off, this big tax gift given by the Liberal government? And they said, yes, yes it is. Plush private jets, yes. Yes, they are, Mr. Speaker. So that's another $14 billion. And I'm not even talking about the over $20 billion a year that goes to overseas tax havens. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you recall, the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, who is a hero, both the PBO officer and everyone that works in that office, struggled for 3 years under the Harper regime and another 3 years under the Liberal regime before they were able to actually get the tax data that allows us to, for the very first time next spring, to have a conclusive and comprehensive evaluation of the amount of money that the wealthiest Canadians and Canada's most profitable corporations are squirreling away offshore. If you're a small business owner or a tradesperson, if you're a single mother, well, you're paying your taxes, and Canadians are proud to do that because that's part of the character of this country, that we provide funds in common that is then to be invested to support all of us. But that's not the way that some of Canada's wealthiest and most profitable corporations have acted. And the estimates go to $20 billion, but the PBO could well find much more than that. So let's just do a quick accounting, Mr. Speaker. 4.5, another 15, another 14 on top of that, over $20 billion, and we're at well over $50 billion without even pausing to take a breath or to take a sip of water. $50 billion, Mr. Speaker. But what's not in Bill C-86 and what wasn't in the mini-budget? Well, universal single-payer pharmacare. And I've mentioned this before and I'll mention it again, Mr. Speaker. Every day parliamentarians pass Jim begging on the bridge between the Chateau Laurier and the East Block. And he's begging because there is no single-payer universal pharmacare system in this country. He has to beg for $500 a month. He lives on scant savings and a little bit of money, but he has to beg so he gets the medication that keeps him alive. Business owners pay $6 billion a year for drug plans. And yet, we know with our universal Medicare program that that's a competitive advantage, $3,000 per employee per year, because Canadian businesses don't have to pay into the medical plans that American businesses have to pay into. Pharmacare is just a win-win situation for everyone. And the PBO indicated that, a $4 billion savings overall for Canadians. But there's nothing in C-86 and there was nothing in the mini-budget that addressed the crucial difficulties that people like Jim are facing. And if any member of Parliament from the government side in any way is skeptical, just go and talk to Jim. He's out there now. begging for money so that he can get the medication he needs to stay alive. Incredible. In a wealthy country like this, a country where the Liberal government is willing to fritter away $50 billion over the last few months without even a hesitation, and yet is unwilling to provide supports for pharmacare. Mr. Speaker, nothing in Bill C-86 addresses the housing crisis that we are living through. Incredible what Canadians are forced to live through in this housing crisis. And every time I mention housing, Liberals start heckling and they react very badly, Mr. Speaker. But we're talking about real Canadians that are suffering profound difficulties. I have spoken in this House about John, a senior who has ended up homeless and is in a homelessness shelter now because of the lack of affordable housing in this country. I've talked about Heather, talked about Raj and Wade. I mean, I can mention so many stories. Here's another one, Mr. Speaker, and this comes from last night. Exiting the Wellington building, I turned left, and there's a woman there, I'll call her Yolande, who is sleeping outside under the canopy of the Wellington building. Every MP leaving last night would have seen her. It just twisted my gut, Mr. Speaker, to see her there. I'm a parliamentarian, and yet, despite the fact that there's 40 New Democrats here, we haven't been able to get this government to understand yet. And Canadians, I think, are getting increasingly frustrated with the Liberal government's inability to recognize that we are in a profound crisis where tens of thousands of Canadians are sleeping under the Wellington building canopy, or they're sleeping in downtown under a steam vent, or they're sleeping in a park, or they're sleeping in an entryway for a store that's closed. They are desperately seeking shelter for the night. And, Mr. Speaker, that should not happen in a country as wealthy as Canada. Full stop. And yet there's nothing in Bill C-86 that addresses the profound crisis that we are living through. There's nothing in C-86 that addresses the profound crisis in our education system for Indigenous children who are underfunded, living in appalling conditions, schools that belie belief. An average of $6,500 to $10,000 less per student per year for students in an Indigenous school as opposed to kids in other schools. And nothing in C-86 addresses that at all. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not just how the Liberals have approached on C-86. It's not just the glaring, misplaced sense of priorities. It's the fact that when the bill is presented to them, when witnesses say, as they did in pay equity, let's improve this bill. It has to be improved, otherwise women will have to go back to court. It's that the sense from the Liberal government is, no, we're not going to change that. We don't care. And I think that's really the biggest part of my profound disappointment after 3 years of this Liberal government. Is it just a profound sense of disappointment in the lack of understanding of the priorities, the sense of entitlement that somehow being able to spin, to say, well, we've got pay equity in the bill, is the most important thing. Not whether or not it was gotten right, not whether or not women have to return to court. It's just this overall sense that it's fine because we can spin it and tell everybody we got pay equity legislation through, regardless of whether women have to go back to court or not. It's the sense of the excise tax that was imposed on medical cannabis users as a mistake, admittedly a mistake. Liberals were stunned when I started asking questions about it. Finance ministry officials had to look into it, and then they realized, yes, the excise tax had been imposed on medical cannabis users. 250,000 Canadians that need medical cannabis for pain management. They're often in intense pain. Now, it was imposed. We tried to fix it last spring. Liberals said, no, we don't care. We tried to fix it again last week, Mr. Speaker, in Bill C-86. And Liberal members again as they rejected every other amendment that came from the opposition. They rejected the amendments on eliminating the excise tax on medical cannabis, which means that the medical cannabis owners join all of the other Canadians that cannot afford their medication. It's just a lack of empathy, full stop, Mr. Speaker. I understand the Prime Minister came from a life of privilege and the Finance Minister as well. I don't begrudge them that. I don't think any Canadian would, but it's the lack of empathy, the lack of understanding of how their policies are making demonstrably the lives of so many Canadians worse that I decry, and that we decry in this corner of the office, in the House. Bill C-86 could have been improved, and it should have had other measures that address Canadians' concerns. And because it doesn't, I'll be voting against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Well, it's not really a question of whether the glass is half full or half empty. You know, regardless of how much you take out of it, it's full. And so I'm not thirsty, so I won't take a sip of it right now. But the reality is this: the National Housing Strategy. The National Housing Strategy, which is a $40 billion investment over the next 10 years, is a reprofiling of the investments we have set to make, and we now sound bilateral with the provinces to lock it in and deliver it. But what the member opposite fails to understand, and what his criticism continually highlights, is that he actually hasn't read past budget documents. Because if he had, he would know that in 2016, we invested $5.73 billion into the housing system now. And we did that by doubling our transfers to the provinces and tripling our funding for homelessness. And that $5.7 billion is not in this budget implementation plan because it was in the previous one. And we're not going to do it every single time just to make the member happy. So would the member opposite please explain to Canadians why is $5.7.3 billion arrives, which I might add is 4 times more than the party opposite promised in the last campaign, a party that thinks that the housing crisis started yesterday, apparently, because their plan for a budget this year was to put $0 into affordable rental housing and only $10 million for homelessness, whereas we've done $100 million and, as I said, $5.73 billion. Could the member opposite please explain to me why he thinks last year's budget implementation budget should be debated today instead of the one we have in front of us?
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had to, and we all had to as members of Parliament, battle Paul Calandra under the Harper regime, and Paul Calandra would step up and simply say things that were not true. It got to the point that it was an embarrassment to...
Point of order from the honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
What I just said is true, and to suggest that it's not is suggest that I'm not telling the truth, which is to say that I'm lying. And I would ask the member opposite to withdraw that.
I'm sorry? I'm afraid that's more debate than it is a point of order. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paul Calandra did exactly that kind of thing every time it was pointed out that he was simply wrong. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member from Vancouver Kingsway went over and showed the member from Spadina, Fort York, the platform this week. So he actually has the figures right in front of him. He knows it was a $3 billion investment, and yet he continues to say something that he knows is not true. And he knows that the billions of dollars that he pretends has rained down to address the housing crisis, he knows that that is simply not true either. And this is what I say about the character of this government and the character of the Prime Minister. The inability to distinguish the spin, or whatever they decide to manufacture as truth, and the actual reality. The actual reality is the number of homelessness in this country is growing. The number of poor children in this country is growing. Now, there are 2 ways that the Liberal government could react to that, and 2 ways that the Parliamentary Secretary could react. One is to say, yes, that's true, and we are going to put in place efforts. We'll withdraw the $14 billion that we've just given to corporate CEOs last week, and we will invest it in housing.
Just order for a moment, please. Order. 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 I just want to remind the 2 members from the NDP and the Liberal Party who are talking to each other while the honourable member is trying to answer his question that it's making it very difficult for him to concentrate and for us to hear what he has to say. point of order, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, as much as I'm loath to agree with my friend from Spadina Fort York on anything, it is a matter of order, not a matter of debate, that you cannot accuse a member of lying in this House. And I think members ought to be called to order.
There was nobody accusing anyone of lying. They were arguing the truth, which happens often in this chamber. So unless somebody's calling someone a liar, I don't think, or something similar, there's different ways of getting around things. Not that we definitively agree on, but we'll see where we go from there. I'll let the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby continue his question or his answer. He has very little time left. Then we'll move on to the next question, if he doesn't mind, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my point was this: that Paul Calandra was used as an enforcer on the floor of this House of Commons. The member for Spadina Fort York is doing exactly the same thing. The reality is putting forward things that the members know are not accurate information is not something that they should be doing on the floor of this House of Commons. And whether Conservatives are upset by that or Liberals are upset by that, we are going to continue to do our work, and we're going to put forward the truth, Mr. Speaker, because that is our role in the House of Commons, to put forward, to read through this document, as we did, and to provide truthful and important and accurate amendments that would have improved the bill. The fact that the Liberals refused any amendment coming from the opposition says a lot more about them than it does about any of us.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do disagree with the member characterizing someone disagreeing as being an enforcer. Not that I agree with much said by the member for Spadina Fort York, but I think the spirit of this is supposed to be to authentically have conversations in a reasonable spirit. But nonetheless, I want to ask my colleague about the issue of the media bailout. I genuinely don't know the NDP's position, so I'd be very curious to hear what he has to say about that. We're concerned about how when public money is given to the media, frankly, I think many in the media are concerned about how that will raise questions about their independence, and certainly journalists do important work, but when the government is intervening to make evaluations about who gets money and who doesn't, that raises some serious problems, some serious questions. And I wonder if my colleague agrees that recognizing the important role of an independent media, that we should not be having a government-appointed panel handing out government dollars in this fashion.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you. I appreciate the member's question. He won't like the answer, so he may get another point of order, unfortunately. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, over 10 years, the Harper regime did not do anything about the web giants. As they came into our communities, Facebook and Google sucked up advertising revenue. And in my communities of Burnaby and New Westminster, we lost half of the weekly newspapers that existed because of that. That you can now advertise on Facebook, and you don't have to pay taxes in Canada, you don't have to pay for pensions or employees or anything else. So of course they can undercut traditional advertising means such as our media in Canada. Now the Harper regime did absolutely nothing, though we asked question after question in the House. We put it forward as opposition motions. The Harper regime did absolutely nothing to address this chronic problem. And the Liberal government has done nothing since they took power, Mr. Speaker. So ultimately, the Media Fund is an important, if you like, lifesaver to the media that remains in this country. What we actually need is a comprehensive review of our tax system so that the web giants can't get away with undercutting Canadian businesses. And that's something that came out of the pre-budget hearings as well, Mr. Speaker. We found many people in the business community saying, how can we have a tax regime, a tax structure that allows foreign companies to come in, not pay any taxes at all, and compete with Canadian businesses? So this has been a long-standing problem in this country, started under the Harper regime, has continued under this government, and it needs to be addressed. And it will be, I think, part of what Canadians will be considering when, in 10 months' time, they talk through our federal election in 2019. They will be concerned about members of Parliament who weren't willing to apply a level playing field in the tax system so that Canadian companies could compete.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for, as usual, a very thoughtful speech and the attempts to amend this bill. The government has repeatedly said we're all in this together, and yet when it comes to tabling bills, they reject every sensible amendment. Last night, Mr. Speaker, in this House, there was an emergency debate on the energy situation, particularly being suffered in the province of Alberta. Over a year ago almost exactly, in Bonn, Germany, the Minister of Environment committed that she would finally move forward and invest some dollars and have a strategy on an energy transition strategy for workers. And here we are, about to go to the next COP on climate, and nothing has been invested by this government. I wonder if the member could speak to what this government could have done to invest in helping our workers, including our oilfield workers like Iron and Earth, who are proud to be oilfield workers, but would like to be trained as well so that they can move into the energy efficiency and renewable energy sector. Why has the federal government put nothing in this budget?
The honourable member for New Westminster in 62 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Edmonton Strathcona. That's the best question by far I've received today. And it's a question of substance. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the green energy or clean energy market in the United States is exploding, and it's estimated by the building trades, as the member knows, to quadruple over the next decade. And yet, we have unemployed oil and gas workers in Alberta that are crying out for clean energy funding that would allow capped oil wells to take advantage of geothermal. There's immense potential for solar and wind power in Alberta as well. A tremendous ability to actually transition those oil and gas workers into another sector of the energy field. And yet, we saw under the past government and Conservative governments, and also under the Liberal government, complete inaction. And that's tragic, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely tragic, because we could be talking about up to 1 million clean energy jobs with the right investments, and we're not seeing any action from this federal government.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand and speak to the importance of our strategy vis-à-vis intellectual property. Since the beginning, our government has not stopped working at improving Canadian legislation on intellectual property.
Activity in the industrial, scientific, literary, and artistic fields, and is essential to a modern and dynamic economy. In fact, I would argue that it is the fundamental asset of the knowledge economy. IP protections act as an incentive by rewarding creators and inventors for their contribution to the economy and our society. IP enables them to profit from their ideas and their creativity and provides them a mechanism to obtain a return on their investments. IP laws achieve this by granting them exclusive rights, thereby preventing others from making, selling, or using the fruits of their labor without their permission. In addition, the use of IP is correlated with positive economic outcomes. Businesses with a solid understanding of IP and a strong strategic plan for its use and protection are important contributors to the Canadian economy. In fact, these businesses create jobs that pay, on average, 16% more than businesses with little or no IP. Also, businesses using IP in patent-intensive industries have about 8 to 10 times more revenue than those not using IP. Canada's laws cover many forms of intellectual property, including patents, trademarks, industrial designs, and copyrights. Following on Budget 2017's commitment, Budget 2018 proposes $85.3 million over 5 years and a $10.1 million on an ongoing basis for measures in support of a new intellectual property strategy. In April 2018, on World IP Day, our government officially launched the IP strategy, which will help solidify investments in creativity and innovation, support our efforts to create the high-quality jobs, and enhance the understanding of the elements necessary to succeed in the global modern economy. The IP strategy is an important element of the Innovation and Skills Plan, by fostering an ecosystem that enables businesses to grow to scale. The strategy will ensure that Canadian firms have the awareness and incentive to strategically use IP to grow and compete. The elements of the IP strategy fall under three strategic pillars: the need to increase IP awareness, education and advice, the provision of strategic IP tools for growth, and finally, legislative amendments. A number of initiatives are underway and planned under the first pillar, IP awareness, education and advice. Most notably, first and foremost, the Canadian Intellectual Property Office, commonly known as CIPO, will continue to build on current learning tools and resources and also develop new educational resources to better equip innovators and businesses with the knowledge they need to succeed. Its teams of IP advisors located across Canada work directly with companies and innovators to deliver seminars and participate in innovation and business-related events. We will be conducting an IP awareness and use survey to identify how Canadians understand and use IP, including groups that have traditionally been less likely to use IP, such as women and Indigenous entrepreneurs. The results of this survey will help better understand and meet the needs of these groups. We will support increased engagement between Indigenous people and policymakers, both domestically and internationally, by providing support for this engagement, for research, and for capacity building. We will encourage the creation of IP legal clinics by providing funding to help clinics obtain resources and tools to improve the quality of our prior art searches. We see IP legal clinics as a win-win-win, enabling law students to learn more about IP, helping businesses get a sense of their IP needs, and facilitating access to the profession that can provide quality IP advice. And finally, through a new team of dedicated IP experts working through existing federal programs to ensure that the Government of Canada program officers have the knowledge and capacity to address IP issues and guide program recipients to improve their IP knowledge and savviness. These advisors will supplement rather than replace existing IP professionals. The second pillar of the IP strategy provides some tools to help Canadian businesses make the most of their newfound awareness of IP. First, one of the recurring issues that we heard during the consultation process was the lack of visibility of IP held by federal public institutions and institutions of higher learning. To this end, the IP strategy includes a new online IP marketplace designed to help surface dormant IP that was funded by public institutions. We also heard about the time that it can take to resolve IP disputes and to get a ruling on a new copyright tariff. And we all know that time is money. The IP strategy includes additional resources for the federal court to assist in the management of complex litigation, as well as a reform of the Copyright Board. The additional fiscal support for the Copyright Board and accompanying legislation will make it more efficient and effective. These changes will help rights holders who now better understand the value of the IP they hold by reducing the time they spend over their IP and more time monetizing it. Canadian technology is cutting edge and should be recognized as such more often. The IP strategy will support enhanced participation of Canadian businesses in the standards setting process and encourage the inclusion of Canadian innovations in international standards. The Standards Council of Canada will work with innovative Canadian companies to leverage their IP during this standardization setting process. Finally, the last tool will be the development of a patent collective to bring together businesses to facilitate IP outcomes for its members. The patent collective is the coming together of firms to share in IP expertise and strategy, including but not limited to gaining access to a larger collection of patents and IP. The third pillar involves proposed amendments to key IP laws, notably the Patent, Copyright, and Trademark Acts. The proposed amendments are intended to encourage creation and innovation by either clarifying acceptable behaviors or discouraging actions that have possible negative consequences. Protect consumers by clarifying that notices that include settlement offers or payment demands do not comply with Canada's copyright notice and notice regime. Fulfill the earlier objective of expediting IP disputes by making the Copyright Board's decision-making process more efficient. Proposed amendments to the Trademarks Act would prevent the abusive use of the trademark regime, such as by applying for registration with the sole intention of seeking remuneration from the legitimate owner of the trademark by creating, and just 1 second, please. Oops.
Just wing it. Just wing it. Just wing
it. To continue, being the chair of the Industry Committee, Mr. Speaker, we had lots of conversations through our witnesses that when we met, we spoke with where universities were saying they had a lot of great practices, businesses were saying that they were challenged to find access to IP. It was very challenging to them. That's why, in fact, one of the initiatives that we introduced earlier this year was the $950 million supercluster initiative. And part of that supercluster initiative is having academia and industry come together to work together to create jobs and economy, but also to share the intellectual property that is sometimes locked away with in places that will never see the light of day. It's important that if we want to grow our economy, if we want to create jobs, we need intellectual property to be accessible to not only academia, but to businesses as well. And that's when we look at how we're moving forward, the investments that we're making, it's so critical that we create an environment where all of our businesses and our academia can work together so that they can thrive and build the economy and grow good, well-paying jobs. When we look at in BC, for instance, we have the digital supercluster that was awarded to us, to British Columbia. BC is already on the forefront of media, digital media, and that IP is so critical. When we look at, from the economic tables, we can tell that currently we're on digital healthcare products. Our revenues are about 0.5% or about $7 billion. By 2020, it's estimated that that digital healthcare marketplace in the world will be about $322 billion. What we're doing is trying to create an environment where we get the best minds, the best people, the best research, the best companies that can work together to put us on the forefront of that marketplace. And that's where we want to be. Do we want to be behind the 8 ball, or do we want to be in front leading the charge? Mr. Chair, we're attracting the best and brightest minds here in Canada. This is what a government should be doing, is to be able to lay out that the environment where we can all thrive. So what we look forward to, what I look forward to, and again, from what we've heard from all of our witnesses, it's so critically important that we have a national IP strategy, and what is proposed in this budget is exactly going to help address those issues. The $85 million over a 5-year term will help to grow the landscape of intellectual property, help educate people so that they have an understanding of what that means. Mr. Speaker, we heard the challenges that people face if they don't know what kind of intellectual property is out there, then they either have to reinvent the wheel or they have to go through an expensive process. The more that we can share intellectual property, the easier it becomes, because then they can license it for a short period of time, which will allow them to move faster and more in creating the products necessary to grow our economy. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to intellectual property, we have to look at those three pillars, and education is absolutely critical. We need to be able to help people understand the ins and outs of intellectual properties. So, on that note, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. It was an interesting delay in the middle, but things like that happen every day for all of us. So I appreciated the grace of which he dealt with that. You know, as a member who represents rural and remote riding, one of the challenges that the communities that I represent have is looking at ways to be innovative and creative with the lack of internet access that they have. I think particular of Campbell River, one of the communities that I'm proud to represent, the city itself actually has built infrastructure within the downtown core to have that very high level of accessibility to fiber, so that those businesses that he mentioned that focus on things that are really IT and needing those high needs, they've actually done that themselves because they simply couldn't get it any other way. So I'm just wondering if the member could take an opportunity to explain how we're looking at rural and remote communities and making sure that they actually get the resources that they need as they look at their changing economies. You know, the reality is the people I represent are extremely innovative. They're doing a lot of amazing things with what they have, but they definitely need to see that support to see their communities stabilize and grow in this changing economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I thank my honourable colleague on the other side for the very thoughtful question. Rural broadband strategy is something that we've looked at. We know that if we can figure out how to get broadband to rural communities, to the last mile, that's where businesses it'll help them thrive. We know that absolutely. In budget 2016, we invested $500 million in a Connect to Innovate. That helped quite a bit. The CRTC has also invested, I believe it was another $750 million. But it can't end there. When we did our committee report on broadband strategy, we saw some low-hanging fruit, things that can help. So, for instance, can they piggyback off of existing infrastructure, telephone wires, railway lines? Is there an opportunity for that to happen if we all work collectively together? When we look at large companies, a project might not be viable for them because they're a large company, whereas when you look at smaller companies that have the ability to go out into the small rural communities and actually contribute and actually deliver the services that are needed. This is part of that strategy. And earlier this year, the industry minister and the provinces all got together and signed a memorandum of understanding on how to create a national broadband, rural broadband strategy. It's absolutely critical, and we absolutely need to move forward. And it's a process to get to where we need to go. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand there's a difference of perspective between this government and our party about whether or not Canada should run large deficits, especially in the current context. But surely the member would acknowledge that the platform he ran on in the last election promised balanced budgets by this fiscal year. That was a clear commitment, and the Prime Minister was very specific about saying that commitment was very set in stone. And yet, we see the government running away from that commitment. claiming that, oh, we promised deficits. And they did promise deficits, but they promised limited deficits up to a point, not unlimited deficits. Would the member agree that his party has broken their promise with respect to deficits? And would he agree with us that the finance minister should at some point tell Canadians when their plan envisions the budget being balanced?
The member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you for the question from my honourable colleague. Mr. Speaker, when we came into power, we started to take a lay of the land. What's going on? What's happening? The investments that we're making into this country are investments that are actually critically needed. When we talk about investment in housing, we're not just making this up. People need to have a house, a home to go to every day so that they can find a job. I challenge anybody that doesn't live in a home, doesn't have a roof over their head, to go out and find a job. It's not an easy thing to do because nobody's going to want to hire you, Mr. Speaker. So when we look at the investments that we're making, whether it be on housing, whether it be on intellectual property, whether it be on digital superclusters, these are investments that are designed to help grow our economy, not to shrink it, Mr. Speaker, but to help grow the economy. We can't. Our country is like a six-cylinder engine firing on two cylinders. We're not going to go very far. We need to do things. We need to make investments that are going to help the other cylinders start to fire. And that is by helping people get a roof over their heads. That's by helping people find jobs. That's by helping employers want to hire people. That's creating an environment where people can thrive and businesses can thrive. Thank you.
Some comments, the honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to my honourable colleague for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. He touched on the issue of copyright, and I hope he will forgive me because I know it's not in C-86. But the question of what we do about the Copyright Modernization Act, it was brought in under former Minister of Heritage James Moore in the 41st Parliament, and the word education was put in there, and it's cost the publishers of this country, authors, publishers, creators, have lost $30 million from poor interpretation. It wasn't clear when the act was put forward. I remember talking to the minister at the time, former Minister James Moore, that it was going to cause confusion. And what has happened is that holus bolus, entire texts are being photocopied without providing copyright, without paying for the use of that material. And we're going to lose Canadian content. So I wonder if he has any thoughts of the direction this is going, because in the short term, Canadian publishers are going to need some financial support to help make up for the lost revenue from a poor interpretation of the act that was brought in the last Parliament.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I thank the honourable member for her again, another thoughtful question. The member may know that we are in the process of doing a copyright, the 5-year legislative review of copyright. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, when we set out to do this task, we laid out a format that would ensure that we heard from all the different segments. We heard from education, we heard from artists, we heard from writers, creators, we heard from producers, singers, songwriters, from lawyers and academics. And in short, Mr. Speaker, we have gone through about 180 witnesses. We've done a road trip so far, and we will be wrapping up our study by the end of this year. There's a lot of information we've heard from both sides, some anecdotal, some factual. That will be the challenge of the committee, is to source through the information and try to come up with recommendations that are well thought out and grounded in actionable items. Thank you.
In comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South. 30 seconds or less, and a 30-second answer,
Perfect,
please.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I'm on the Finance Committee now, and I very much enjoyed your remarks regarding IP and intellectual property, because it's certainly something we're talking a lot about. You talked about the IP Collective. Oh, sorry. The IP Collective, in terms of sharing of IP, and as a small business owner, it was certainly a struggle for small businesses to be able to afford to go through the process. Can the member talk a very small amount, possibly, about the opportunities for small business to be able to expand their opportunities within IP? Thank you.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Seconds or less. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague and seatmate for the wonderful question. The best example I'll give is again, the supercluster initiatives. When you have, they're not just small businesses, they're not just large businesses. It's a collaboration of a whole bunch of people, a whole bunch of organizations. So you could have one person in my riding with a one-man company who can tap into the superclusters and get access to intellectual property that they never would have had access to. And I'm going to say that when you have the ability to do that, Mr. Speaker, your mind can start to go in ways that we can't even imagine. Take out that IP, open it up, unleash the tech, unleash the intellectual property, and see where our country will go from there. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to have the opportunity today to speak about the government's Budget Implementation Act. Very, very long bill, really unprecedented in its length in terms of Canadian parliamentary history, despite promises to the contrary from this government. So there are many different aspects and themes that one could dig into. I'm going to focus my remarks on what I see as 5 kind of dominant debates that have emerged around this budget and share some thoughts on each of those 5 areas. I want to speak about the government's carbon tax and associated debates about the issue of climate change and how we should respond. The second issue I want to address is deficits. This government's massive deficits, relatively without precedent in peacetime and in times without a global economic downturn. I want to discuss some of the debates around poverty and equity and how we can and should be responding to those very real issues. I'll speak about the energy sector and pipelines, and finally, I want to address the government's media bailout. It's been interesting observing the debate around the media bailout, having conversations with some people I know in the press. And I will contend at that point very strongly that our position opposing the bailout is the fundamentally pro-media position. We recognize the importance of a strong independent media, and I think there's a legitimate discussion about what can be done that establishes conditions for the financial success of the media. But the way in which the government has approached this, whereby the media is dependent on the evaluations of a government-appointed panel, makes the media very vulnerable in terms of perceptions of lacking independence, and also, I think, vulnerable to the kinds of challenges that naturally arise when your viability has been put in a position where you're coming to a government-appointed body for dollars. But I'll speak more to that in a few minutes. So the first issue that I wanted to address, Mr. Speaker, is this question of the carbon tax. And we have a government that really does not want to have a debate around the effectiveness of the carbon tax as a tool. They will accuse anybody who does not agree with their chosen mechanism of policy for somehow being not serious about responding to the challenge of climate change. I sincerely believe that we need to respond to the challenge of climate change, and we need to do it in a way that's effective, which means not using the climate change issue as an excuse for imposing new taxes on Canadians. Let me make a few points about that. First point would be a historic one, that if we look at the record of the past Conservative government and the current government, and we look at the record of the previous Liberal government by contrast as well, the previous Liberal government under Chrétien and Martin had signed the Kyoto Protocol, and yet greenhouse gas emissions went up significantly during that period. Our Conservative government proposed binding sector-by-sector regulatory targets that were intensity-based. In other words, they did not penalize companies for increasing their output, but they sought to regulate in a way that enhanced the efficiency of our production here in Canada. And those kinds of measures would, over the long term, ensure and indeed increase our competitiveness. They would also ensure that we were part of effectively responding to the challenge of climate change. And if you look at the record, the objective record of greenhouse gas emissions under the previous government, emissions went down. This was the first government in Canadian history under which emissions went down. Now, in response to that, people like my friend from Spadina, Fort York, will praise the record of the Kathleen Wynne Liberals, which is not as popular in Ontario as he might wish it were. But if you look across different jurisdictions, you will see that in every single Canadian jurisdiction, emissions under the previous government went down, or they went up by less than they had under the previous Liberal government. In other words, what the member for Spadina Fort York might not want to be true but must recognize is true is that progress was achieved in terms of the issue of climate change and greenhouse gas emissions in every single jurisdiction across this country under the previous government. And that was done with an approach that emphasized binding sector-by-sector regulations, but it also ensured that individuals had the capital that they needed to make investments in these kinds of improvements. So rather than a punitive approach, like the carbon tax, which punishes people, we had things like the home renovation tax credit, which ensured that people who wanted to make energy improvement, innovations, investments in their own homes, they had the tax advantage in the process of doing it. That empowered people to engage with an issue I think that many people want to engage with, rather than the punitive approach adopted by this government. Now, what have we seen by this government? Well, upon taking office, they decided that they would take the punitive approach, that they would impose new taxes on Canadians. And make no mistake, this approach will and is designed to raise revenue for the federal government. The GST is consistently being charged on top of the carbon tax. The GST, obviously everybody knows, is a federal tax, and the imposition of the carbon tax in association with the GST means that this tax is designed to and will increase revenues for the federal government. And so it's a punitive approach, it's a negative approach, it's a taxation-oriented and revenue approach that is imposed on all Canadians, and because it's a point-of-sale tax, it is particularly regressive. Consumption taxes, we know, are more likely to hit those who are struggling economically. But even the natural regressivity of a sales tax was not enough for this government, who decided on top of that to impose an additional holiday or benefit for Canada's largest emitters. And it makes you, I think, wonder how sincere this government is in their rhetoric, because they will extol the virtues of a carbon tax, and yet they give a break to the largest emitters because they say, well, these large emitters, they'll really struggle to pay the carbon tax. It might hurt us economically. And yet they're completely indifferent to the suffering that this imposes on small and medium-sized businesses, to the suffering that this imposes on individual consumers, especially on low-income people who may not, without the benefits of things like the home renovation tax credit, without some of the positive, constructive policies that we had in place before, without things like that we had the transit tax credit, which was an environmental measure that benefited people that were using public transit. But without those kinds of measures, we were in a situation under this government where many people might not be able to make those kinds of investments that will allow them to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. And this underlines, I think, the failure of a punitive approach instead of a constructive approach. Our party believes that through constructive regulation, through supporting innovation, and not through punishing people, that we can work collaboratively for environmental improvements that don't hurt the economy. And I think that's what we saw previously. I'll just note parenthetically that whenever we talk about the issue of how greenhouse gas emissions went down under the previous government, somebody on the other side will always say that was only because of the global recession. And yet they never bring up the global recession in the context of deficits, which I'll go on to talk about next. When they want to complain about the fact that deficits were run under the previous government, they mysteriously forget that there was a global recession. But then when they're trying to explain away the real progress that was made under the previous government on the issue of greenhouse gas emissions, then they're happy to talk about the fact that there was a global economic downturn. But the reality is that Canada was relatively less affected by the global economic downturn because of prudent policies that were pursued by the previous government in the lead up to that. Canada was relatively less affected, and our emissions still went down, whereas other parts of the world were more affected, and yet global emissions went up. So it is simply not logical to say that the only reason greenhouse gas emissions went down was because of the global economic downturn, because Canada was outperforming the rest of the world in terms of environmental improvements as well as the economic situation relative to the rest of the world. And that, I think, very much contrasts with what we see under the previous government. I want to speak now to this discussion about deficits. And let's be very clear that we're dealing with a significant dissonance between what the government promised in the last election and what they're saying today. They promised 3 deficits, which would be a maximum of $10 billion, and then in the final fiscal year, the one upcoming, the budget would be balanced. And yet, the government has articulated absolutely no plan to balance the budget ever. It's great to see young people watching the debate today, and I know they will have to pay for the spending of this government long into their future as a result of the fact that the government has no plan to balance the budget and is spending money today that they will have to pay back tomorrow. At the very least, this is a broken promise. And how do members of the government respond to the reality that they broke a promise? We hear points like the previous speaker I believe from Pitt Meadows, who talked about, well, when we came into office, we started taking a look at the situation. Well, maybe you should start to take a look at the situation before you write your platform, because the fiscal situation is, I think, quite clear in terms of the reports that come out from government, in terms of all the financial data that's publicly available. It's not as if you should pretend to be surprised by the fiscal situation, and yet the Prime Minister made commitments that he said were very set in stone, and yet he broke those commitments as soon as he came to office. So the government has to explain why they brought one spending plan to Canadians in the election and they delivered a completely different spending plan as soon as they got elected. But beyond the question of the broken promise, it is hard for me to understand how anyone who claims to care about their children, about the next generation, would impose on them the burden of paying for the benefits we enjoy today plus interest. Sometimes we hear members across the way raise the specter of austerity. Well, let's be clear that the worst cases of austerity are those that we've seen in countries which have had no choice as a result of a debt crisis. That when you spend with no plan of ever balancing the budget, you get yourself into a situation where the most severe form of austerity is forced on you whether you like it or not. Because what goes up ultimately what must come down. What we advocate then is having a plan to control spending. That is, to moderate the growth of spending in such a way as to balance the budget, not to dramatically increase spending beyond government revenue. And it is a little bit absurd to suggest that any call for spending control, any call for balance is somehow austerity. I think this is a grievous misuse of the word austerity, as if to imply that we only have two choices: austerity on the one hand, or out-of-control spending on the other. I actually think that we can pursue a middle way, which is prudent, measured spending that recognizes fiscal realities while still investing as much as possible in the future in social programs, but in a way that ensures those social programs will be sustainable. because members across the way know that if you spend more than you have consistently, if you make promises, as the Kathleen Wynne Liberals did, that are completely unbudgeted and you have no plan to pay for it, then yes, people are going to be disappointed when those things can't be delivered on. But it is a result of overspending. It is a result of out-of-control debt and deficits that then subsequent generations have to pay not only for their own needs, but they have to pay down the debt, they have to pay interest on the consumption of previous generations. Mr. Speaker, we propose a fiscal policy that avoids the need to pay massive interest and instead is prudent and measured, and one in which, when we make spending commitments to people, we do so in the context of a balanced budget so that they can have the certainty that those programs will be there for the future. What we see from this government is these branded plans, these national strategies that often involve most of the spending in the latter years of those programs, that they have no realistic fiscal plan of actually delivering on. It's a grievous problem. It's one that will negatively affect the next generation and the most vulnerable, because inevitably, when you promise things you can't deliver, you won't be able to deliver them. I think that's a good segue into making a few comments about this government's approach to the issue of poverty. The Budget Implementation Act proposes to legislate goals, legislate the hopes and aspirations of policymakers, which, might I humbly submit, is not going to provide very much confidence or reassurance to those who are actually living in poverty. What I think makes much more sense are concrete policies that benefit the most vulnerable. And I've already spoken about how the carbon tax disproportionately impacts those who are most vulnerable in terms of being forced to pay more and not getting the same holidays that the large emitters get. But this government, they legislate goals. They spend $500,000 developing a logo for an anti-poverty organization, and yet they don't pursue the kinds of policies that we pursue that actually help the most vulnerable. Conservatives invested significantly in housing first homelessness. We raised the base personal exemption, and we lowered the lowest marginal tax rate, and we cut the GST, which is the one tax that everybody pays. So our approach was to recognize the need to help the most vulnerable, but also to understand that helping the most vulnerable should not be an excuse to increase the size of government. Big government does not benefit those who need help the most. Constantly growing government benefits well-connected insiders, as we've seen consistently from the policies of this government. So how about this government consider following the positive track record of the previous government, that is, to provide tax relief through raising the base personal exemption, through lowering the lowest marginal rate, through cutting the GST, through providing relief on the carbon tax to those who need that support the most. There is nothing progressive about this government's approach to policy, which gives huge amounts of money in corporate welfare, in payouts to companies, for example, in the case of Bombardier, who even said they didn't need it, and then used a substantial portion of that money for, who used some of that money to give benefits to executives. There is nothing that helps the most vulnerable when the government subsidizes CEOs through policies like the superclusters. When instead we could have a competitive tax regime, we could cut taxes for the most vulnerable, we could establish the conditions in which people can keep more of their own money and use more of their own money to meet their own needs. But instead, this government uses climate change, uses poverty, uses whatever excuse they can come up with as part of their insatiable plan to increase the size of government and to increase government spending. I'm going to go on and try and hit the last 2 points in the brief time I have left, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to our energy resources, we see the government spending huge amounts of public money buying a pipeline with no plan to get the pipeline built. Under the previous government, 4 pipelines were built, some of which did increase our ability to move resources to Tidewater. The government has no plan to proceed with pipelines. They're bringing in legislation like C-48 and C-69 that significantly hurt our ability to move forward in terms of pipeline, while through the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, they are paying a Chinese-controlled bank, an instrument of Chinese foreign policy, to build pipelines overseas. Their justification is that, well, Canadian firms might get some of that work. Well, I visited the headquarters of the Asian Infrastructure Bank in Beijing, and they told us that regardless of whether Canada is a member of that bank or not, Canadian firms would still have the same ability to bid for work through that bank. So this talking point for justifying sending hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars to China to build pipelines in Azerbaijan and other places instead of building pipelines here by getting out of the way of the private sector, that talking point holds absolutely no water. And finally, on the point of the independence of the media, $600 million of taxpayer money going to a bailout of the media. And leading voices in the media have talked about how problematic this is, because a strong independent media requires independence. It also requires the perception of independence. And I know that journalists recognize that the perception of governments handing over major, significant amounts of money through a process that fundamentally can be controlled by government makes them so much more vulnerable to misperceptions and to criticisms. And we need to have an independent media that is independent of government that can do its job well. This attack on the independence of the media through the government attempt to control the process of allocation of funds. It is a significant threat to the independence of media, I think more so than we've seen in the recent history of this country, more so certainly than the odd verbal criticism here and there. For these and many other reasons that I don't have time to go into because it's such a long bill, I'm going to be opposing this act. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague's intervention today, and I noticed two quotes he said in reference to the Conservative Party. He said, quote, "We advocate for controlled spending." And he also said, quote, "Nothing beyond revenue generating is what the Conservatives would propose." Yet, Mr. Speaker, if you actually look at the Conservative record, Conservative parties, over the last 19 budgets that Conservatives introduced, 16 of them ran deficits. The 3 that they did not run deficits, 2 of them came on the heels of a surplus of $13 billion that Paul Martin left, and the other one came in 2015, when we had to sell off shares of GM, cut EI, do whatever we possibly could before an election to make it look as though they had balanced the budget. As a matter of fact, if you add up over the last 151 years, Mr. Speaker, the amount of debt that's been accumulated by this country, the Conservatives have been in power for 38% of the time and racked up 73% of the debt that we currently owe. So my question to the member is very simple. In what world does he live where he actually thinks that the Conservative Party has any bearing to stand and preach this issue about fiscal responsibility when the facts just don't support it over the last 151 years?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this member really does have to go back 151 years to try and distract attention from the particular questions of his government's fiscal policy. He can't point to the fiscal prudence of Liberal prime ministers 100 years ago to justify the policies that they are pursuing today, which is a massive engorgement of the public sector. And if the member is shouting about Paul Martin, let me tell you that notwithstanding some points of disagreement, I would gladly take Paul Martin over this finance minister. I would gladly take the relative prudence of those previous governments compared to the out-of-control spending of this government. And I think that member who wants to claim the benefits of those previous governments needs to recognize how much his party has changed, how much, to the extent that the Liberals ever embodied a recognition of the need for fiscal prudence, how far the current policies of this government have completely and totally left them behind. Look, I wouldn't propose to hold him accountable for all the decisions of his party in the past. I wouldn't blame him for residential schools opened by Pierre Trudeau or for other significant policy errors made by previous governments which share the same label. But I ask him to defend his policies today, which are a disaster for this country.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jean.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleagues' remarks, and I'd like to talk about my area, Lac-Saint-Jean, Saguenay. Now, in our city, I represent the riding of Jonquière, but in Saguenay, the government had promised us in 2015 large investments in infrastructure, and it was supposed to be the summum of investments in our area. But according to Statistics Canada, according to what was announced for my city, a large part of income is really needed in homes in our city. And under Bill C-86, there's going to be, we think there should be more resources allocated to social housing. I mean, we always hear the government talking about it on the other side, but it's only after the elections that that money will actually be released. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that.
Speaker, I think my colleague makes some very good points that the government overpromises in so many different areas ahead of an election, and then we often don't see the results. And I think the member was alluding to the fact as well that in some of these heavily branded, heavily promoted social policy discussions that they want to put in the window, oftentimes we see how the money is allocated towards the end of an extended period of time. So they'll present a lengthy 10-year spending plan where spending is end-loaded at a time when they can then reevaluate at that point. So I think it's unfortunate to see these kinds of tactics from the government. Obviously, there's limited fiscal capacity. You can't spend on everything all at once. And a better approach is to be frank and honest with people about the realities of the fiscal limitations that we face, rather than creating all kinds of false expectations, spending all these resources on branding exercises, but then not actually delivering the goods for vulnerable people, for the middle class, and for everyone when it actually comes time to do so.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
The new member is a good young speaker in the House, and I used to joke that his parents perhaps read too much Ayn Rand to him as a bedtime story, and he protested and said no, he didn't get that until high school. But maybe it's Adam Smith, but he didn't read the right Adam Smith. He only read Wealth of Nations and not the very good books on morality and the need to be socially progressive. And then I heard him talk like Tony Blair today about finding the middle way. And I thought, my goodness, I've really got this guy wrong. But, Mr. Speaker, the climate change numbers he cited, he claims that the Harper government reduced greenhouse gas emissions by not doing anything and simply asking industry to voluntarily cut emissions. But yet what we know to be absolutely true is that the global recession, yes, was one of the most significant contributors. In fact, the Tories liked the global recession so much they tried to start a second one all on their own in the last year of their government. And they almost did it until we had the election and then we changed course. But the reality is that Ontario reduced its greenhouse gas emissions by 40%. And is about a third of the economy. When a third of the economy reduces its greenhouse gas emissions by 40%, almost entirely due to the elimination of coal plants, which the party opposite protested and said, no, we need more coal. You can't run a country without coal. When the member opposite realizes that it was the elimination of coal and a global recession and the progressive implementation by cities across the country in reduction of greenhouse gases, well, he finally abandoned this notion that somehow Stephen Harper did anything about greenhouse gas emissions other than complain that doing something was a headache for him.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of headaches, I have not read Ayn Rand, and I want to clarify for the member the source of my philosophical education and the books he should read in order to understand it more deeply. He talked about finding the middle way. I would recommend Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle, which speaks of virtue as being a mean between the extremes. And also I've recommended After Virtue by Alistair McIntyre to him on a number of occasions. I think that would give him a better understanding of, rather than throwing out titles with, I think, very little appreciation for how they might or might not actually relate to the substance of my comments. And I'd be happy to sponsor the member's reading over the Christmas holidays if he'd like either of those books sent to him. Now, in terms of the issue of looking at changes that happened in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, I made the point very clearly that emissions went down or went up by less in every single jurisdiction across the country during the period of the Conservative government as compared to the period under the previous Liberal government. So we saw progress in every single jurisdiction. Now we can debate the particular policies of any provincial government, and I know Ontario just came out of an election in which the policies of the Kathleen Wynne government were widely debated, and they ended up with fewer seats than my minivan. But if he wants to take a similar approach to the people of Ontario in the next federal election, I can tell you I would certainly welcome that debate. Our approach that brought about progress in every single jurisdiction across this country is an approach that resonated with Canadians, that will resonate with Canadians, that shows we can achieve progress without using the environment as an excuse to impose new taxes on Canadians. That's exactly what they are trying to do.
Here. Questions and comments? We have time for a very brief one if it's out there. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-Larable. You have 30 seconds and the answer 20. 30. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And all I want to do is congratulate my colleague for his excellent remarks and for his in-depth knowledge. Would my colleague have other reading suggestions for my Liberal colleague opposite?
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai beaucoup...
Mr. Speaker, I have many suggestions and many recommendations for my colleague. But, you know, I've been making the same recommendations for years in the House. But it is clear that he hasn't necessarily started that reading list. So I'll just give him those titles for now.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time with the member for Winnipeg South. And before I start, I just want to say this could very easily be a great day for Indigenous people in Canada. Because just after 3 p.m., if things go according to Hoyle, which sometimes they don't occur in this Parliament, there will be a discussion of using Aboriginal languages in this House. And this is a great sentiment of reconciliation if an Indigenous youth can see their Indigenous language being used at the center of our democracy in the nation. So I look forward to that and hope everyone else does. So my speech is going to be on a topic that's come up quite often in this debate, Mr. Speaker, and I have to say you're doing a fine job during this debate, and that is on omnibus bills. And it's just to explain the technical aspects and how they work, particularly for new members of Parliament or even new senators. So if you're not interested in hearing the standing orders and how an omnibus bill works, then you could go have lunch. So omnibus bills historically in the Parliament, there was no description of them, there was no definition of them since 1888. Nothing happened. But then up till the recent government, when there was what was felt to be an abuse of doing too many things, basically, to oversimplify, doing too many things or more than one major thing in a particular bill. So what was felt was there was an example of a bill that would happen to be a budget bill, as an example, that had a whole bunch of clauses and things related to the environment that had nothing to do with the budget speech. They're unrelated to the budget speech. So this was felt to be an abuse of a bill, of bringing a bill forward, of bringing a budget implementation bill forward, or an abuse of what some people called, as I said, there's no definition, but of an omnibus bill. And that was unacceptable. So in the last campaign, our party made the suggestion that we would remove the potential for that abuse, reduce that, and make a change related to that. And on June 20th, 2017, we actually did make that correction so that people could not use bills like either in the general course of Parliament, just bringing forth a bill and doing unrelated things in it, so there was a whole bunch of things, or more than at least one, or during budget implementation bringing things that were not at all related to the budget. So the way we completed that promise and fulfilled that promise was by adding a standing order, which the House here, us in Parliament, approved, Standing Order 69.1. And so there's two sections to it. The first section talks about just in the general course of doing legislation. And it says, subsection 1 says, in the case where the government bill seeks to repeal, amend, or enact more than one act, and where there is not common element connecting the various provisions, or where unrelated matters are linked, the Speaker shall have the power to divide questions for the purpose of voting on the motion for second reading and the reference to a committee, and motion for third reading and passage of the bill. The Speaker shall have the power to combine clauses of the bill thematically and to put the aforementioned questions of each of these groups of clauses separately, providing that there will be a single debate at each stage. So that is how that promise was kept, and that was dealt with. And not only was that kept, but subsequent to that time, it's actually been used. It's been used at least twice, and I'll give the two examples. On June 11th, on 2018, that was used on a bill related to national security, and the Speaker split it into 3 votes. On October 31st in 2017, this new provision protecting abuse from omnibus bills was used, and a correction, it was proposed to be used, it was brought to the Speaker, it was proposed to related to a corrections bill, but the Speaker ruled that the items were related, so that he did not actually split the bill. So the second potential use of the omnibus bill, as I talked about earlier, is a budget bill. Now, those who understand legislation know that you have a budget speech, but of course that's not the law. You need a bill, budget implementation bill, that actually brings into course what's in the speech. And as I said, the Liberals thought there was an abuse of power in using that budget implementation speech to do things that had a whole bunch of major serious things that were not limited to the budget. So they wanted to remove that potential of abuse. And so the subsection 2, titled a budget implementation bill, subsection 2 of 69.1 standing order says, the present standing order shall not apply if the bill has its main purpose the implementation of a budget and contains only provisions that were announced in the budget presentation or in the documents tabled during the budget presentation. So a budget bill, of course, budgets, as you know, often deal with dozens of departments, spending in dozens of departments. That's what a budget does. So a budget implementation bill has to implement all those things. So it could be very, very long. It could be 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 pages. Whoever knows, whatever it takes to implement what's in the budget. And I think most people would suggest, most parliamentarians would suggest that more changes, if you happen to agree with them, more changes of improving things in Canada, obviously is going to make a longer bill, whether you reduce or increase or modify expenditures. You're going to have to put them into the implementation bill. So the length of it is not relevant unless you go off course of what was not in the budget. So it could be very long, but the key is the abuse of it if you did something major that was not in the budget. So that's why this particular subsection 2 of the standing order makes it sure that you can do a budget, but again, gives the authority to the Speaker to split things out that were not in the budget or the tabling documents that went with the budget. So in both those ways, that promise was obviously fulfilled, and the provisions made in to stop abuse of the one that the party thought was being abused, plus also it stopped the abuse in the general course of doing legislation. Now, in the second case, I'll just give you an example. Not only is it being put into place and it's legislated now, it's a part of the standing orders approved by this Parliament, but that has actually been used too. Subsection 2 has actually been used too since that time. And it was used at least once, and that was on November 3rd of 2017. and the Speaker split that into that budget bill into 5 votes because there were items that were not in the particular budget. I think there might have been, I can't remember for sure, but 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're doing a good job. There were, if I remember correctly, the standing order said that it has to be in a budget. But the item was in a budget, but it was in a previous budget, which the Speaker didn't really agree. And, of course, then he split that vote. So that provision allows the Speaker to split it, and it's been used. So, as I said, there was no provisions for this type of protection. I think it makes our legislative system better, that both in normal legislation, you can't put a whole bunch of things in one bill that are totally unrelated, and in a budget bill, you can't, it could be really long, but it can't include things that weren't in the budget documents or in the budget speech. And since 1888, as I said, 1 minute, as I said, that there's been no provision to protect against that in Parliament. There were some times where bills were split, but it was done by politics, not by the standing order. So you may remember that in March 2nd in 1982, in the great bell-ringing exercise, it actually convinced parliamentarians to change and split a bill, but it wasn't done under any authority of the standing orders. So I just wanted to clarify that, to get it on the record so people know how these types of bills, who can split, who can't, what's more appropriate to try and improve the legislation in this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions or comments? Yeah, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, one of the issues that we've been dealing with throughout the Budget Implementation Act, and I mentioned it earlier and I'll say it again, that the member from Carleton has asked almost 500 times, Mr. Speaker, either in committee, in the House of Commons, or during question period about when the budget will be balanced. So I'm going to ask through you to the honourable member, when will the budget be balanced?
Well, member for Yukon.
Thank you, and I've already mentioned this House that the Conservatives have already lost that argument. They're right, they've asked 500 times, but it was inappropriate that they suggest that members of Parliament should know when a budget will or will not be balanced, because they could never answer when they were not going to balance 8 or 9 out of 10 of their own budgets.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, if ever I heard filler in a speech, that was it. Congratulations to the member for Yukon. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue with the omnibus budget bills that were brought forward by the former Harper government and now this, there are a number of issues here. It's not just whether or not the matters may relate to finance or to the budget. They have to do with, first of all, the Liberals promised in the election that they ran in 3 years ago that they would not repeat the omnibus budget bills that Mr. Harper brought forward. The other issue is, yes, something like a carbon tax bill may be a financial matter, but it was a massive legislative undertaking that merited review unto itself instead of being thrown into the middle of other financial matters that folks in the Finance Committee may wish to discuss. So trying to rationalize this is what budget bills are, this is what omnibus bills are, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, just does not address the problem that we have with the current sitting government.
The honourable member for Yukon.
I'm not sure if I totally understand the question, but the abuse, my understanding is the promise made was that the abuse of budget implementation bill by putting a whole bunch of things in it that were not in the budget itself is what is inappropriate. So the standing order, which I read out in my speech, precludes putting a number of things into the budget that were not, and the budget documents that are tabled with the budget. It's not appropriate to put those brand new things into the budget implementation bill. And that is what's been corrected in here. As to what's in a budget itself, then that's another debate which I didn't address, and it's interesting that the member has brought that up.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's many things that I could actually ask my colleague and friend about the budget, because I believe that it's really fulfilling a great number of commitments that were made in the last federal election. But the most important commitment that we made in the last federal election was to support Canada's middle class, was aspiring to be a part of it, looking at ways in which we can further develop social programs and so forth. And I think that we've really materialized on those commitments. And for me personally, Mr. Speaker, a healthy middle class means a healthier, more robust economy, and they both complement each other. And I'm wondering if my friend could just provide his thoughts on the importance of supporting Canada's middle class.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. I thank the member for the question. I won't answer it exactly. What I'll answer is that related to it is that when I came to Parliament was to help people that were in desperate needs or in need, lower income people. And some of the provisions we brought forward will bring those into the middle class, and some may not. Of course, the very first thing we did, as our promise, was we reduced taxes for the middle class. And as has been mentioned many times in this House, the average family would now be about $2,000 better off. But the things that I'm proud of and why I came to Parliament is increasing the guaranteed income supplement for the poorest seniors, increasing the financial assistance to the poorest students, increasing the financial assistance to the poorest families, and finally, in the most recent budget, increasing the income tax on working people, the tax credit, which actually moves up in the from lower income over 2 million Canadians. So in all those areas, and when you provide this type of money to people that really need it, they spend it right away, and it goes into all our small businesses and really boosts the economy. So that in the Yukon, an unprecedented, we have virtually almost no unemployment at the time. It's incredible. And you top all those provisions we gave to people that really need it with the doubling or tripling of infrastructure that's in almost every community in the Yukon, and we're in a great situation.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Hear, hear.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on Bill C-86, the Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 2, and particularly speak about Division 18 that establishes in law the Department for Women and Gender Equality, or WAGE for short, Mr. Speaker. Creating the Department for Women and Gender Equality will modernize and formalize the important roles of the Status of Women Canada Agency and of its minister, and provide a secure base from which to reinforce and expand the work that Status of Women Canada has been doing for decades. Canada has had a minister responsible for Status of Women since 1971, but it was only under our Prime Minister who appointed the first minister fully dedicated to Status of Women. Since its early days as an agency, Status of Women Canada has grown into a centre of gender expertise. It has led the way in areas such as gender-based research and gendered policy development and analysis, Mr. Speaker, as well as intergovernmental coordination and international leadership on gender issues. Through its women's program, the agency has also led the way in providing funding support for equality-seeking organizations across the country that work at increasing women's economic security and prosperity, encouraging women's leadership and democratic participation, and ending violence against women and girls. Mr. Speaker, our government has made gender equality one of its top priorities. Transforming Status of Women Canada into a full department reflects the central importance this government places on gender equality. Gender equality, Mr. Speaker, I know you know, isn't a women's issue. It's an issue for everyone. Hear, hear. If we get this right, we all benefit. This is not just a philosophical or theoretical observation. It is based on our actual economic performance. Labor force participation rates of women have grown tremendously over the past few decades, from just 22% in 1950 to well over 80% today. Bringing more women into the workforce has been one of the most powerful drivers of our economic growth. In fact, increasing numbers of women in the workforce over the last 40 years has accounted for approximately 1/3, that's 33%, Mr. Speaker, of the per capita growth in Canada's real gross domestic product. Having more women in the workforce has not only opened up new doors of opportunities for women, it has also driven economic growth, boosted family incomes, and helped more and more families join the middle class. Canada today is a much richer, healthier, and more equitable country than it was just a few decades ago. But despite our progress, that door of opportunity is not yet fully open. There are still too many barriers to the full participation of women. There are still too many missed opportunities caused by gender gaps in a number of different areas, including education and career options, economic participation, and leadership. For example, there is still a substantial gender wage gap in this country, Mr. Speaker. In Canada, in 2017, for every dollar a man earned, a woman earned only 88.5 cents. And this doesn't tell the whole story because many more women than men work only part-time, largely due to the fact that many women cannot take on full-time employment because of household and family care responsibilities. Key sectors in our economy that represent high-quality and well-paid jobs, like the high-tech sector, where women make up only a quarter of the workforce, have major labor shortages. We've heard that in the House, Mr. Speaker. We are working to remove barriers to women's participation in these fields so that we can fill those jobs, and in doing so, grow our economy and our middle class. Mr. Speaker, increasing our efforts to remove barriers and enhancing gender equality in this country is not just the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do to strengthen the middle class and grow Canada's economy. In fact, RBC Economics estimates that if men and women participated equally in the workforce, Canada's GDP could be boosted by as much as 4% more over the next few years and could partially offset the expected effects of an aging population. So, Mr. Speaker, how do we get there from here? For one thing, we start with the basics, budgets. Budgets are about making choices on where we allocate limited resources. Putting a gender and diversity lens on budgeting gives us the ability to understand how our economic decisions affect people differently. And when we know that, we can allocate government resources more equitably and more efficiently, benefiting all Canadians. We presented our first ever gender statement in a budget in 2017. We are now introducing a new gender results framework, which is a whole of government tool to measure how we are doing and to help define what is needed to achieve gender equality as we go forward. At the same time, we recognize that gender identities are complex, Mr. Speaker. Not all women experience inequality and not all men experience privilege. Binary notions of gender do not work for all Canadians. Race, class, sexuality, and ability, among other factors, all intersect to profoundly impact how gender is experienced in daily life. With this legislation promoting gender equality and the advancement of women, including women with disabilities, Indigenous women, and women in other vulnerable areas such as newcomer and immigrant women, would continue to be the central focus of the new Department for Women and Gender Equality. But the new department would also have an expanded mandate for gender equality, which includes sexual orientation as well as gender identity and expression in response to the unique challenges faced by members of the LGBTQ2 community. Mr. Speaker, our government will not shy away from taking strong action on equality, from appointing the first ever gender-balanced federal cabinet to the first federal minister fully dedicated to gender issues, to the first gender budget, launching Canada's first ever strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence, and unparalleled investment in women and girls. Our government is advancing gender equality within Canada and around the world. And just closing, Mr. Speaker, our government understands that gender equality creates economic growth, and with the Department of Women and Gender Equality, we will strengthen our capacity to advance gender equality and grow the middle class through policy, programming, and support for equality-seeking organizations and community partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to maybe pick up an answer in the questions and comments from the previous speaker and put it to this one. The previous speaker thought that the question of when the budget would be balanced is not a sensible question and was rightly ignored 400 times by this minister. So I will ask this speaker if this is not a legitimate question, that no government can tell when a budget is going to be balanced or unbalanced, and they shouldn't answer a question like that, why they promised on page 12 of their policy or platform document in the last election that they would, quote, after 2 fiscal years, the deficit will decline and our investment plan will return Canada to a balanced budget in 2019. Why did they run on that plan? And does he agree with the other minister or the previous speaker that it shouldn't matter when the budget will be balanced?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I think the honourable member, because he is here, was part of the 2015 election where, fortunately, Canadians gave us on this side of the House a mandate. And, Mr. Speaker, we made a choice, and Canadians had a choice. Balance the budget at all costs or invest in Canadians. And we took the latter approach, Mr. Speaker. We're investing in major ways, $180 billion, Mr. Speaker, in infrastructure that is going to transform our communities. Municipalities across the country are so pleased with this government. $40 billion for a national housing strategy that is going to, among other things, Mr. Speaker, keep women safe, is going to provide transition housing and shelters. Mr. Speaker, and I could go on and on with the kinds of investments we made, but again, Mr. Speaker, we were not going to balance the budget at all costs and cut benefits to veterans. We were not going to close status of women offices across the country as they did. Mr. Speaker, we chose to invest in Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member as well for his speech. You know, as the senior spokesperson for the NDP, one of the things that my office deals with very frequently is often elderly senior women who are in desperate poverty, dealing with issues of needing to find resources to access health care, pay for their medication. You know, sometimes they're trying to find somewhere to live because the cost of housing is growing every day in our country, especially and not forgettably in rural and remote communities like the ones that I represent. So, you know, we work with those women, we do what we can for them. But at the same time, I'm talking to younger women who are not able to afford daycare. Or they work, and at the end of the month, they maybe earn $40 to $60 because the rest of that money goes onto childcare. And so, you know, when I look at this, I see this spectrum continuing. You know, these elderly women that I work with every day, they worked at home, they did very important work, but they didn't get to have the opportunity to pay into a pension plan, into their CPP, and so they're living in poverty. And now we have young women in this country that are getting put into the same cycle where they're not able to pay into these resources. So I'm just wondering if the member could share with this House how come this, again, does not address that core issue for women in this country of childcare and providing the supports that they need so that they can do the job that they want to do. When the member talks about adding to the economy and having the important part of young women and women across this country joining that economy, it's really hard to do when all of your money is going to pay for childcare.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague across the way for her very important question. And I'll start where she began with elderly, senior women. Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting, and her colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith and I, and in fact the entire FIWO committee, the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, are looking at that very issue as we speak, the situations of senior women in our country. And, Mr. Speaker, we know there's further work to do, and we are going to work on that together. But, Mr. Speaker, I would remind the honourable member that we strengthen the GIS, and for poor seniors in this country, many of them women. It's an extra $1,700 a year, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member will know that we reversed the Harper government decision to increase the age of eligibility for GIS and OAS. We reversed their decision, and it's now 65 again. We've strengthened the CPP. And on childcare, because I see you're giving me the high sign, Mr. Speaker, $7.5 billion, Mr. Speaker, over 10 years, which is going to realize 40,000 new childcare spaces in the immediate future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to rise in this place, and on behalf of my constituents who sent me here to add my voice to the debate. So I would like to take us back to the election in 2015 and review the Liberals' proposition that they put to Canadians. The Liberals campaigned on a very specific promise. They ran on a promise to run modest deficits for a maximum of 3 years and then return to a surplus within the fourth year of a mandate. And this was a key promise. It was a point of differentiation between not only themselves and the Conservative Party, but also between themselves and the New Democratic Party. So this was an important piece of their campaign. It was part of the basis upon which they were elected. And so, Mr. Speaker, they have ignored the question of balanced budgets in this Act and continually in this Parliament. And I want to draw to Canadians' attention on their document, their campaign document, Real Change, a New Plan for a Strong Middle Class. There's a nice picture on page 11 of the Prime Minister pretending to operate a crane. And on the next page, on page 12, it says, quote, "We will run modest short-term deficits of less than $10 billion in each of the next 2 fiscal years to fund historic investments in infrastructure in our middle class. After the next 2 fiscal years, the deficit will decline and our investment plan will return Canada to a balanced budget in 2019. Mr. Speaker, it's right there. This government took that message to the doors across Canada. It was a part of the platform that every single one of these Liberal members of Parliament signed on for and took to their constituents. And, Mr. Speaker, we know they were successful in this message. They put it to Canadians that a small, modest, short-term deficit was necessary in order to fund infrastructure, and that this would not be a structural deficit, that this would not be how they fund ongoing program expenditure and just general government bloat. Mr. Speaker, they promised to build infrastructure with this deficit money and that the budget would then just balance itself. So Canadians were taken in by this promise, as well as many others that were subsequently broken, like the promises on electoral reform, on military procurement, on access to information reform, on strengthening privacy protection, to never use time allocation, which they have done on this bill, to never introduce omnibus legislation, which this bill is. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but the promise to not run and not return Canada to the bad old days of structural deficits was a promise that Canadians must have believed when they voted for these Liberals. I hope that Canadians believe them. I hope that Canadians have not become so cynical that they actually just assumed that the Liberals were lying when they promised a balanced budget. I presume that Canadians took them at their word and believed that they were planning to run modest deficits for the first 3 years with a return to balance in 2019. So setting aside the question of credibility and cynicism in politics, why does this even matter? The previous speaker told us at length why, well, they just couldn't balance a budget and it's not all that important. All these other things are much more important. But, Mr. Speaker, it matters because today's deficits will be paid for in the future either by service cuts, so expenditures that they are proudly talking about undertaking in years to come will be threatened by their deficit, or by tax increases, or both. So structural deficits really are an exercise in taking away from the future in order to pay for today. It's intergenerational theft, and Canadians don't support it, Mr. Speaker. Interest on the federal debt is expected to grow quickly to $37 billion a year, almost the amount that the federal government transfers to provinces for health care. Canadians would rather have health care than interest on debt, Mr. Speaker. So these deficits are extremely important to programs that Canadians rely on. So the finance minister might himself, perhaps he isn't fussed about deficits. The prime minister, as has been said by others before, that he's never had to worry about money, Mr. Speaker, and so he doesn't worry about Canadians' money. Now that we're in the 4th year of this government, we still haven't got a budget that's balanced itself. And the government has had all the good luck that it possibly could have. It inherited a fiscal legacy that was the strongest in the G7, a legacy that was a product of the previous government's economic stewardship, which led Canada through the global economic crisis and its aftermath. It's a legacy hard won, and a legacy even, admittedly, that previous Liberal governments had contributed to. Successive finance ministers, but especially Conservative Finance Minister Jim Flaherty, handed this finance minister a legacy that he has squandered. And this is a fact, Mr. Speaker. It's not a question for debate. They were left a balanced budget. The PBO confirmed this, that this government inherited a surplus that was quickly squandered through the swift, in fact, the immediate undertaking of additional expense, pushing Canada into deficit. They inherited much more than just the sound fiscal management of the previous government, though, Mr. Speaker, and to be fair, even the government before that. What they inherited also were rising commodity prices. Global commodities were at rock bottom when this government was sworn in. Prices, the price of oil in particular, having collapsed during the last year and a half of the last year of the previous government. Prices were at rock bottom and rising steadily since. They inherited a global economy that was on the brink of recession when they were elected and has been humming along strongly since. They have inherited a booming American economy. They've inherited low interest rates. They've inherited a housing boom in Canada's two largest housing markets. None of these things were things that they should have counted on, yet even with all these advantages, they have not been able to keep their own promise. And take away any one of these advantages and their fiscal situation will deteriorate very quickly. Rising interest rates will have a negative impact on Canadians who are already deeply in debt, and they will affect the government's budget as well. And government borrowing competes with private borrowing, driving up consumer interest rates as well and inflation. This government is not prepared for a shift to historically normal interest rates. Significant portions of the national debt will mature in the next few years, and this minister has not given sufficient answers to how this will affect Canada's finances. The end of the real estate boom may hurt economic activity in Toronto and Vancouver. That's going to be a factor in Canada's budget balance. A global recession, another collapse in commodity prices, protectionism, a future financial collapse worldwide. Any of these things could happen at any time, and this government has squandered its fiscal capacity to deal with these things through its structural deficit in which they broke a promise to create. And there's nothing in this Budget Implementation Act to address the deficit. There's also nothing in it to get the Trans Mountain expansion built. There's nothing in it to address the capital flight from Canada. There's nothing in this act that will give comfort to the thousands of auto workers in Oshawa who have just lost their jobs, or the tens of thousands more who are likely worrying if they are next. There's nothing in this act to give relief to Canadians concerned about whether or not they can afford basic necessities that are made more expensive by their carbon tax, even as chosen industrial emitters are exempted and others are merely chased out of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, this Budget Implementation Act does nothing to help strengthen the middle class. In fact, quite the opposite. It telegraphs a future of deficits and debt and capital flight, which will lead to further job loss. Mr. Speaker, nothing in this is going to, and the other thing, with only the moment or two that I have left, this Budget Implementation Act is not going to get any energy products to market, as others have suggested on this side. They promised TMX would be under construction by this past summer. The summer has come and gone. The money has gone to Texas. There's no pipeline, and that will continue to exacerbate the price discount on Alberta oil, which is also threatening to expand and make it more difficult for this government or a future government to balance the budget. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I am very disappointed in this act, and I will not be supporting this bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have two questions. Thank you, member, for his speech. I have two questions. One is, he said this was an omnibus bill, and as he knows, it's defined as if there's something in the Budget Implementation Act to implement something that wasn't in the budget. So if he could just mention what he's referring to that was in the Budget Implementation Act that's not in the budget, that would make an omnibus bill. My second question is, as a discussion just a few minutes ago about childcare, we had a national childcare program under the Honourable Ken Dryden, under the Right Honourable Paul Martin, and the Conservatives and the NDP got rid of that by defeating Paul Martin and bringing in Harper. And I see the Conservatives are clapping. They're against childcare. But my question is, we now put in another one. It's been great for my, we have a agreement with my riding, Yukon, and so there's another national childcare program brought back. If the Conservatives, if the member got in, would he be in favour of the Conservatives getting rid of that national childcare program as well?
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, there's quite a bit there to address, Mr. Speaker. I'll start with the first on omnibus legislation, Mr. Speaker. This government promised not to introduce omnibus legislation, and we have seen them do exactly that through a number of bills that have been introduced in this Parliament. Some have been broken up by the Speaker, and this bill at 800 pages long to be debated under the guillotine of time allocation, where one cannot even realistically dive into each and every piece of it, is in contravention of the promise that they ran on, one of the many promises they ran on in the last election. On the issue of childcare, indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Martin government was defeated. It was defeated on a number of issues, including the issue he mentions. Perhaps corruption might have been a bigger factor in that election too. But the previous government introduced the child benefit, or the predecessor to the current program of this government, because the Harper government knew that parents don't want a national federal program such as the one that the Martin government fell on. They want to have choice, and putting money into a parent's pocket that they can choose how to spend for their family. In that election, Mr. Speaker, I recall a Liberal saying, boy, we can't just give parents cash. They'll just spend it on beer and popcorn. Mr. Speaker, such is the type of arrogance that comes from this party and why it was defeated in that election.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. And just before he spoke, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Status of Women did a speech, and he focused on this budget being about gender equity and gender equality. And I would suggest to my honourable colleague that if the government is truly looking to create gender equality, their failed economic policies will do that by men and women being equally unemployed. So I want to speak specifically, I want the honourable member to speak specifically about the competitiveness issue in this country and how that, the failed economic policy of this Liberal government is affecting our overall economic competitiveness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, I thank the member for Barrie Innisfil. It's a great question, and it goes right to the heart of what I hear at the doors and what I hear in my constituency office when I'm back in Calgary, Rocky Ridge. Men and women want financial security that comes from having a well-paying, steady job. And in my riding, we have seen over the last number of years thousands and thousands of high-paying, high-skilled, innovative jobs. We have men and women in my riding who have worked in, for example, many of them work in the energy industry. These are whether it's on the construction side or in engineering, geologists, manufacturing of components. We have it all in Calgary and Alberta, and they've all been devastated by the events of the last number of years. And they see now Bill C-69, which may make it impossible for any pipeline to ever be built in this country. We see the way they have bungled every pipeline that has come into public debate, whether it's Northern Gateway, Energy East, the Trans Mountain expansion, which they promised would be under construction by during this past construction season. It hasn't happened. So men and women want to be able to provide for their families and have financial security for their families, and for that they need jobs in economic management, low taxes, a strong economy, and investment in Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
I've been listening to the debate for several days, and I've heard a number of different Conservative members talk in a positive way about the hyperinflation and the cost of housing, in particular in Vancouver and Toronto, as being something good and something which the federal government benefits from. I perplexed as a Toronto resident and as someone who's seen the impact on marginally employed people who are in precarious work, first-time home buyers, renters in particular, a group of people who doubled in number and doubled in suffering as a result of 10 years of absence of federal policy from the Conservative Party. Why is the runaway housing market and the hyper-speculation and the risk in the housing market seen as a good thing by the Conservative government when it's caused so much hardship for so many Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I sincerely thank the member for this question. It's a great question, and it gives me an opportunity to clarify if he has misunderstood what Conservatives are saying when we talk about the housing boom and the hyperinflation of real estate values. It's not good for Canadians. It's not good for the City of Toronto or the City of Vancouver. It's not good for families who need a place to live. But it helps the government's bottom line, Mr. Speaker, when you have runaway asset inflation and the activity that goes around that, whether it's from construction to the taxation on all the transactions that occur with these massive house prices. This helps generate revenue well, in this case, not balance a budget, but it certainly doesn't help for Canadians that are aspiring to home ownership. So Conservatives do not cheer for real estate inflation for its own sake. I merely point out that for all of the economic factors that have gone into the revenue side of this government's budgets, it hasn't hurt them.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, sir, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservative after Conservative tries to emphasize the issue of deficit. And the question that I would pose to my friend and colleague across the way is for the member to reflect on history. You know, Canada is 151 years old, and 30% of that time, Conservatives have been in government. And out of that 38% of the time, Mr. Speaker, they accumulated over or just about 75% of Canada's total debt. In fact, when Stephen Harper inherited the books of the Paul Martin era, there was a multi-billion-dollar surplus. Before the recession even began, Mr. Speaker, he turned it into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. And by the time we got finished with Stephen Harper, he had added over $150 billion to our national debt, Mr. Speaker. My question to my friend
is one of an obvious nature, and that is, why should this government take advice from the Conservatives who have failed so miserably at managing Canada's debt, let alone the inability they had to motivate our economy to result in the hundreds of thousands of jobs that we have seen in the last couple of years that have been created?
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge in 45 seconds or less.
Okay, then quickly. I would settle. He doesn't need to take advice from us. We can work our way up to that. I will ask him to start by taking his own advice and reading his own policy document that he ran on. He took it to the doors, Mr. Speaker. He told Canadians that he would balance the budget by 2019. He wasn't telling them the truth, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honour today to participate in this debate on the Budget Implementation Act, another budget that's been put forward by this government, one that I see as another progressive opportunity to advance many of the important social initiatives that we are setting to undertake to grow this country and to make Canada an even better place to live, to invest, and to work as we move forward further into the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, today I'm going to talk about a couple of the elements in this budget that I think are particularly interesting and important, namely pay equity, the Canada Workers' Benefit, and our poverty reduction strategy. Then I also want to take a little bit of time, Mr. Speaker, towards the end of my remarks to talk about the price on pollution and what I see that as being, how I see that as contributing to our overall economic objectives in this country. First, as it relates to pay equity, Mr. Speaker, this is a great challenge that this country and indeed many parts of the Western world, if not even greater than that, have faced and struggled with for many years. Decades now, we've been trying to wrap our heads around how we combat this problem with various different initiatives that I've brought forward. But what we are seeing today through the Budget Implementation Act and the efforts of this government are, in my opinion, a genuine and meaningful attempt to make real change. The new Act requires that federal, public, and private sector employees that have 10 or more employees establish and maintain a pay equity plan within the set time frames as to identify and correct differences in compensation between predominantly female and predominantly male job classes for which work is performed of equal value. The new Act also provides for the powers, duties, and functions of the Pay Equity Commissioner, which include facilitating the resolution of disputes, conducting compliance audits, and investigating disputes, objections, and complaints, as well as making orders and imposing administrative monetary penalties for the violations of the Act. The new Act also requires the Pay Equity Commissioner to report annually to Parliament on the administration and enforcement of the new Act. Equal pay for equal value, for work of equal value, is the smart thing to do, Mr. Speaker. And as we're seeing, this is not just about doing what's right. This is about creating a policy that will also better enrich our economy. As we heard earlier from one of the parliamentary secretaries, by properly allowing and making sure that pay equity is a measure that is enforced and that women are receiving equal pay for equal work, we actually have the potential to grow the GDP of this country by up to 4%. And think of the staggering effects that would have, especially for a country that already leads the G7 in terms of gross domestic product growth. As I turn to the Canada Workers' Benefit, Mr. Speaker, Part 1 implements certain income tax-related measures that ensure that an individual who is eligible to receive Canada Workers' Benefit can receive the benefit without having to claim it. These changes will allow the Canada Revenue Agency to calculate the Canada Workers' Benefit for any tax claimer who hasn't claimed it. This means that Canadians who qualify for the Canada Workers' Benefit will automatically be enrolled, ensuring that no worker is left behind. This means that Canadians who qualify, this means that, and as we've seen in Budget 2018, it also revamps the Canada Workers' Benefit by an additional $500 million per year starting in 2019. So what we're seeing here, Mr. Speaker, is an opportunity to make sure that the processes are in place so that each individual who qualifies for this Canada Workers Benefit automatically will start accessing it. So they don't have to go through filing the paperwork and the hurdles and potentially the red tape, rather than spending their time dealing with those constraints and those things that can slow their ability down to actually be out there looking for new employment and new opportunities. We are just suggesting that this should be writ large, just something that everybody is entitled to. After all, just because you might not have the resources or know how to go about accessing a benefit, or even know for that matter that it even exists, should not preclude you from the ability to properly get what you rightfully deserve. And that's what this part of the legislation seeks to improve. For 2019, the amount of the benefit be equal to 26% of each dollar earned in income in excess of $3,000, to a maximum benefit of $1,355 for single individuals without dependents and $2,355 for families, so couples and single parents. The Canada Workers Benefit will put more money in the pockets of low-income workers and deliver real help to more than 2 million hard-working Canadians. These are people, Mr. Speaker, that need our help, and that we come to this place to ensure that they are taken care of. And so I am extremely delighted to see that this new measure is being put into the Budget Implementation Act that will automatically, by default, set in motion how people will access what they are rightfully entitled to through this particular program that the government offers. We are also seeing, Mr. Speaker, in this Budget Implementation Act, a poverty reduction strategy, and in particular, setting targets. And I know that there have been some criticisms over setting targets in legislation, but the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that if we're not continually setting out our objectives and then coming back to measure against how we're completing those and how we're living up to those objectives that we've set out, there's really no way to analyze how effective we are. And as a matter of fact, I would argue to the opposition that by setting these targets really only gives them more ammunition, whoever the opposition might be at the time, to criticize the government if they're unable to do it. So I actually think, Mr. Speaker, this is a very bold move and a very important move to not just be able to hold governments into the future account, but to also be able to assess how effective we are at delivering various different programs and strategies, and in particular, as it relates to this one, the poverty reduction strategy. Let me just talk a bit about what the strategy proposes. In Division 21 of Part 4 of the Budget Implementation Act, we'll enact the Poverty Reduction Act, which sets out 2 targets for poverty reduction in Canada. This implements the launch of Canada's first ever National Poverty Reduction Strategy. And the reason why we need this is quite clear. Canada is a prosperous country, yet in 2015, roughly 1 out of every 8 Canadians lived in poverty. And let's just think about that for a second, Mr. Speaker. In a country as rich in terms of our economic performance, in terms of the resources that we have, we should not see that 1 in every 8 people in our country are living in what we would consider to be poverty. And so the investments through this strategy to bring new investments of $22 billion that the government has made since 2015 to support the social and economic well-being of all Canadians. These actions will help lift 650,000 Canadians out of poverty by 2019, with more expected as the impacts of these investments are realized for years to come. This strategy sets new poverty reduction targets and establishes the federal government as a full partner in the fight against poverty. The vision is clear. Canada's first ever poverty reduction strategy is built on a vision that all Canadians should be able to live with dignity. All Canadians deserve to be treated fairly and have the means to meet their needs. And Canada's first ever poverty reduction strategy, Mr. Speaker, is built on the vision that all Canadians should have a sense of security and be hopeful that tomorrow will be a better day for them than today, for their loved ones, and for generations to come. I also want to spend a little bit of time, as I see that I will likely be the speech that runs into question periods, so I want to make sure that I leave time to give my colleagues the opportunity to question me. But before we get to that, I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about carbon pricing. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. Despite the fact that, you know, there might be some people out there that still believe that climate change is not real, it is overwhelmingly accepted that climate change is real, and there's something that governments, local governments, provincial and territorial governments, federal governments need to do to combat this problem. And indeed, we need to work intergovernmentally throughout the world. This is a challenge that not just one part of the world is going to face. This is a challenge that we are all going to face together. And so we all have to do our part. And it's interesting because in the previous reading of this this particular Budget Implementation Act, I read out 54 different regions throughout the world that currently have a price on carbon. I won't bore you today, Mr. Speaker, by reading them again because I already know they're in Hansard for anybody who wants to go and look at them. But for those that say, what impact will Canada have by putting a price on pollution? What real impact can we actually have? I would say to them, well, what real impact does Iceland or Ireland or Kazakhstan or you know, smaller jurisdictions, and I'm not going to list them all again, but you know, Poland, Quebec, various different, whether it's provincial or territorial regions or national governments throughout the world, there's already a price on pollution, and it makes perfect sense to price pollution. You know, when you're a company that is building a product or an end user that is using a product, you have to pay in order to make that product. So when you go to build, my background is in economics, so we always referenced widgets, but when you build that widget, you're going to need the various different components that go into it to build it. And if one of those components is harm on the environment, is by polluting, then it just makes perfect sense that you should have to pay for that component that goes into, in this particular example, that widget. And so this is why I actually find a great deal of frustration in trying to understand the Conservative Party's argument against a price on carbon, because on the price on pollution, because pricing pollution the price on pollution lends directly into the economic model of the free market that the Conservatives tout all the time. So the Conservatives will always tell you, they'll say, well, we believe in a free market, we believe in a free... Well, sure, that makes sense, and everybody should pay for what contributes to producing their goods. But as you would think, by the way that they're arguing it now, Mr. Speaker, what they really believe in is a free market and free pollution. So the market's not totally free because the polluting part isn't considered free in terms of the market sense. It's actually something that you can do without consequence. And so we know, and according to the recent report on the Intergovernmental Report on Climate Change that was released, we know that we are heading towards dire circumstances by even 2030 if we have not started to dramatically reduce the amount of carbon and the amount of pollutants that we're putting into the atmosphere. We're going to be in a position where we can't go back on it. And so the Minister of Environment and Climate Change so adequately said during a recent debate on this particular topic, she said, we are the first generation to feel the impacts of climate change, and we are the last generation to be able to do anything about it. Think about that. Just think about that. And this isn't the minister or myself or any one individual saying this. This is an intergovernmental report that was released, that was contributed to by many nations throughout the world, that basically said, we're the first ones to feel the effects of climate change. We're the last ones that can do anything about it. I have two very young children. One is 4 months old, one's 2.5, and I also have a 14-year-old who's in high school, and I continually question and think to myself, it's one of those things that keeps me up at night. What kind of environment and what kind of world are we leaving for our children? And the reality of the situation, Mr. Speaker, is that if we don't do anything about this right now, we are going to be leaving them an environment and a world that is going to be suffering from not just the environmental consequences and the impacts that the weather, we're already seeing the changes in weather throughout the world, but think about the other social impacts that are going to occur. Climate genocide is one thing that this generation will be accused of if they don't do anything. Climate refugees. Think of people that will be moving throughout the world to escape the effects of climate change and what the impacts will have on the rest of the world, what that will do to the world order, and what that will do to the pressures as they relate. And we know what happens when we start to affect those things. It inevitably leads to war and conflict in various parts of the world. There are so many benefits to this. And even if you don't believe any of that I just said, and even if you don't believe in climate change and you don't believe in the realities of what the Intergovernmental report said, you should definitely believe that by incentivizing businesses to create new ways of doing things and building new products, by investing in renewable energy and investing in electric cars, which are more than doubling in sales globally every year. And by the way, for those, and I've heard my Conservative opponents, my Conservative colleagues, I should say, quite often tout about what we're doing versus other parts of the world. I want you to know that despite what you might think, despite what they might think, Mr. Speaker, I want them to know that China is actually a leader when it comes to renewable energy and reducing global greenhouse gas emissions. They are a leader when it comes to bringing new environmental cars, new EVs, electric vehicles into the marketplace. And so we can work on these problems jointly with other countries throughout the world, and that's what I implore upon us to do. So by putting this price on carbon, we are providing an opportunity not just to green our environment and to create a better environment, but we're giving an opportunity for Canadians through pushing the envelope and looking for new opportunities and new efficiencies and new innovations to drive forward this new economy. We should be on the leading edge of this. Let's not follow suit to what we're seeing happen south of the border, where clearly a lot of the real opportunities are happening in other parts of the world as it relates to new innovative programs and projects around the new industry that we're creating for the 21st century. And I just want to talk about one more thing before I close and go to questions, Mr. Speaker, and that's about the non-stop rhetoric that we continue to hear from the other side of the House as it relates to debt and deficits. Mr. Speaker, the last time that a Conservative government was able to leave a surplus, the last time that a Conservative government left a surplus was in the 1800s. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, if you go back and you look, you know, and it's ironic. I find it so ironic how there's this narrative out there that to their success they've been able to build up out there, and for the large part, most people quite often resonate well with it, which is that the Conservatives somehow know how to protect an economy and build up an economy. When in reality, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the last 151 years, 38% of the time, Conservative governments have been in power, yet they've racked up 73% of the national debt. How is it possible that we live in this world that they can tout that they are somehow the saviors of the economy? Out of the last 19 budgets introduced by Conservative governments in this House, 16 of them ran deficits. 16. That includes Mulroney and Harper. The only 3 surpluses that they ran, 2 of them came on the heels of Paul Martin's $13 billion surplus, and the other one came in 2015 when they had to sell off the shares of GM at bargain prices, cut EI, slash services to veterans, all to produce a phony, balanced budget that they could then go into the 2015 election. But Canadians didn't buy into that, Mr. Speaker. They saw right through it, and as a reality, they now sit in opposition. I reject the notion that the that the Conservatives are somehow the saviors of our economy, because the evidence does not support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. I just want to tell the honourable members that I realize everybody's getting excited, and during the honourable member's speech, I had a little bit of back and forth going on. I just want to remind the honourable members that we are going by rules, so hopefully I'll be able to hear the question and the answer without heckling. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly will try to use my words carefully, because I'd actually like to hear some real answers from the other side and not to inflame it using heated rhetoric. Number one, the Parliamentary Budget Officer stated specifically in the report that the budget was balanced. And does he agree with the Parliamentary Budget Officer? Two, he mentioned the idea of free markets. Does he not recognize that both Canada and the United States are an interconnected market? We can just see with some of the decisions that are being made on both sides of the border and how important trade flows are, that it's an integrated market, and we risk, the BC NDP put this in their budget presentation, that they are worried about an elevated carbon price causing carbon leakage, which would actually push activity and gas to the United States, which would then leave us with higher taxes, more regulations, less economic activity, and with more greenhouse gas emissions worldwide. Can the member understand that a free market without some conditions, where there's a level playing field between our two jurisdictions, does not make his so-called price on carbon, a reality, because it puts us into a less than competitive position? And I'd like to hear this member specifically refer to the dynamic between Canada and the United States with carbon leakage.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will speak directly to that linkage between the Canadian and the U.S. Economies. Yes, we are linked together. Our economies, we share an economic relationship with another country, probably unlike any other two countries do in the world. Yet at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we are able to advance our own objectives and our own policies that make good sense. Yet, we're linked economies with the United States, Mr. Speaker, yet Canada leads the G7 in GDP growth. The U.S. doesn't. So although we might be linked, there are differences and there are opportunities to create differences that clearly do go to our ability to grow our economy outside exclusivity of being linked to the United States. And the member started off by saying that what I was proposing was heated rhetoric. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, what I gave you was pure fact. I gave you facts about the budget, facts about the last 19 budgets introduced by the Conservatives. They will lead you to believe, Mr. Speaker, that they had to run deficits because of the times. The times were tough. Well, no. If you look back at the last 150 years, this has nothing to do with circumstance and everything to do with Conservative policy.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his interesting speech. I especially appreciated the extra voice and loudness at the end that let us know how serious he was, I guess, about what he was saying. I have to say that I agree with the member that pay equity is something really important. We know that when we make sure that women are getting paid the same as a man for the same work, that it's good for the economy, it's good for the women, and it's good for all the Canadians. My question to this member is, after 42 years, women have been fighting for pay equity, and now, really, in this bill, they're being asked to wait another 4 years. And I would just like the member to share with us why he thinks it's acceptable for women to have to continue to wait. Thank you.
For Kingston and the Islands.
Let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, this is the NDP party that promised to balance the budget in 2015. The NDP, Mr. Speaker, the NDP want the Northern European lifestyle on the U.S. taxes, and it's just not going to happen. The reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, that programs take time to bring on and to implement. I am extremely proud of this government's direction when it comes to pay equity. This member would know, because she voted in favor of my private member's bill, that there are opportunities to bring forward for women to get involved in jobs that traditionally were not given to women, and we need to do more, and we should always be striving to do more until we reach that goal of equity. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for Kingston and the Islands. In defense of him raising his voice, I would say it's because he understands the climate crisis is urgent and we need to do more. And that's why I want to ask him, when he puts out here that C86 has targets for poverty reduction built into legislation, we, unlike the UK, unlike New Zealand, don't have targets for greenhouse gas reduction, don't have our plans in legislation. Would you agree with me it's time that we ramped up our ambition and put it into the law?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I greatly appreciate the question from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. She knows that both of us spoke very passionately in the recent emergency debate on the intergovernmental report on climate change, and I always see the value in putting targets and benchmarks into policy and legislation, because it's an opportunity to be able to assess how a government is done. And quite frankly, I think it's very bold for a government to do it, because you're creating an environment and a scenario where you can actually be held to account later on when oppositions, whoever the opposition party may be at the time, has the ability to actually pinpoint and say, you didn't meet what you set out to do, and we're holding you to account. And so I always think it's important to be able to put benchmarks into policy and legislation.
The honourable member for Kingston, the Islands, will have 4 minutes coming to him when we return from question period and the debate continues. In the meantime, statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Monsieur le Président, c'est avec
Mr. Speaker, I was saddened to learn of the death of Jean-Denis Dionne, one of the pioneers of water polo in Quebec and Canada. Mr. Dionne was a founder of the Club des Hydres in Sainte-Foy, Quebec. He was president of the Quebec Water Polo Federation and represented Quebec at Water Polo Canada as vice president and director.
Supporter of the inclusion of women's water polo at the Olympic Games. Having played water polo at the national level for several years, I was able to benefit and see the importance of his work.
To recognize his influence, Water Polo Quebec created the Jean-Denis Dionne Award for outstanding contributions by sports administrators in Quebec. He leaves a huge legacy to the world of sports. On behalf of Canada's water polo community, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to Mr. Dionne's friends and family.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Mr. Speaker, after nearly 18 months without an operational rail line, rail freight service has resumed for the town of Churchill. This is excellent news that will help lower costs of food and goods for the people of Churchill and the surrounding area. However, just as the community is starting to get back on its feet, this Liberal government is trying to kill Churchill's lucrative tourism industry. Beluga whale watching tours are a critical component of Churchill's tourism industry. Beluga populations are healthy, and an estimated 60,000 belugas migrate to the region. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the whale watching industry has had no negative impacts on the beluga whale population. The Liberals' proposed whale watching regulations, however, could affect 200 jobs and up to $10 million of economic activity for Churchill, a community that is already suffering economically. I call on this Liberal government to give a complete exemption from these regulations for the whale watching industry in the Churchill estuary. This will ensure that the tourism industry can continue to thrive and support the entire community of Churchill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish the Cambridge Roadrunners girls Pee Wee A hockey team good luck at the Canada-American Hockey Tournament in Lake Placid, New York over the next 3 days. The tournament is a classic clash of hockey titans, Canadians versus Americans. Our community and I will be proudly cheering them on. I have had the pleasure of meeting the players and their dedicated coach, David Moore, at the Hespeler Hockey Arena in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler. These young women have all the things that make an incredible hockey team: heart, focus, and determination. I know that the team will represent Canada well, and that they will remind the American hockey teams that hockey is our game. Go Canada, go!
Bravo.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, in 2013, Harry Leslie Smith wore the poppy for the last time, saying this: "I will until my last breath remember the past and the struggles my generation made to build this country into a civilized state for the working and middle classes. If we are to survive as a progressive nation, we have to start tending to our living, because the wounded, our poor, our underemployed youth, our hard-pressed middle class, and our struggling seniors shouldn't be left to die on the battleground of modern life." A veteran of the Depression and the Second World War, Harry saw firsthand the futility of fighting for anything other than democracy and social justice. He took his last stand to the next level, touring to support refugees of war and speaking truth to power with an unwavering voice. Harry took his last breath yesterday, Mr. Speaker. We wish him safe journey. May we all live to see the day Harry's vision for the world is a reality.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. The date of November 29 was chosen by the United Nations in 1977 because of its meaning and significance to the Palestinian people. Even after 71 years, we still have several generations of our Palestinian brothers and sisters living in refugee camps. Mr. Speaker, our government has restored funding to the agencies that are involved with helping women and children. We have taken a firm stand on the issue of Jerusalem. However, I am the first to acknowledge that there's a lot to be done. We don't have peace in sight. Canada recognizes the Palestinian right of self-determination and supports the creation of a sovereign, independent, viable, democratic, and territorially contiguous Palestinian state as part of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace settlement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share some great news happening in my riding of Niagara West. As a former president of the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation, I'm excited to say that the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital is finally going to get the funding that needs to be rebuilt. Yesterday, Premier Doug Ford announced a $500,000 grant to begin the planning of the construction. He also announced another $8.5 million in infrastructure improvements, which are absolutely essential for the hospital to remain viable, and that also means that services like obstetrics and surgeries will remain. Our communities of Lincoln, West Lincoln, and Grimsby have received a much-deserved and a much-needed new hospital. I want to thank all the mayors, past and present, board members past and present, as well as the community volunteers that have worked tirelessly on this project. I would also like to thank my provincial counterpart and good friend Sam Osterhoff for his hard work and dedication to this file. I would also like to thank Premier Doug Ford, Minister Christine Elliott, and Minister McNaughton for their great decision that was much needed for this hospital. It's a great day for my riding, and I'm overjoyed to share this news in the House.
Well done.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, on November 9th, I visited a company in Bromont called Boreas Technologies to announce a $2 million investment through Sustainable Technology Development Canada. This investment will promote new haptics or touchscreen technology used for selecting objects on your cell phone or other electronic devices. There I met Simon Chaput, the 30-year-old founder and CEO of the company, who really impressed me with his ambition and vision. Simon graduated from Harvard in 2017 and could have gone anywhere, but he chose to set up shop in Bromont. We are fortunate to have in Bromont a high-tech park that attracts innovation and entrepreneurs. Companies like Boreas Technologies, IBM, GE, Fabritech, and CGP Expal are hugely important to the vitality of Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you for what you're doing for our region.
Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, 'tis the season to spread joy and think about how we can give back to our communities. In my riding of Cloverdale Langley City, this generous spirit is proudly on display. At Lord Tweedsmuir Secondary School, students, staff, and alumni recently reached a milestone, having made 2,000 blood donations in the last 12 years. the Salish Secondary School launched their first ever toy drive. Community members are invited to donate unwrapped gifts. The Cloverdale Library, the Cloverdale Rec Centre, and Pacific Community Church are also accepting donations. In Langley, the Christmas Bureau is providing gifts and food hampers to hundreds of children and families through the support of local families, businesses, and organizations' donations. I'd like to commend these schools and organizations for their hard work and generosity and encourage everyone to consider how they can give this holiday season. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and a joyous New Year to all. Thank you.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government's failures are never ending. Our Air Force is still waiting for new fighter jets. Our Navy is still waiting on delayed ships, and our Army doesn't have enough rucksacks and sleeping bags for our troops. And we're not the only ones saying it. The Auditor General and Canada's top defence analysts all agree that the Liberals are making up problems and playing political games to cover up for their incompetence. Instead of doing the right thing and fixing this mess, the Liberals are wasting time and energy prosecuting Vice Admiral Mark Norman. Reports indicate the leak of classified shipbuilding information was not from Vice Admiral Norman at all, but from a bureaucrat who passed a mother load of documents to a lobbyist. All the delays and dithering from the Liberals in defence procurement are just irresponsible. It's a literal slap in the face to the brave men and women who service in the Canadian Armed Forces.
Honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as you well know, everyone in southern Nova Scotia knows there are 4 seasons: spring, summer, fall, and lobster. Dumping Day marks the beginning of the season where over 1,700 fishers in areas 33 and 34 will go out in the roughest and worst conditions to catch the best lobster in the world. That'll be exported to markets across the United States and Asia. This billion-dollar industry is the backbone of our rural economy and has supported our coastal communities for generations. And now more than ever, we must make sure we're supporting them. We need to continue making necessary investments in our Coast Guard and small craft harbour network to make sure that they're safe. And I encourage all fishers to make sure they wear their PFDs. With that said, I'd like to encourage members of this House to join me in wishing our fishers a safe and successful season. And this Christmas, save a turkey, buy a South Shore lobster. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint Boniface Saint Vital. Mr. Speaker, this Saturday the Franco-Manitoban Provincial Youth Council is organizing a rally in solidarity with Ontario's Francophones. I'm extremely proud to see this major initiative spearheaded by young Franco-Manitobans. They're carrying the torch for our community, they're engaged and concerned. They are concerned by recent developments in Ontario, New Brunswick, and in my home province of Manitoba, where the provincial government recently cut the position of Assistant Deputy Minister at the French Language Education Bureau, along with 7 translator positions. It's a worrisome trend that must be collectively condemned.
I invite all of those who support our official languages to join us at Old St. Boniface City Hall this Saturday morning at 11:45. At midi,
at noon, the Franco-Ontarian flag will be raised in a sign of solidarity. Together, let's build our future in French by and for young people from one generation to the next. Don't give up.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has arrived in Buenos Aires for the G20 summit, where leaders of the industrialized world will discuss international financial stability. The timing of this summit could not be more critical for Canadians, as our own economic security is increasingly at risk. This week alone, we Conservatives have led 2 emergency debates. One in response to the crushing job losses from the closure of the Oshawa General Motors plant, and the other to demand immediate action to address the crisis in Alberta's energy sector, where over 100,000 jobs have already been lost. The Liberal government has failed these industries. They have failed Canadians. At this summit, the Prime Minister must sit down with President Trump and have these punishing national security tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum exports to the U.S. removed. Canadian jobs won't survive much longer. The Prime Minister must act. Canada's economic future hangs in the balance.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, if you doubt that one person can really make a difference in this world, I have a story to tell you of such a person. Joan E., or Robert Kaiser, a Vancouver drag queen, entertainer, and actor, is a longtime advocate for persons with HIV/AIDS. For over 20 years, she has hosted weekly gay bingo nights to raise money for the Friends of Life Society, an organization that provides support programs for individuals with HIV/AIDS and hepatitis C. During this time, she has managed to raise over $700,000, an extraordinary accomplishment for one person. With World AIDS Day upon us, let us all be inspired by Joni and pledge to do our part, however small, to end the stigma of HIV and to improve the quality of life of those affected with this chronic, insidious disease. Thank you.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Constituent's daughter was an active, engaged straight-A student. When she was 14, she underwent 4 surgeries. The surgery left her in much pain. To manage the pain, her doctors prescribed oxycodone, and with each surgery, the dosage increased. The pain persisted, but one day the doctors just stopped prescribing the meds. Now addicted to opioids, still in pain, this young woman found herself buying street drugs to manage, is homeless, and is struggling to survive. My constituent lives in fear that her daughter will die of an overdose. Sadly, this is not an isolated story. Clearly, the opioid crisis is a national health emergency. In the U.S., federal authorities have already secured criminal pleas and over $600 million in fines, damages, and other costs from Purdue Pharma for misbranding oxycodone with the intent to defraud and mislead. I'm calling on the government to launch an investigation into the role of drug companies may have played in fueling the opioid crisis and seek meaningful compensation. It's time for the Liberals to take on Big Pharma. Families deserve answers and accountability.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Canada's Conservatives forced an emergency debate on the crisis facing Alberta's energy industry. A crisis brought about by this Prime Minister who has said numerous times he wants to phase out Alberta oil. By cancelling the once-approved Northern Gateway, killing pipelines to the east, banning tanker traffic on the west coast, bungling Trans Mountain, and imposing his carbon tax, the Liberals have heaped devastation upon devastation on Albertans. There are over 100,000 unemployed energy workers in Alberta. Oil is selling at $11 a barrel and continues to plummet while world prices have recovered. Businesses have closed, investment has fled, and families are finding it harder to make ends meet. This is the reality Albertans are faced with. Terrible. Finally, the Prime Minister has admitted that the energy sector is in crisis. What a revelation. But Albertans know better. The Liberals are not Alberta's saviors. They caused this crisis, and their disdain for Alberta could not be more evident. But don't despair, my fellow Albertans. It can all be fixed in 2019 by electing Premier Jason Kenney and Prime Minister Andrew Scheer.
Honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the full economic statement and the impact it will have on Canadians. Our plan of investing in people is working.
Since 2015, Canada's economy has grown at a rate of around 3%, leading the G7.
Our unemployment rate is at 5.8%, is the lowest in 40 years. Our wage growth is outpacing inflation, and we have created 550,000 new full-time jobs and approved 30,000 infrastructure projects. This is good news for Canada and for my riding of Don Valley East. In 2015, we inherited an environment from the previous government of gloom, and the people of Canada voted for hope.
The fall economic statement shows that our government has the ability to strengthen and ensure stability for the middle class.
And we'll keep on investing in Canadians. Merci.
Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Learned that the gambling debts of the Liberal MP for Brampton East came to light as a result of a police wiretap. The wiretaps were part of an OPP investigation into, quote, particularly shady guys suspected of money laundering and terrorist financing. When did the Prime Minister's office first learn about this serious investigation involving a sitting Liberal Member of Parliament?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it was last week that we were informed, and the member has told us that he is addressing certain challenges and receiving the treatment from a health professional. We hope he receives the support that he needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Media reports indicate that the gambling debts of the Liberal MP for Brampton East were connected to a larger investigation involving laundering drug money destined for an extremist group in the Middle East. With an investigation touching on drugs, money laundering, and international terrorism, it is simply not believable that no one in this government was made aware of this serious investigation. So I ask again, when did the Prime Minister or his office first learn about this serious crimes investigation involving a Liberal MP?
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it was last week that we were informed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Ho.
Mr. Speaker, that is simply unbelievable that the Prime Minister and his government were unaware of a major crimes investigation involving a Liberal Member of Parliament, an investigation involving drug money, an investigation involving international terrorism. This is an international incident involving national security. Does the Prime Minister really expect us to believe that an investigation of this nature would not have been red flagged to his office? When did he or his office first learn of this serious criminal investigation into a sitting Liberal Member of Parliament?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have mentioned, it was last week that the member told us that he is addressing certain challenges and is receiving treatment from a health professional. We hope that he receives the support that he needs. Mr. Speaker, the member knows very well that the government does not direct investigations of this nature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, I am seriously troubled by how lightly the Liberal government takes security. The OPP was investigating a shady individual suspected of money laundering and financing terrorist activities when they learned through their wiretaps about the significant debts of the Brampton East MP. The RCMP questioned the OPP about the huge sums of money being gambled by the MP at the casino. When was the PM informed of the RCMP's investigation? Not about his party, about the investigation into a member of his own party. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the member must be aware that the RCMP carries out its work independently from the government. The member told us last week that he was facing certain challenges and that he would be receiving treatment by a health professional. And we hope that he receives the treatment that he needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the gambling debts were known by the RCMP and the police. These debts were apparently connected to a broad investigation into drug money laundering connected to a Middle Eastern extremist group. The Minister of Public Safety, the National Security Advisor, someone in this government must have known about the investigation involving a member of the Liberal government. When did the Prime Minister or his cabinet learn of that investigation? The Honourable Government House Leader. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the member must be aware of the fact that the RCMP works independently from the government. The member informed us last week of the fact that he was experiencing challenges and that he was receiving treatment from a health professional. We hope that he receives the support that he needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, the news from Oshawa is devastating. GM is treating its workers with contempt. Worse still, the Liberal government could have known that GM was going to shut down. Rather than support Canadian families, they threw billions of dollars at rich corporations like GM with no guarantee of keeping jobs. Mr. Speaker, why do the Liberals continue to put the interests of large corporations before the well-being of Canadian workers? The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Decision to close its Oshawa plant is extremely discouraging, and our thoughts are with the women and men who are affected and their families and their communities. We've heard that this is part of GM's global restructuring plan and may impact workers in the U.S. and globally. This is extremely troubling news, Mr. Speaker, and we feel for everyone who's impacted by this decision. Right now, our priority is auto workers and their families. We're working with all partners to support our auto workers, their families, and Oshawa during this difficult time.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Well, We're asking for the government to stand up and fight for workers. Now, on another topic, yesterday, dairy farmers across Canada asked this Prime Minister to not sign the USMCA until the U.S. oversight clause on dairy classes has been removed. Our food sovereignty is at stake.
Across Canada are asking this Prime Minister not to sign USMCA until the U.S. oversight clause on dairy classes has been removed. This clause will have devastating and crippling consequences on our industry here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, simple question. Will the Prime Minister listen to Canadians and make sure that the oversight clause is removed quickly?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question and concern, and she's fully aware that we have strongly supported the dairy and supply management system in this country. We made sure that the American attempts to destroy our supply management system did not succeed. We also understand that they have some problems, and we're going to make sure they're fully and fairly supported. Mr. Speaker, we have and will continue to make sure that we support the supply management system in this country.
Member for Essex.
Well, that's not an answer for dairy farmers in Canada. Liberals say they're on track to sign the USMCA tomorrow, but they don't even know what we're signing on to. Wording is changing, and the Canadian interpretation and the U.S. interpretation aren't lining up. No wonder this Prime Minister doesn't even want to attend the signing ceremony when we don't even know what the text is. Canadians know one thing for sure. If we sign with destructive steel and aluminum tariffs in place, we are losing our best chance to eliminate them. The reasons not to sign this deal are stacking up. Will the Prime Minister stand up for Canadian jobs and not sign this shifty agreement?
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, our primary goal since the beginning has always been to get a good deal for Canada and for Canadians. We held for a good deal and we got a good deal. This agreement will be good for our economy, good for Canadian families, and good for our middle class. It will preserve jobs, foster growth, expand the middle class, and support people working hard to join in. Thank you.
The member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just came from Washington, and Canada is being known for its concessions right now, and that's what that deal is about. And, Mr. Speaker, the decline of the automotive sector, including General Motors' most recent cutthroat tactics, has become routine business in Canada. Under successive Liberal regimes, Canada sunk to 10th in automotive manufacturing, with 500,000 jobs lost already. And nothing seems to move this government to urgency. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said he is considering a plan, despite being handed one a year ago from his automotive advisor, ironically funded by the workers fired. Can the Minister explain why the Prime Minister has done nothing?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
The member opposite knows better. From day one, we've taken steps to make Canada's automotive manufacturing sector more globally competitive and innovative, and we've proven our support for innovation in the auto sector because we know it drives economic growth and it creates opportunities for Canadians. Under our government, Canadian operations have received more than $5.6 billion in investments, creating and maintaining tens of thousands of good middle-class jobs. Going forward, we have a plan, Mr. Speaker, for Canada to be global leaders in making cars of the future automated, connected, and clean.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Today we learned that the mess the Prime Minister created at the border will cost Canadians more than $1.1 billion, and that doesn't even include the millions of dollars it's going to cost the provinces. Now that's over $1 billion that won't be spent on the priorities of Canadians. Priorities like helping our seniors, our veterans, or actual refugees whose lives depend on them being able to come to Canada. When will the Prime Minister own up to the fact that we have a big problem at our border, and when will he fix it?
The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a long and proud tradition of providing protection to those who need it most. By providing refuge to the world's most vulnerable people, the suggestion that the global migration of the tens of millions of people fleeing persecution is the result of a tweet is kind of silly. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan, and we have invested $173 million in ensuring that Canadian laws are upheld and that the security of our country is maintained. Mr. Speaker, the plan is working. We've seen significant reduction over the past several months of the number of people who are presenting themselves irregularly on our border.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
Well, the Prime Minister's tweet was not only silly, it was actually pretty stupid, and it's causing a lot of problems at our borders. funds, Mr. Speaker, the crisis is causing huge delays for immigrants and refugees who are actually following the rules and wanting to come to Canada legally. So, Mr. Speaker, with the $1.2 billion price tag and actual refugees being forced to the back of the line, what's it going to take for this Prime Minister to realize the crisis at the border, which his tweet created, needs to be fixed?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Just an opportunity to clarify a misconception promulgated by the member opposite. Mr. Speaker, those who are seeking asylum in this country, who've asked for the protection of Canada, are processed through an entirely separate system than those who are awaiting other streams of migration. There is no interference in those processes. And, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to recognize that we have actually made enormous progress under our current Minister of Immigration on improving response times, the processing times. Mr. Speaker, the system is working well.
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have failed to manage our Canadian border, and the price tag is staggering. By the end of next year, the Liberals will have spent $1.1 billion of taxpayers' money to deal with illegal border crossers, and that doesn't include any provincial money, Mr. Speaker. So why is the Prime Minister spending more money on illegal border crossers than on getting our homeless veterans off the streets?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for all the rhetoric and hysteria that is now emerging about irregular migration, it's important to understand who these people are. Mr. Speaker, for example, nearly 40% of the people who have presented themselves at our border seeking asylum are children. And Canada's response is to uphold the rule of law, to ensure that our processes are fast, fair, and final, as well as efficient, and we deal with those individuals to ensure that they have adequate housing and shelter and are treated with the humanity that Canadians expect of us.
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, these are numbers that come from the Independent Budget Officer of Canada. That's right. Truly, the entire refugee system in Canada is in a crisis, and there is no end in sight, regardless of what this minister says. If $1.1 billion and a 6-year wait time, if it's working so well, you got a 6-year wait time, isn't enough to close the loophole, what number would it take before the Prime Minister realizes the Liberals have to do something to stop this crisis?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, after several years of significant cuts to both staffing and funding for the agencies responsible for managing this, both the CBSA, IRCC, and IRB, we're restoring the capacity of those institutions, agencies, and departments to deal with this issue. And, Mr. Speaker, the plan is working. As a result of our reinvestments, we have created real efficiencies in how these people are being processed, and we're working diligently to find new and better ways to improve efficiency in this system so that we may uphold Canadian law, Canadian values, and our...
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, it's pretty funny to hear the minister say that we were cutting at the time. Yes, we rationalized, but there weren't problems at the time at the border. Now there are, and now it's costing $1.1 billion, and I'm not the one saying this. It's the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And that doesn't even include the cost to the provinces. The Ontario and Quebec are spending another $5 million. So stop accusing us of everything. We deserve the truth. They should tell us exactly what's happening. And, well, the Prime Minister pull himself up by the bootstraps and do his job. Mr. Speaker, $400 million cuts. That's what happened. It led to problems at the borders. It increased wait times, and we have invested constructively in order to ensure that the border is safe and that we are fulfilling our international human rights obligations. Perhaps that's something my colleague isn't interested in, but in this side of the House, we are absolutely committed to the safety of our border and to respecting our international human rights obligations. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, is it an international responsibility to have all kinds of people getting flights to Nigeria and then here to cross the border? That has nothing to do with an international responsibility. Now, right now, it's $1.1 billion in federal funds and provincial funds to deal with this. And it doesn't end there. These people have to stop coming here illegally. So will the government pull itself up by the bootstraps and do its job? Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague knows full well that that's what we're doing, and that's why the number of asylum seekers is going down. Now, my colleague also has an obligation. Before quoting statistics and engaging in all this rhetoric on asylum seekers, we want to point out that 40% of the people who cross the border are children. And so Mr. Harper's slashes reduced by $400 million the amount of money being spent on border security. I would ask the honourable member from Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, to not heckle when someone else has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, there are two very important ways to mislead, either by the misrepresentation of facts or by the omission of important facts. Yesterday, I asked the Prime Minister very important and very specific questions, exactly when he and his office first learned that the Member of Parliament from Brampton East was under RCMP investigation. He refused to fully answer the question. This is the same tragic pattern that Liberal Prime Ministers follow whenever facing scandal. So to the Prime Minister who promised to be different, when did his office first learn that his MP was under police investigation?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have clearly stated, as the Prime Minister also stated, it was last week that the member informed us that he was addressing certain challenges and is receiving the treatment from a health professional. We hope he receives the support that he needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Repeating the same scripted non-answers only raises the suspicion from Canadians that this Liberal government is hiding something. The Prime Minister promised to set the bar on ethics high. He said we must avoid any conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest. The Liberal MP from Brampton East was appointed to the Finance Committee by the Prime Minister, where he asked troubling questions of senior law enforcement officials about how to avoid detection. This raised red flags with the RCMP. How do Liberals expect us that they saw nothing to worry about and that the media somehow know more about this scandal than the Prime Minister's own office does?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that member is a seasoned elected official, and he should know very well that the RCMP operates independently of government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
When I asked the Liberal Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment why his government was exempting large industrial corporations from its carbon tax, he replied that if they had to pay the tax, and quote, we could potentially have jobs leave, and it will do nothing for emissions. It turns out, for once, the Liberal Parliamentary Secretary was absolutely right, because the two largest export sectors in Canada, energy and autos, which aren't exempted, are now seeing jobs leave just as he predicted. So will they extend the exemption to protect the jobs of all Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it's extremely disappointing that the party opposite would politicize the loss of jobs at GM. It is a very disappointing situation. We will always stand up for workers, but I would encourage the member opposite to go to GM's website where they support putting a price on pollution. Maybe they should figure out that it shouldn't be free to pollute, that we need to stand up for the environment, we need to stand up for the economy, we need to stand up for our kids.
Order. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, if the GM really did support the Liberal carbon tax, why aren't they staying around to pay it?
Exactly.
It's a very simple question. There will be no carbon tax on GM because they're leaving, and they won't have to pay the carbon tax. They're leaving behind the workers who will have to pay the carbon tax and other businesses that will have to pay the carbon tax. But the wealthy CEOs, they're always happy to leave and leave the costs behind for everyone else. When will they start standing up for workers and for consumers and give them a break from this costly Liberal carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, once again, it's unfortunate to see the politicization of this economic decision that has affected a number of different countries, Mr. Speaker, including the United States and South Korea. Mr. Speaker, we are standing up for Canadian workers. We are examining all possibilities. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, GM retains a very large footprint in Canada, and as a government we are investing in the auto sector across Canada, but in particular in Ontario, to maintain high-quality jobs and to make sure that we are ready, Mr. Speaker, for the car of the future.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberal Party's plan doesn't work. Investments in Canada have been in free fall. 66% more of Canadians are investing in the United States. The Americans are investing a lot less here, 50% left, and private investment has dropped. Those are the results of the famous Liberal plan. Why does the government persist in putting up roadblocks for our investors? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, what the honourable colleague said is false. We are investing in the auto sector in Canada. We have attracted about $400 million. With $400 million, we have attracted about $5 billion throughout our mandate. So it is incorrect to say that we are not attracting investment. Mr. Speaker, through our Strategic Innovation Fund, we are creating opportunities for Canadian technology and for Canadian families and workers. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about this sort of liberal magical thinking. There are a couple of thousand people who lost their jobs in the auto sector, and another few thousand lost theirs in the aerospace sector. So there's this magical way of thinking on the part of the Liberals. They think budgets balance themselves. So I'm asking the government, when will the budget finally balance itself? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to recall to my colleague, who I debated in 2015 about the recession, is this. The Conservative government left us with policies that were a complete failure. I really don't have the appropriate words to describe the extent of the failure in terms of growth, in terms of job creation, in terms of export growth, a social deficit, Mr. Speaker. They never reduced inequalities. They just made those inequalities deeper. So we have no lessons to be learned from the Conservative Liberals for their previous government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, yesterday our leader Jagmeet Singh was very pleased to take part in a meeting with all party leaders in order to discuss the issues faced by Franco-Ontarians. Everyone agreed that there was a threat to the empowerment of Francophones in Ontario. Where are the new measures to protect Franco-Ontarians? What are people waiting for? When will the Liberals make a public announcement that they can and will fund 50% of the Francophone University in Toronto? The Honourable Minister, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We did have a good meeting yesterday. The Prime Minister, the leaders of the parties, and I myself was present at the meeting, which took part entirely in French. So, with respect to the French Language University, we are looking at plans in the department at official languages. We're looking at it, but we are there for Franco-Ontarians. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, given that the fight against climate change is the most important fight on this planet, more than 230,000 people have signed the Pact for the Transition. This movement is non-partisan and asks signatories to make certain individual efforts, but especially asks the federal government to do so. Our leader, Jagmeet Singh, signed the Pact and has committed to honour his commitment. When will the Minister present an environmental plan that involves all departments of government? Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate everyone for efforts to fight for the environment. But we have a plan. We have a plan of investing in renewables, of putting a price on pollution, of making historic investments in public transit, in green infrastructure and clean technologies. We want to work green, and we want to work with the NDP, and it would be even better if we had the Conservatives with us.
Mr. Speaker, the Williams Treaties First Nations have been fighting in court for more than 25 years to redress injustices involving compensation land and harvesting rights dating back to 1923. Our government understands that negotiation rather than litigation is the best way to right historical wrongs and settle past grievances. Out-of-court negotiations began in March 2017. Can the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations update this House on the efforts made by our government to accelerate reconciliation with the Williams Treaties First Nations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank the member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, for her question and her advocacy. Earlier this month, I was honoured to celebrate with the Williams Treaty Chiefs, community members, the Government of Ontario, at the celebration to settle all of these long-standing claims. Achieved through dialogue and in partnership, it includes financial compensation, recognition of treaty harvesting rights, and entitlement to add additional reserve lands. Canada and Ontario apologize for the negative impacts of these treaties. As Chief Kelly LaRocque has said, the settlement agreement marks the beginning of healing for our people.
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, since the Liberals took office, we've seen the biggest decline in Canadian energy investments in 70 years. Because of excessive taxes and regulations, investors no longer see Canada as a good investment. But the impacts of the Prime Minister's policies affect every sector. This was made clear when General Motors decided to stop production at our award-winning plant in Oshawa. These policies jeopardize thousands of good-paying Canadian jobs. Why is the Prime Minister choosing to impose taxes and regulations that will deter investment in our economy and provide no hope for workers in Oshawa? Where's his plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, once again I repeat that our hearts go out to the men and women who've been affected by the GM closure in Oshawa. As the Conservatives well know, Mr. Speaker, this decision was part of GM's global restructuring plan affecting their operations across the border and around the world. I would point out, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member that we have doubled the jobs created in the auto sector over the last 3 years. We've done more in 3 years for the auto sector than they were able to do in 10 years, Mr. Speaker, and we've attracted billions of dollars in investment, $3.3 billion in the auto sector in our first 3 years.
Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, in a recent ranking of 80 energy-producing jurisdictions, BC dropped to 58th and Alberta dropped 29 spots to 43rd. Respondents blame high costs of regulatory compliance, taxes, and energy. Now, Ontario is feeling Liberal economic mismanagement. In its fourth straight month of decline, the manufacturing sector is at its slowest pace in 2 years. Right. Why is the Prime Minister heading down the road of higher taxes, increased energy costs, and burdensome regulations that will only further deter investments?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we'll take no lessons from the other side in terms of attracting investments in our manufacturing sector. We took, Mr. Speaker, the old Automotive Innovation Fund, which was underused in the Harper years because it was so hard to use, and we have recreated the new Strategic Innovation Fund, which we are applying across a variety of sectors, but in particular the manufacturing sector in Ontario and in other parts of the country. We have invested in a supercluster in southwestern Ontario that precisely looks at advanced manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, we are doing a great job at promoting our manufacturing.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, on June 17, 2014, Conservatives approved the Northern Gateway Pipeline to export to the Asia Pacific. On November 29, 2016, this Liberal Prime Minister cancelled the Northern Gateway Pipeline. He had a choice, but he outright killed that pipeline, which could have prevented the current price discount on Canadian oil. When the Liberals were elected, 3 companies planned to build pipelines in Canada. The Liberals chased them all away. So will the Liberals immediately withdraw their No More Pipelines Bill C-69?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we are focused on getting our energy sector up and running and investing in our energy sector. That's why at this moment, the Minister of Natural Resources is in discussions with Indigenous communities in BC to make sure that the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline moves forward in the right way, something that the Conservatives don't understand and never got. For them, it's a suggestion to obviously have that discussion with the industry communities. We know that the economy and the environment can go hand in hand. We know that we have to have this meaningful consultations with industry communities to move forward. That is exactly what we're doing.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
But the Liberals killed Northern Gateway and Energy East, the two pipelines to new markets, and they failed to get a single shovel in the ground for Trans Mountain. They created this crisis. Now they're passing the No More Pipelines Bill C-69, which will do exactly what that name says. It will make sure no new pipeline is ever proposed or built in Canada again. Premiers, the private sector, economists, and experts all agree. So if anything that member just said was true, he would scrap Bill C-69 today. Will he do it? Will he get rid of No More Pipelines Bill C-69? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why we need Bill 69 is for industry to know before they start the project what the rules and regulations are, to make sure that when they're investing, the rules are clear. Under the previous government, they would play rules, they would play games, and they have no record to show for it. In 2006, basically 99% of our oil went to the United States. In 2015, guess what? 99% of oil keeps going to the United States. We will take no lessons of how to do it from the previous government. Merci.
Order. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
What's the point of rushing through accessibility legislation if the government isn't going to put the money where their mouth is, Mr. Speaker? The Liberals keep failing Canadians who live with disabilities. And in the fall economic update, there's no mention of new obligations, let alone funding for the CRTC to maintain their existing responsibilities. This is unfair, and it's insulting to Canadians waiting for implementation of Bill C-81. Why won't the Liberals take their responsibility seriously and ensure that institutions like the CRTC are accessible to everyone?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our goal is to make accessibility a reality across federal jurisdictions so that all people, regardless of their abilities or disabilities, can fully participate and be included in society. Bill C-81 will help us reach that goal. This legislation represents a significant, historic advancement in federal disability rights legislation. Our government will provide $290 million over 6 years to further the objectives of the new legislation once it is given royal assent. I am proud that our government has delivered on this important mandate commitment.
The honourable member for Desnethie-Missinippi Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, the Prime Minister said everyone deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. Northern communities don't believe it because most of them still can't be accessed by highway year-round, and people still live in overcrowded homes and are falling apart or covered in mold. Liberals keep neglecting Northerners. Why don't they invest the billions needed now to close the housing gap on reserves and in northern communities?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question and for raising this incredibly important issue. We have made major investments to increase infrastructure on reserves, as well as for Indigenous Canadians who live off reserve. We have invested in an additional $200 million a year for First Nations housing. We are working with the Assembly of First Nations on a strategy. We have invested $500 million a year over the next $500 million over the next 10 years for Métis. An additional $400 million over 10 years for Inuit. We are building houses.
Honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
The Transport Minister claims he has never heard any concerns about the Liberal carbon tax. Yet we know. The National Airlines Council of Canada has said, and I quote, "Introducing a national carbon tax would exacerbate Canadian aviation's already severe competitiveness problems." And the CEO of WestJet has said, and I quote, "They need to be very careful that they don't kill an industry that is so important to economic growth." Does the minister still claim he's never heard these concerns?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I think what Canadians want to know is, did the party opposite read the UN climate report? Do they understand that climate change is real? Do they understand the economic impact? There was just a report in the United States by climate scientists and by federal U.S. agencies said that the U.S. is at risk of losing 10% of its economy to the impacts of climate change. We also have a $30 trillion opportunity of clean growth. I would wish that the party opposite would understand that climate change is real, that we need a serious plan, that we need to take action, and that's to grow our economy and also protect our environment. What is your plan?
Order. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
She'll get her chance in 10 months to answer questions, Mr. Speaker. It seems every other member in this House is hearing the negative effects of the carbon tax except this Liberal front bench. Canadian manufacturers and exporters said, and I quote, "The federal carbon pricing system, as it is structured, further weakens our investment position." The Canadian Trucking Alliance said, and I quote, "The federal system creates competitive issues between Canadian and U.S. carriers." Does the Transport Minister still claim he hasn't heard these concerns?
The Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask again, does the party opposite understand just how serious climate change is? Does the party opposite understand the $30 trillion economic opportunity of climate action? We need to act. We need to do it because it is the right thing to do for our environment. It's the right thing to do for our economy. It is the right thing to do for our kids. Everyone wants to know, what is the Conservative Party's climate plan?
Honourable order. 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 The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Families in my community aren't polluters, Mr. Speaker. The St. John's Board of Trade, the Chamber of Marine Commerce, multiple municipal associations, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the National Airline Council of Canada. These are all stakeholders who have publicly said the carbon tax will hurt their businesses. Will the Transport Minister start listening to the concerns of Canadian businesses, or does he still claim he can't hear them?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
You can do both. You can grow the economy and you can tackle climate change. And guess what? We're doing it. Our emissions are going down and we're growing the economy. With Canadians, we have created more than 550,000 jobs. Our economy is the fastest growing in the G7 and we're taking serious action to tackle climate change. I'm extremely proud that next week I will be going to the climate negotiations in Poland where we're going to take action with the international community to tackle climate change. We owe it to our environment, we owe it to the economy, and we owe it to our kids.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, now more than ever in this country, we need to stand up and take action to defend and strengthen our two official languages. Canadians understand the importance of protecting our rights and our official languages, and they know it is part of their government's responsibilities towards our national identity. Can the Minister of National Defence tell us about the actions taken to ensure women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces thrive in an environment where both official languages are equally valued? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that I do not speak French does not lessen my commitment to bilingualism. As promised in our defence policy, Strong, Secure, Engaged, we restored the Royal Military College in Saint-Jean. We restored its status as a university degree-granting institution. We are giving ourselves the tools to recruit the best talents from Quebec and Francophones from Canada.
So nice to have a friendly house. The honourable member for Central Okanagan's Milkmaid Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, New Zealand is the latest security ally of Canada that has done the right thing and will ban Huawei from their 5G networks. Yet, these Liberals refuse to put the security of Canadians first and do the same. Now, given that the Chinese government giving Chinese access to our 5G network is both irresponsible and wrong, when will this government join our allies and say no way to Huawei?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government is open to investment that will grow our economy and create good middle-class jobs, but never, Mr. Speaker, at the expense of our national security. When it comes to telecommunication services, we promised Canadians we would improve quality, coverage, and price of their services no matter where they live. 5G is an emerging technology that's an important part of us meeting that promise, and to meet the explosion of consumer and industrial demand for faster and higher capacity mobile networks. But we want to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we will follow the advice of our public security officials, and we will work only with partners who pass muster with them.
The member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, 6 months after flooding devastated their community, the people of Grand Forks are still recovering from the impacts of that flood. And with winter settling in and the next potential flood only 6 months away, they are extremely anxious to get a firm commitment of support from the federal government. So can this government commit to working with the people of Grand Forks and the Boundary to support their recovery and mitigation efforts through infrastructure and public safety programs?
Good question. Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
The Government of Canada always stands ready to support provinces when they are working with local communities to deal with the aftermath of natural disasters. The provinces and the municipalities have the first line of responsibility to determine what is necessary, but they call upon the Government of Canada to assist them, including with the disaster financial assistance arrangements, and the Government of Canada will always, in every case, be there.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand the importance of high-growth mining companies in supporting middle-class families and helping us transition to a clean economy. I hear from resource exploration companies that greater investment certainty would ensure that Canada attracts more of the finite pool of resource exploration dollars available globally. In light of the fall economic statement, can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources update us on recent actions this government is taking to protect Canada's position as a top destination for exploration and mining? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for St. John's East for an excellent question and his really hard work here in Ottawa. In the fall economic statement, our government extended the mineral exploration tax credit for 5 years. This extension will provide junior mining companies and investors with greater certainty, which is vital for the future mines. It will create good middle-class jobs for Canadians, including in Northern Ontario. So, Speaker, we are bolstering the sector's competitiveness and making sure that Canada remains a world-class destination for mining investments. We stand firmly behind this sector and the hardworking Canadians it employs.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis-Tremont-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, what's going on when a Prime Minister has to defend Canada? What do we get? Radio silence. And yet New Zealand has prohibited the use of Huawei's of equipment by Huawei in developing its 5G equipment. It's a security risk. The United States and Australia are doing the same thing. Why won't he ban Huawei in our 5G system, or will he fail once again to defend Canada's interests? Mr. Speaker, we have never compromised national security, and we never will. Canada has solid antecedents in protecting our people. We have experts who are working on this. Mr. Speaker, investments are very important, and we are open to global investments which will help our economy and boost our growth. With respect to the 5G network, the technology is very important, but we want to make sure. The Honourable Member for La Pointe, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has proved that the government has completely underestimated the costs of the wave of migrants. But that's only the federal spending. For anything that really costs a lot of money, Quebec has to pay. Housing, social assistance, education, etc. The Ottawa's put $50 million to help out, but Ontario alone needs $200 million. Quebec has received 12 times more migrants. When will Canada do the right thing and compensate Quebec as they should? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I can assure my colleague that we are holding discussions with the Government of Quebec. I was in Quebec City last week. I met with the Minister, Mr. Barrette. We will continue to work with the new Quebec government to make sure that we pay some of the reasonable costs associated with this irregular migration. Quebec is an important partner. We respect their commitment and ours. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow Canada will be signing a free trade agreement with North America. But our dairy producers are worried that because now Americans will have a say in our supply management system. They are betraying Quebec producers. We want to make sure that this doesn't happen. Can the Prime Minister say that these provisions were withdrawn, or has he once again failed to honour his word? The Honourable Minister.
Our government has defended our supply management system from a strong American attempt to dismantle it. Our poultry, eggs, and dairy provide the highest quality products for Canadians at a reasonable price and keep the rural areas strong. We understand that there will be an impact on the farmers, and we're committed to fully and fairly supporting them to make sure that the supply management system continues to expand through the centuries.
Good job.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, on Friday the government is going to sign a new free trade agreement with the U.S. and Mexico. That's tomorrow, and there's still no firm government commitment to compensate our dairy producers. The government has simply abandoned them in 3 agreements in a row. In our agreement with North America, in the TPP, and in CETA. Will the government take its responsibility for these 3 betrayals, and will it commit firmly to entirely compensating our supply managed producers for their losses in these 3 trade agreements?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's fair. My honourable colleague is well aware we're the party that implemented supply management, and we're the party that's going to defend it. It's important to note that the Americans wanted to destroy our supply management system, and our negotiators in government made sure that did not happen. We also understand there will be an impact on our farmers, and we are committed to fully and fairly supporting them. Mr. Speaker, we have and will continue to support the supply management system in this country.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I moved a motion in this place. It appeared that possibly members from both the government and the official opposition side had not supported the motion. However, it's now been made known that the appearance of opposition was completely unintentional. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent of the House for the following motion. That the House recognize that 81 years ago, Imperial Japanese Army forces raped an estimated 20 to 80,000 Chinese women and girls, and approximately 300,000 people were killed. That after the Nanjing Massacre, the military sexual slavery system of Japanese military expanded rapidly, and an estimated 200,000 women from Korea, the Philippines, China, Burma, Indonesia, and other Japanese occupied territories were tricked, kidnapped, or coerced to work in brothels to serve as, quote, comfort women to the Imperial Japanese Army. That Western eyewitness in Nanjing described the atrocities as, quote, hell on earth. That the House of Commons in 2007 unanimously passed a motion in recognition that the Imperial Army Forces of Japan used women as sex slaves during the Second World War. Therefore, in the opinion of the House, the government formally acknowledged this by declaring December 13th of each year as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day in Canada.
The Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion. No, there is no unanimous consent. And now I believe the Honourable Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Leader of the Government could please tell this House what we will be looking at for the rest of this week and next week, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, pursuant to order adopted Tuesday, November 27th, we will move to concur in the report, the 66th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Then we will complete debate on Bill C-86, the second budget bill, at third reading. Tomorrow morning we will begin debate at second reading stage of Bill C-87, an act to reduce poverty.
At second reading stage of Bill C-88 concerning Mackenzie Valley. Lastly, next Tuesday shall be the final allotted day in the supply cycle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 27, 2018, the House will now revert to the rubric motions. Mr. Ouellette, seconded by Ms. Jolibois, moves that the 66th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on Tuesday, June 19, 2018, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. President, j'aimerais partager mon temps.
I would like to share my time with the Honourable Member for Desnethé Churchill River.
Je viens de dire dans la langue.
In the Cree language, I just said I'm very proud to be here today and that you are all my relations. This is a way to say of greeting everyone, and it's not just here in Canada, but it's a way of speaking to all people that I deal with, but to tell people as well, and creation, that we are all together.
Are extremely important. They are not distinctive. But Indigenous languages have been dying now for over 150 years. They have been ignored for generations, suppressed actively by government. But I am proud to say that we are entering a new age when this is no more. We will be getting a fighting chance to ensure the survival of Indigenous languages. When I was first elected to the House of Commons, I had a dream that a grandmother from her reserve could turn on the television and watch the great debates of Parliament in her Indigenous language, whether it was Cree, Anishinaabe, in an Iroquois language, in Innu, any language across Canada. And I think it's extremely important that that dream be realized. But we face grave difficulties because there is no central authority to enable that grandmother to have that television on. Even though we have CPAC in French and English, it does not exist for Indigenous languages. Now, in places like Little Pine, Moosomin, Mosquito Grizzly Bear, Sweetgrass Poundmaker, and Red Pheasant First Nation, where my people are from, they have been calling out for many years about their desire to see Indigenous languages, the Cree language, heard and spoken in this place, the people's place. And if Canada is to fulfill it's the dream that we have for each other, if we are to fulfill the vision that was laid out for Canadians in our Constitution and our Charter, then I think the full welcoming of Indigenous languages into this House is long overdue. And I think every party in the House can agree to this, that if we are truly to be a great nation, that everyone should know that this is their nation, whether they have been here only one day or they have been here since time immemorial, since the rivers have flown and the grasses grow. I would like to thank the members of the Proc Committee who spent innumerable amount of hours fighting for Indigenous languages in this House. The honourable members, the great honourable members from Yukon, St. Catharines, Halifax, Laurentides, LaBelle, Winnipeg North, Brampton North, Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame, the Minister now of Seniors, York Centre and Kitchener Centre, These members who are not Indigenous spent countless hours fighting for the Indigenous languages, as well as members from the opposition, the loyal opposition, as well as the third party, also spent countless hours fighting for Indigenous languages, even though there might be little or no benefit to them personally in their families, to their personal histories, to the history of what they saw or their old vision of what Canada might have been. Yet nonetheless, they stood up for each and every one of us in Canada. When I was first elected in 2015, I went to see Annette Trimby at the University of Winnipeg. And we sat down for a lovely meeting. And she said, there are a few things I need some help with. One is some funding. But also there was a desire at the University of Winnipeg to expand language training. And when I was a professor at the University of Manitoba, I spent many years trying to increase the amount of language programming that we had at the University of Manitoba. But the University of Winnipeg with Annette Trimby was particularly interested because they wanted to combine it with modern technology, with data, but they lacked the amount of large metadata to feed the algorithms to ensure that they could have adequate translation so that the computers could actually be able to translate properly Indigenous languages. There are a lot of books written in children's books, but they often are not always a living language. So I would like to thank Wab Kinew, who was the previous Associate Vice President of Indigenous Languages at the University of Winnipeg. I'd also like to thank Dr. Curry, the Dean of Arts, Dr. Glenn Moulason, who also invested a large amount of personal time to even learn the Indigenous languages. I'd like to thank Dr. Jacqueline Romano, who offers for credit courses in Cree and Ojibwe. The language instructors in the department include Darren Corshane, Annie Boulanger, and Ida Bear. The department also supports an intensive 2-week Learn to Speak Ojibwe program. The program is designed to teach beginner and intermediate Ojibwe and involves classroom and fieldwork. The fieldwork is held at the Medicine Eagle Camp and includes traditional teachings on medicine, beading, drumming. And funding for this has been provided by Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada, Indigenous Services Canada. There is also a University of Winnipeg undergraduate student, Cameron Lozinski, who is currently developing an app to make his ancestral language, Swampy Cree, more accessible. Dr. Lorena Fontaine, academic Indigenous lead at the University of Winnipeg, completed her PhD on Aboriginal languages rights in Canada, and she was working with the Manitoba Aboriginal Languages Strategy of Manitoba, Red River College, with Rebecca Chartrand, University College of the North, University of Manitoba, and the Manitoba Provincial Government to develop a certification program for Aboriginal language speakers that are not teachers. She has also been an Aboriginal language rights advocate for 12 years, both nationally and internationally. The university also has been bringing faculty, students, and the public to learn from. This includes examples like Dr. Anton Trunier, professor of Ojibwe at Bemidji State University, and Octaviana Trujillo, professor of applied Indigenous studies at Northern Arizona University. Now, community programming continues to go on at the University of Winnipeg with the Wee-Chi-Wachanak Learning Center, which provides options to community to learn Ojibwe. And the weekly classes are held free of charges for all ages, taught by Andeg Muldrew. Andeg is a linguistics student at the University of Manitoba, where he is also a sessional instructor for Ojibwe. This is extremely important. All of these individuals have had a role in trying to get our languages so that they could survive. There is currently no large-scale or no government agency which ensures that there is a central type of standardization, that when you stand up in the House of Commons, that we will have an agreed-upon word for what it means to be a member of Parliament, otapapis tamakeo. And so if we can start to use the Parliament of Canada to allow us to have greater translation, to have interpretation, and have interpreters from across Canada of the Cree language working together, coming up with the actual specific terms, making Indigenous languages living languages like they are in French and English, to ensure that they can survive into the future, so that my children will have the opportunity of actually turning on the television and being proud. This all started as well, not only with a conversation with Dr. Annette Trimby, but when I stood up in this House to make a member statement over a year and a half ago, and I spoke in only Cree, about violence against women for the Moose Hide campaign, which I wear proudly on my lapel here. And my members, there was some laughter in the chamber because no one could understand what I was saying. And I made a point of privilege asking the Speaker, you, Honourable Speaker, whether my rights had been violated. And you looked into the standing orders to discover if the rights had been violated or not, and you determined that it was up to the House to decide. And you took the sage decision to ask the Proc Committee to investigate, to come up with reports, to use the processes that we have in this place to come up with the right decision. And I must thank you as well for taking that courageous decision to push this issue forward, as well as the members in this House, because if you hadn't done so, you might have had myself who would be very disappointed, but also your actions will hopefully allow my children's children to have the opportunity of speaking an Indigenous language. And that, I think, is the greatest gift that you have given to this place in your time as Speaker. And I look forward to reading the rulings that you have put forward. Read the rulings in the book that will come out once you are no longer Speaker. And this, I believe, will be the very first one, because it will be extremely important to the history of our nation and to what we are able and have demonstrated what we're able to do in this place. So I'd just like to say thank you in Mi'kmaq, Wola La Liuk, in Cree, Ikosane, Ikse, and in Anishinaabe language, Miigwech. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tapuya kikitwam, hai hai.
Well, Alan, may I say that it's an honor to hear in this place languages that have been spoken here in this land for thousands of years. The Honourable Member for Desneti and Mississippi Churchill River.
Merci, Joe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across the way, I want to ask...
My apologies, I got a bit carried away, it seems, and forgot that we have questions and comments, of course, following this speech from the member, so I apologize. Member has a question, so we'll go to... perhaps she thought that I was asking her on a question, to raise for a question, and I'll let her do that.
I'm asking a question of my colleague across the way. I'm curious. Today is a really remarkable day and moving forward as we're building bridges and in the right direction. I understand that my colleague across started off with his language and then stopped and delivered the rest in English. Can he explain why?
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
The House of Commons only allows translation into English and French, but it is my dream that one day, when we turn on the television on CPAC, because we have more Indigenous members from across the country who are elected to the People's House, that at some point in the future, that when we turn on the television, we can watch it in Cree, and the grandmother can watch the great debates of our Parliament, but also the young children will be able to hear that language in the background and know that it is important, that it is not a forgotten language, that it is not something that is not worthwhile, but it is actually spoken and heard of on TV, on the internet, and it has value. And it has value to them and their self-esteem, and it will lift our people up and raise them so that our young people can be successful and reach their full potential.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary, the Honourable Member for Honorable Député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Hard to see back here. A quick question for my colleague. The recommendations of Proc Report number 66 are specifically written in a way to allow and encourage members of the House of Commons who are not Indigenous to learn those languages and to use them in this place. I wonder if he has any comments on the importance of that, as we've seen from a colleague from Île-des-Sœurs in Montreal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, it was quite interesting when the member from Ville-Marie gave a speech in Mohawk, and it was interesting to note that when I placed my video online of me speaking Cree, no one took much notice at first. A few people were interested, but I must say when a non-Indigenous person took the time to speak Mohawk. People became very excited, over hundreds of thousands of views on that video. And it made a lot of people really quite proud, because it wasn't just an Indigenous person trying to stand up in the House of Commons for their own language, it was others doing it for them. And he has spent considerable hours learning the Mohawk language. He's been taking exams monthly, spending considerable hours, not every day, but as much as he possibly can with his duties here in the House of Commons. And so it's a great thing, I think, when other MPs take that time to learn someone else's language, and in essence, the way and the world view. People see the world and how they think, and to learn a culture. And it shows a great openness and truly an open spirit of a nation-to-nation ideal.
The Honourable Member for Ashlega. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Ashlega is an Indigenous name, and speaking Indigenous languages in the House of Commons of Canada is something very important. I think it sends a strong message. I think this is a step in the right direction. My colleague was talking about the languages that are disappearing. Often the elders and even the youth don't speak the languages anymore. And there are people who are teaching Indigenous languages to others, but it seems to me, and I'll ask him if he agrees, that the federal government could help communities, help the elders to teach the younger people the language. So does the federal government have a role to play in promoting Indigenous languages within those communities? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. Well, certainly this will help Canadians and Indigenous people to learn their own language. It will send a strong message that this is important. We've heard a lot about the pride that Francophones have for their language in recent days, and the same is true of Indigenous peoples. I think they're having it spoken in this House will create a demand for translators and interpreters, and that will also encourage universities to ensure that these services can be provided across Canada. As we move forward, more and more people will be properly trained to teach Indigenous languages, and that will give young people the chance to learn the language at a younger age. So it's a great source of pride. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Desnethi, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Mercy to all those who die. Mr. Speaker, today is a big day for Indigenous languages in the House of Commons. I'm going to be splitting my comments in half today. First, I'll be speaking in English for the benefit of my colleagues, and afterwards I'll be making comments in my first language, Dene, which soon I'll be able to speak more freely in these chambers. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy with the findings of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee report on the use of Indigenous languages in the House. I'd like to give a special thank you to the members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for the hard work and commitment. Adopting Indigenous languages into House business is no easy task, but because of the members, we are now one step closer to equal recognition. Masicho. As I've said many times, I'm a Dene woman, and I grew up on the trap line in northern Saskatchewan. The large majority of people in my riding are Dene or Cree, First Nation and Métis, and many people speak more than one language. The diversity of languages across the riding is awesome yet challenging. I recently had the privilege of attending the First Nations Language Keepers Conference in Saskatoon, hosted by the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre. At the conference, I heard from educators like Julia Ouellette, who teaches Cree to youth using physical actions to get the kids moving around while they're learning. I heard from entertainers like Brian Waskewedge, who uses puppets to engage with small kids in Plains Cree using language they'll understand. I also heard from the youth directly, Davis Horse from Thunderchild First Nation, who lives in Cree-only household and encourages a traditional lifestyle for youth across Saskatchewan. I also met with Cameron Luzinski, who is developing a smartphone app with his elders to help more young people access the language, his language. If I have one takeaway from my experience at this conference, it's that we must provide leadership and act as role models for young Indigenous youth who want to speak their languages. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit languages are thriving across Canada, contrary to popular belief. I'm glad to see that the committee's report agrees that the House should build our capacity to speak our languages. Communicating with our constituents in the languages they speak is so important, and adopting this report may seem small, but it will have a significant impact in our communities and in our schools and in our homes. We'll be better able to speak about the issues that matter to them, like education, access to health care, and northern infrastructure. An informed democracy is a strong democracy, and adopting this report is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Masicho, but at this time, I'm switching to my first language. Senesa du zinika, denisum clean has slim, a jaw, your choy, dasilti. They snether Mississippi, Churchill River, it's a dasilti. Oh, the Nikuntana has the who gale, reserves a lad, nothing yai. Corisina, denisum clean has seen the sina, Danisha, Sagolian, denisum clean, say a tea, guess near. Saquay slow, Sateque, Hamanchu Haba, Satai Unichu Hamayune. Nohanabi, the Shayazan. Nunihilo, on left out the Shaya than a hijab. Senesa, a question I do house on that time. All very do zinika than Igadale tea. So Iniare Procedure and House Affairs Committee's report Hulila, Nohayati de LT Hajadai, the Hilt E. La Horincha, the Thelsila, City Bohaya Tiu, no need I the sea. MP, Northern Quebec, a Liberal, another the Ayi the Beatia, Dorekela, Nohorel Iha, Nohayati de Eltia. Holland Sina, Denison Cleany has seen the sea, who tells a Saskatchewan Ayai, Nia, Hintalas too, who tells an anastery, Senela, Sahoyina, Yati Ayaltila. Si Dani sum cleaning das ahu, and na create data tas a day altilai. Land u dialects and u a faltayalti. Senila, Panotani yade, a des ahead. A second either eat you, ni zoom, taste it die, but anil tie. Senesa, Nahal Hosni, Ane needs our tie Janes Jai. Saskatoon Language Keepers. Conference Nathia. Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Center, Noni Ainla, Saskatoon in Sham, Dari Sal Ladu Nahodon left Canidesta, Hon left ham. Saquihal Aladao, Aslathihal Alado, Saquihal Alado, Land Unohoyatik Rail Niham. That is the Ahuto, phone the boat in tow. It's coin as a day like u Sakuhan al Tanu, and nothing a whole day you, a cont u, Sednes a cont u, Sa, or look a whole yare, Sa, Daniati, did a who, dogots are at tea dinner niham. Succeed, I conference at the yai, but there is niha day dust a Saquil than a godu to Banabi. Dani Adel Tuto, dog was alright easy, Adel Tiha. Nahorel E. Taste in mercy when the Sanu, Dani Godi con do they asti, mercy when the Sanu, Asla de Naholabi. No, how con do they asti? Taste is in Nathan, don't then. Dari La Committee, not ood Nadayas to Horace Caney, so in Horace Keeler, and Bayati de Asti, real cane, Holiati, Adel Tiu. Dani Hanright is in Hoyatik as tea thought in it and a yikon uhurike that I don't hell ya. A taste is a nasal, mercy by innocent. I would taste and let's a day see sa right in, Dani has see sa, and let's a day ha right in. Asada yaltiu, asadas eltiu, don't u, test is a neza by you, the sidus at the hilt e, sa MP the sila, test e, hurricane, in la no hets a dew, asu haril zahu could do no neither. A committee no hayati a bahaya stew, test a kundu bahalways new, do no horror or a see mercy be a sense. Ea do zinig test la horincha, hollies, that is season. Do Anna, than is sini arasum as in Ohio stilla. Ea test it mercy be a sense. At this time, Mr. Speaker, as I just delivered my presentation, the same similar presentation in Dene, similar. And at this time, what I like to say is, from the bottom of my heart, to all Canadians from coast to coast to coast, we have this opportunity to acknowledge the Indigenous languages across Canada and the place of government, federal government, and in the House of Commons. We are able to speak in our languages, and we are able to showcase the way our first language. In my case, it is Dene. And in my writing, I have Cree, 3 dialects, the Métis, the Michif, and other Indigenous languages. It is a very significant step in the right direction. We are beginning to build bridges, and reconciliation is beginning to occur. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank all my committee friends and the committee and all members of Parliament and government officials who helped make this happen. And you too, Mr. Speaker, you helped make it happen. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Merci, Cho. Siniesa.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Speaker, I sincerely hope that today is the last day we have to hear Indigenous speeches in this House without the use of translation. The opportunities are there in this report that should the member next time wish to speak in this way, she'll be able to inform the table and have those interpreters ready to interpret us. It's a very sad statement in here when we're listening to a speech and watching the interpreters both go silent. I would have loved to have heard everything she said in real time. So this is more of a comment than a question, but I very much appreciate her pushing us to do this, participating in the study, and demonstrating the importance of it and the need for it here in the House today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Desnate, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for my colleague, the question across the way. I actually said at the beginning of my presentation, I was able to deliver my first version of my presentation in English. And what I did do when I spoke in Dene as what is written, and unfortunately, the way our translation in Dene doesn't go word for word. And if I went word for word, it would be really confusing even for me to speak and try to communicate. So on my thinking of the ability to think in Dene and the ability to think in English, to my best of the ability, I tried to take the issue where the translators won't be able to translate today. But from this day forward, we can make that request and translators will be made available, and then you can be able to hear that. So thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed that when my colleague was giving her speech in her own language, that she was actually gesturing differently. So language is so intimately linked to somebody's personality and culture. I used to study anthropology, and people always say that when you go to study a people that you don't know, the first thing you look at is the vocabulary, because the vocabulary shows you what that person's world is. It really shows their way of looking at the world. An example is that in Inuktitut, for example, there are many words for snow because they live in a very snowy world. And I don't have that range of vocabulary. So if we could conserve, or rather encourage Indigenous communities to preserve their languages, that would be a good start. I'd like to hear my colleague say more about that. The Honourable Member.
I'm extremely fascinated by languages. When I hear Dene people speak in their languages, when we speak our languages, we have a lot of sense of humor, and we laugh lots. And when we speak in English, we have a tendency to be a little more serious because we're worried about, oh, did I make a mistake in saying this English word? I'm so concerned about the way I'm speaking English. But when I'm comfortable, then it's when I speak in Dene, so di kadaraster. Lantu Dene Zathia Hilio, Lantu Banik Alaneo, Lantu Balde Tiha. So what we do is we look at translating how to soften the tone so that we can engage and have a little humor attached to it so that everybody can feel comfortable in communicating with one another. When I was in Saskatoon, I heard from Cree-speaking Nakota, Dene, and the other two languages in Saskatchewan. It was fascinating to hear young people speaking in Cree, Nakota, and their languages because they're able to communicate in their first language. So I am very fascinated by languages and the way we translate and how to make that happen and how we can grow more in Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak today to the Procedural and House Affairs Committee's 66th report on the use of Indigenous languages in House proceedings. I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. It's been very good to hear my colleagues from both sides of the House speak to this already. Very interesting. For myself personally, I'm very inspired and encouraged by what I hear. My speech may be a little bit different, but I think it's wonderful that we can each bring our perspective. My granddaughter, her father is my son, so her father is of Mennonite descent, but her mother, my granddaughter's mother, is Anishinaabe. And so I'm just so pleased to be able to share that heritage and so many wonderful things with my granddaughter. I also was fortunate to have lived at Grand Rapids, Manitoba for a number of years. And so I learned actually at that time some wonderful church hymns in the Cree language. I won't be sharing those today, but it was just a wonderful language and wonderful to be able to learn and share that language. Mr. Speaker, the report we're discussing today calls upon us to decide on an appropriate balance between the use of Indigenous languages in House proceedings and the ability of all members to comprehend those interventions. In principle, simultaneous interpretation for all Indigenous language sounds and is a well-intentioned aspirational concept. But I think it is important that we are fully alert to many of the consequences, good consequences, good effects, but also maybe some unintended consequences that could come out of that. I worry that unintended consequences will follow if we adopt the committee's report specifically as written. For starters, let me just explain why. There are a dozen languages other than French and English spoken in Canada by more Canadians than all Indigenous languages combined, namely Spanish, Mandarin, Cantonese, Punjabi, Arabic, Tagalog, Italian, German, Hindi, Urdu, Portuguese, and Russian. If we were to treat each Indigenous language, and there are actually more than 60 of them, separately, I could add yet another dozen languages that are more commonly spoken in Canada than Cree, the most common Indigenous language. As a result, we may find ourselves as members with new demands from constituents from among these 24 linguistic communities or others to speak for them in their language in this House. Today, I can say that Canada's official languages are spoken and readily understood in the Parliament, with a small indulgence for modest uses of other languages which members speak in this place from time to time. But if interpretation facilities are in place for non-official languages, over time, we as parliamentarians may be harder pressed to explain why interpretation is not also provided for other languages spoken in the House of Commons that may represent a large number of Canadians. Another concern, Mr. Speaker, on the law of unintended consequences concerning the recommendations to arrange for interpreters is that Canada simply doesn't have a lot of people right now at the ready who could come and interpret speeches for us. According to the 2016 census, some 400 Canadians with a knowledge of Indigenous languages work in the interpretation and translation field. Considering that translators and interpreters do very different work, the Translation Bureau has an inventory of just 115 Indigenous language interpreters on file. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that only 3 of them live in or are close to Ottawa. The rest live and work in communities across Canada and often at quite a distance from Ottawa. Consider that an interpreter's time would definitely be required. Though we might be asking someone to come here to interpret a 10-minute speech, we may be asking them to dedicate 2 or more days to a single assignment, one that you would consider that once you consider the travel required. That's time away from providing important and necessary support in their home communities, support which is crucial to many Canadians' interactions with medical, government, and legal services. And I'm thinking back to my time living in Grand Rapids, a very isolated community where these services could be very much used. Now, to satisfy this report, truthfully, to satisfy a few of us politicians here in Ottawa, who I'm not saying should be disregarded, but I think that the needs of Canadians and Indigenous Canadians across the country should be put before our needs. But in order to satisfy our requests, we would be asking what few interpreters there are to abandon their clients for days at a time. We run a serious risk of throwing into disarray those important services, potentially endangering many Canadians. That's a significant and a legitimate concern, and it's one which I hope that we haven't overlooked. Another concern is that despite the available pool of interpreters, most of them are simply not experienced interpreting to and from French, which is another part of this. That would prompt the need for some of us to turn what's called relay interpretation. So let me explain. If we have someone speaking Cree, which would be interpreted into English, then that English interpretation would need to be rendered into French. So if you think of the expression lost in translation, which is a real thing, that's likely what we could see happen with the use of this relay interpretation. Compounding this is subsection 4.3 of the Official Languages Act, which requires our debates to be recorded in one of the official languages and to be accompanied by a translation in the other official language. In fact, this could be unconstitutional. Subsection 16.1 of the Charter provides that, and I quote, "English and French are the official languages of Canada and have equality of status and equal rights and privileges as to their use in all institutions of the Parliament and Government of Canada," end quote. So equality of status and equality rights, and equal rights, Mr. Speaker. Relay interpretation might not honor those constitutional guarantees. These issues are a matter of concern that earlier this year in other places, when a report of the Senate's Internal Economy Committee presented the views of its advisory working group on parliamentary translation services, and I'm going to quote from that report. "The lack of high-quality translation and interpretation services for the Senate also affects the rights of Canadians. The Senate has a constitutional duty to make services of equal quality available to the public in both official languages. Words matter. The Senate must do what it can to ensure that no matter what language is originally used, its publications and broadcasts reflect the very best translation and interpretation available so that all Canadians have equal access to the entire context of the debate and to its nuance," end quote. So if the equality of Canada's official languages is genuinely important to us, these unintended consequences and more should offer all of us pause. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we're not talking here about the right to use Indigenous languages. How much time do I have left? 2 minutes. In this House. We're firm believers in the freedom of speech. The right for a member to speak in the chamber on behalf of their constituents is paramount. Speech goes to the purpose of this institution, and its name is Parliament. Now, I'm going to actually just go. I think that Mr. Speaker, a very workable plan has been laid out, and I'm going to quote the Speaker. He says, if members want to ensure that the comments they make in a language other than French or English can be understood by those who are following the proceedings and are part of the official record in the debates, an extra step is required. Specifically, members need to repeat their comments in one of the two official languages so that our interpreters can provide the appropriate interpretation and so that they can be fully captured in the debates, end quote. So I think that this is a sensible and balanced approach which minimizes consequences while honoring the equality of official languages. This approach is done in the Legislative Assembly of the Northern Territories, an Australian jurisdiction where close to 20% of the population uses daily at least one of the territory's 100-plus Aboriginal languages. And closer to home here in the Yukon, the territorial legislation allows for the use of English, French, and what are called Yukon Aboriginal languages, but there are no interpretation facilities. So getting close to my end of time, I guess I would just wrap up by saying that we do believe that resources like this would be better used to help and support Indigenous people, to promote and support Indigenous languages, and not use, although it might be as somewhat self-indulgent, I would say. I understand the spirit of this report. I think we all support the spirit of this report, but I think that there are more efficient ways that we can accomplish the goals than what has been laid out in the report. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's actually my belief that parliamentarians have a constitutional protected right to use an Indigenous language in Parliament. Subsections 35(1) of the Constitution Act 1982 states that the existing Aboriginal treaty rights of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada are hereby recognized and affirmed. And do languages actually fall within these provisions? Professor Karen Drake has written about Indigenous language rights in Canada's pre-existing the Canadian state, and these rights have not been extinguished and are still present. Others like David Leach and Lorena Fontaine have been working towards launching a constitutional challenging, arguing that under subsection 35(1), the federal government has not only a negative obligation not to stifle Aboriginal languages, but a positive obligation to provide the resources necessary to the revitalization of those languages. So there are many sub-steps and different ideas that relate to this, especially within a decision, the Vanderpreet. In order for an Aboriginal right or an activity must be an element of practice, custom, or tradition integral to the distinctive culture of the Aboriginal group claiming the right. And I believe that Indigenous languages actually meet that constitutional requirement. Now, it's a very interesting argument about concerning French and English, but I think these are, in fact, the original languages of this land, and I think they actually deserve just as much respect. Now, I understand that there are many speakers who speak other languages, who have come from around the world to the Canadian state. But as if we look to, for instance, to other parliaments, New South Wales in Australia, because it was mentioned Australia by the honourable member, New South Wales has introduced Aboriginal language legislation to ensure that the protection of these Indigenous languages in New South Wales, but also that their ability to be heard within the chamber and of providing of services related to these languages.
One member for Portage Lisker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And I think we're actually in full agreement here. I agree that no one's right here to speak should ever be stopped. We all have a right to speak and to reflect our constituents' wishes as well as our own thoughts. But we also all have a right to understand what's being spoken. And I think what we're trying to do is find what's the best way to do that so that what I say in whatever language I choose can then be understood by each one of my honourable colleagues who have been here duly elected by their constituents. And I think what we're really aiming to do is find that solution. This PROC report was come to in a real spirit of unity. I think it was done very well, and I think that's what we're looking at, even though there may be parts of the report that we don't necessarily agree with. We agree with the spirit of it, and that is that members should be allowed to speak and members should be allowed to and be able to understand what's being spoken. So I think that we definitely are all on the same page and that we can find a solution.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I like to do at this time, I would like to ask a question. First, I'd like to make a comment and a question. I'm going to do it in English, and then I'm going to translate it in Dene so that my constituents who speak Dene can hear what I'm saying. What the comments I heard just now from the Conservative Party, the strength of colonialism, the strength of dismissing and destroying Indigenous languages, they promote that. And as an Indigenous woman, a Dene-speaking woman, my ancestors were born here first in where my homeland is. And they want me to dismiss that so that they want me to cater to them. I think of all the youth and all the elders before me and behind me. Today is the most significant day in moving forward. But one party remains to promote colonialism, and that breaks my heart. Now, having said that, as a Dene woman born in Saskatchewan, northern Saskatchewan, grew up on the trap line, I spoke Dene first language, and we are still promoting that. I have a constitutional right to speak in Dene because my ancestors were here first. Who der I Conservative Party yachtiadu der nohayatia de el tiha yachadilek asadi. Harel inla nohayatia de el tiha. Hanissa Gladon Hinlano Gata Edu who Nano Henleo Nohayatida real Elaha, Harel E. A dinner Ladeni than a Harel E. La Deus it done some clean hesly. The words it done hesly, Hintelas too. Hanissa says the Anna no has the Anitani Young. No Hayati than some clean at the Hinde El Tisa, so in it or Tisa. Constitutional right there did no Horin Chow no Horel E. A big il niha, no need E. No Hayati. No need in a hurry, no need to. So now, when I'm asking, why is she denying the argument about the ability to speak the Dene language or Cree or another language of Indigenous culture language? Why are they denying our right?
The honourable member for Portage-Lisker in 45 seconds or less, please.
That was 45 seconds. Well, I guess some of us are more equal than others. Mr.
Really?
Speaker, you know, I'm very much, I'm very, very insulted by what I was just accused of. I'm going to choose to take the high road. I want us all in this House to be able to speak the language that we choose, and then if we would like it to be understood by everyone, then speak it in either English or French so that it can be translated. And I sometimes think the easy way, instead of proposing a legitimate counter-argument, the easy thing to do is call names. And I find that very, very saddening and disrespectful to this place. And I think we can continue this discussion, find a very positive solution that will honor all Canadians from every background. Every linguistic background, our first Canadians, new Canadians. That's our heart's desire, and that's the spirit of what this report was given. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Portage-Lisker for generously giving me the opportunity to speak on this subject and half her time. I was a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that dealt with this issue, and I just want to be clear to the House. I have some prepared remarks, but I'm going to depart from them for the first part of my comments because it appears to me that a narrative has already been started that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee proposed a system under which Indigenous languages would be treated as being equal in debates in this place to French and English. Nothing could be further from the truth. And just to point out just how great the restrictions that are placed upon Indigenous languages by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, I'm going to actually read from its report, its recommendations. So there are only two recommendations. The first one is, the second deals, by the way, with expenses associated with being a user of Indigenous language. The first one, and the one that's being discussed here so far, is this: that the use of Indigenous languages be recognized in the House of Commons according to the process set out in this report on page 25, 26. Let me now read what that says. The committee recommends that members who wish to use an Indigenous language be required to give reasonable notice in writing to the Clerk of the House of Commons of their intention to speak in an Indigenous language during a future sitting of the House or committee meeting. In practice, this notice requirement would be similar to that which exists in the Senate of Canada. In the Senate, reasonable notice is not defined. Instead, the intention of the term reasonable is to provide for flexibility in finding available and qualified simultaneous interpreters. In the case of the House, prospectively, reasonable notice for Indigenous language use would include the time required to obtain interpretation services and make technical arrangements. In addition, the committee acknowledges that the technical requirements for the use of the Indigenous languages in the Chamber differ from those in House committees, where it would be yet more complicated. So, to be clear about this, if you want to speak an Indigenous language in the House of Commons, under the proposals made by the PROC committee, you are going to have to give substantial advance notice, because time will be required to contact a translator, have that translator come to the House of Commons, have that translator provide the translation. If it's a committee, you have to set up a separate translation booth because there is an inadequate facilities for the use of a third language or the relay language process in our committee rooms right now. We know this because the PROC committee itself had to go through this process, and it could not be done expeditiously. So all of this is by way of saying that if anybody thinks that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee proposed a utopia in which people would stand up and speak an Indigenous language with the same facility and immediate translation that is going on right now between French and English, they are sadly mistaken. And so if anybody criticizes my colleague and House Leader for suggesting that we need to deal in a practical way with the situations which will arise all the time where someone wants to stand up and speak extemporaneously or on a debate that has arisen on short notice, something where we can't bring in a translator from wherever that language is spoken in the country, then using a system like the one my colleague suggested, and the Speaker suggested this first, is the way to deal with this. The person who is speaking the Indigenous language speaks in the Indigenous language and then provides the translation into French or English. There is no other way we can think of. And we racked our imaginations trying to think of other ways of doing it. There is no other practical way of allowing spontaneous participation to occur in this place. So when a set piece is coming up, that's great. You can move to what the Procedure and House Affairs Committee suggested, but what my colleague suggested, what the Speaker suggested about facilitating this is a reasonable solution, and it is reasonable for the Speaker to do, Mr. Speaker, as you did today, when a person is using Indigenous language, to show some flexibility on the time so they can express themselves in both of those languages, whether they use the Indigenous language first, or as today, they speak in English or French and then go to the Indigenous language. That's all my colleague was suggesting. That is a reasonable approach. There is no reason to attack my colleague who has the best of intentions, who cares so deeply, who has, my goodness, a family that includes people who are speakers of Indigenous language. You know, to say that this is some kind of colonial mindedness is just wrong. It's just wrong. The fact is that there is tolerance, openness throughout Canadian society, regardless of partisan divide, and turning these issues into partisan issues. When we had a report that was participated in by all members of the House with good intentions is just inappropriate, Mr. Speaker, just inappropriate. Now, I had some prepared remarks. Let me turn to that. we are, of course, discussing the 66th report of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and I wanted to discuss some significant facts here, some significant practical facts. As you may know, as no doubt you are aware, I wrote a book on Canada's official languages some 25 years ago. It came out, in fact, in December of 1993. Here we are, 25th anniversary since that was done. And I did have a bit of an interest at the time, and was therefore eager to add to my knowledge of Canada's Indigenous languages when we had these hearings. One of the things that is clear is that while we can talk about Indigenous languages as a single group or single concept, the reality is that there are some Indigenous languages which are spoken by a significant number of people, enough that they are not considered by linguistics experts to be in danger of extinction in the short run. 6 of our 60 Indigenous languages fit into this category. They are the Cree languages, Dene, Innu, Inuktitut, Ojibwe, and Oji-Cree. And of those, Inuktitut is the standout. Its numbers are actually growing, in part because of the large birth rate, in part up in Nunavut, and in part because of the fact that the environment, being far away from English and French language centres, has to some degree provided a natural layer of protection that was not afforded to other languages. Other remaining languages, although they are equally precious, to be clear, are in much greater danger, and there are practical difficulties associated with finding translators for some of those. On the other hand, the likelihood of having a speaker of one of the less widely spoken languages in the Commons is considerably less than, for example, the virtually 100% chance that we will always have an Inuktitut speaker in the House of Commons. I just want to point out, if I could, I want to point out, maybe I'll go directly to a point about how seriously my party, because we've been attacked today, how seriously my party takes language rights in Canada. I'm going to make this point by turning to official language use, its history in Canada. The official languages, the use of languages in our parliamentary facilities, institutions, has been an issue in Canada since 1791, when the Constitutional Act was passed. And in 1793, January 1793, there was a debate in the Legislative Assembly of Lower Canada in which French was adopted as one of the official languages of that institution. With the BNA Act, Constitution Act, as it's now called, of 1867, Jean-Chrétien Cartier and Sir Johnny Macdonald ensured that both French and English would be languages of this institution. The Translation Bureau of the federal government was set in place under the government of R.B. Bennett, a Conservative Prime Minister. The Translation Bureau Act remains in effect to this day. It was enacted in 1934. In 1958, John George Diefenbaker brought in simultaneous translation in this place. Before that, when a member spoke in French, unilingual English members had no idea what that person was saying, and the reverse. 1958. And that was opposed by many members, including many Liberal members, but it was the right thing to do. Similarly, the most recent version of the Official Languages Act was passed by the government of Brian Mulroney. And on the issue of Indigenous participation, I just want to point out that everybody knows, of course, that Indigenous Canadians were deprived of the right to vote. They were given that right in 1960 by Diefenbaker's government. There had been an earlier attempt in 1885 under Sir Johnny Macdonald's government to introduce something called the Electoral Franchise Act that would have given Indigenous Canadians the right to vote. That was opposed by parliamentary Liberals at the time, and in 1898, that right was taken away. In short, Mr. Speaker, there are no parties here who can say we've all been angels throughout our history on this subject. But on this subject right now of trying to do what we all can to assist Indigenous Canadians in being full participants in every aspect of Canadian life, including debates here, I say that all parties stand on morally equal ground. We merely disagree on the practicalities of how best to achieve that common goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. I think when we saw the report, I was very moved by it, and I accept that every party was putting forward their full desire to, in a good way, to build the Canada that we all deserve in this nation. And I thank the honourable member for his hard work. I remember being at the committee as a witness and having him ask me questions. There is a certain practical nature to this, and we're starting something. This is not utopia, as was mentioned. There is practical issues that need to be delved into as we move forward. You do have to give 2 days notice or reasonable notice. And I understand that is something, as we move forward, is an interpreter available? There can't be a point of privilege, obviously, if there's not an interpreter available. We can't waste the time of the House. But as time moves forward, as these services develop, as perhaps there are more members who are elected who desire to speak an Indigenous language, some of the more common ones, then I suspect that we become more accustomed to how we go about, and we come up with procedures that work in this place, and customs that become unto our own, that it will become easier and easier to offer Indigenous languages. But this is truly a day to start, and I think in my heart is it a day to celebrate and to rejoice of the work that we have done in common cause.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you. I just want to take an advantage. That was more of a comment than a question, so I wonder if I can take the advantage of just developing the theme the honourable member expressed as follows. There are, of course, widely spoken Indigenous languages in Canada: Cree, OG Cree, Inuktitut, and several others. We could call the Big Six that have over 10,000 speakers each. There are also many languages with fewer speakers. I don't think there should be, in principle, a distinction between the two. One is not more valuable than the other. It's simply a statistical likelihood that we will have certain individuals here. There are also practical difficulties that get greater and greater, however, in terms of getting a suitable translator for some of the less widely spoken languages. On the other hand, no one just shows up and in the middle of a parliament becomes a member unless it's a by-election, which means we have some warning as to who the speakers are. Second point I want to make in this regard, Mr. Speaker, is I think the issue is the language of use, not the whether or not the speaker is him or herself Indigenous. It seems reasonable to me that if one were to have, for example, a non-Indigenous person representing an area with an Indigenous population, and they were trying to give a set-piece speech, that we ought to try and accommodate it. And if they were doing so in a manner that was off the cuff, that they would be expected to provide some kind of translation. That just seems reasonable to me. This is all about equality.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to direct my question to my friend who I've known for some time, and he and I share, I think, a significant amount of respect for each other. I hope that's true from his perspective as well. And I want to say to him, I do represent riding northwestern British Columbia, Skeena Bulkley Valley, of which 35–40% of the people living there represent are Indigenous Canadians from many, many groups: the Tsimshian, the Haida, the Wet'suwet'en, the Gitxsan, and on. And I want to talk to him about privilege, which is a word that we sometimes thrust upon those who are of wealthy or born to high status, that he and I enjoy an equal privilege of being non-Indigenous and being English speakers of our native tongue. That when we move through the world, we are able to enjoy a world here in Canada, certainly in Parliament, and around the country in which our language is very often understood. That puts us at ease because we can fully express ourselves, our questions, our concerns, and yet there are many who do not have that privilege, particularly Indigenous Canadians, and that we must understand that this country of ours cannot be its complete self until there is some effort to reconcile what was imposed upon Indigenous peoples, and in particular the issue of language, because the inability to express oneself in our native tongue, as the expression is, limits our ability to be effective in the world, diminishes our power in the world, and that I would think that getting over these technical challenges to allow the People's House to finally reconcile this imposition of a colonial structure upon Indigenous peoples would be something that all of us would welcome, rather than find reasons to resist. Does he understand this notion? And does he understand the importance of this, not just to people here, but more importantly, to many millions of Canadians across this country?
Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker, how long do I have to respond? About 45 seconds. Well, I guess I could respond in 1 second by just saying yes in answer to that question. But maybe, if I can, I'd just like to make the point to my colleague. I'm afraid we don't have time for me to ask him a question. I would ask, the status of the languages in terms of whether they are endangered or robust. I actually am just unfamiliar with the details in his writing with regard to those languages. But look, all of these languages are as important to those who speak them, those who are born in them, those who can most fully express themselves as the more widely spoken languages. That goes without saying. He's right, they combine, they bring no particular economic advantage, but they are as rich in terms of the literature they bring with them, the heritage, the history. And, once you're a part of a culture, it's not something you can just say, I'll rewrite the record to put myself in a more advantageous position. And who could not have sympathy with such a situation? Who could not say we should do all that we can? But all that we can has to be dictated by what we practically can do. That's the only caveat I'd put on something I agree 100% with the perspective that my honourable colleague, who I respect very much, is expressing. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Speaker, I will be sharing my time. It gives me particular pride to rise on Report 66 from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and the importance of adopting this report on time for its recommendations to be in place for our imminent move to West Block. Growing up, I was taught, as all Canadians have been, at least since the Official Languages Act was brought in, that Canada has two official languages, representing the two foundational nations of the country we call Canada. Canada, of course, we were taught was an Indian word meaning home. I say Indian deliberately and without an accurate translation of Canada in this context because that is how we were taught. It was something that never made a lot of sense, and as a kid I accepted the facts as they were presented to me, but I always had a twinge of a doubt. Somehow, the English and the French, two Western European powers, had founded Canada, but I asked myself questions as a kid. Why was there an Indian reserve called Doncaster No. 17 almost walking distance from my house? What was being reserved? What did the Indians call it? What were these Indians we had been taught ever so vaguely about, if not foundational to Canada? If there was a word Canada, what was the rest of their language? If I lived in Canada, why did I not speak Canadian? England speaks English, France speaks French, Korea speaks Korean, Japan speaks Japanese, and I didn't know anything about African languages, because quite frankly, we still aren't really taught about how that continent got its borders and countries, or how incredibly vast Africa actually is. We were not taught anything about its numerous languages, and having that knowledge would probably only have further confused my childhood self in my quest for understanding the missing nations here in Canada, because we were never really taught about colonialism either. My father, Joseph, who has since become very learned in Indigenous issues and the real history, that is not what we were taught in school, but what actually happened, told me as a child that his grandfather, Alphonse Paré, a mining engineer and later Canadian cavalry officer in the First World War, spoke 4 Canadian languages: French, English, Cree, and Ojibwe. They were, my father told me, the trading languages of his day. And acting in his capacity as a mining engineer in Timmins, itself a city named by him for his uncle Noah Timmins, he did quite a bit of trading in Northern Ontario. But he felt no need, no obligation to pass these additional languages on to his 9 children for reasons I will never know. Just to confuse matters, Alphonse's wife, my Welsh great-grandmother Lucy Griffith, was born in Australia, and their middle daughter, ski champion Patricia de Berg Paré, my grandmother, was born in Ireland, while her father fought on the front lines in France, directly resulting in my own middle name of de Berg. At the same time, I learned that on my mother's, Sheila's side, my Istanbul-born grandfather, Expo 67 engineer Benno Eskenazi, spoke Ladino, for which he edited the Sephardic Folk Dictionary in the 1990s, precisely in order to preserve that dying language, as well as Turkish, Greek, French, and English. My grandmother Goldie Wolowski spoke Yiddish, English, and French. Her own grandfather Hirsch Wolowski was the publisher of Der Canada Adler, Canada's first daily Yiddish newspaper. Often I could hear my grandparents speak to each other in Spanish and Ladino, similar enough languages to be able to communicate, but both languages I did not understand. Incidentally, my grandmother and my mother, both born and raised in Montreal, were not permitted to attend French school as they were Jewish. These languages were not passed on to me, and I wondered why. In high school, I took German classes specifically to be able to understand Yiddish, a language related to German in the way Ladino is related to Spanish. Unfortunately, I never found anyone to practice even German with, let alone someone to convert this knowledge to Yiddish. And so, to this day, I speak neither German nor Yiddish, though I can exchange a few basic sentences in the former. While 3 generations ago, Yiddish was the 3rd most spoken language in Montreal after French and English, its speakers today are small in number. Part of my own culture, part of my background, has been largely lost. My wife, Michelle, is from Mindanao, an island fraught with civil war in the southern Philippines. Her hometown of Isilan has faced 2 fatal bombings this summer alone. She speaks Hiligaynon, Cebuano, Aklanon, Tagalog, and English. The Philippines were occupied by the Spanish starting in the early 16th century. The country is itself named for the reigning Spanish king at the time, King Philip II. In the nearly 7 years since we met for the first time at the Flame in front of Parliament Hill, I have wanted to learn about her culture, their culture, prior to the arrival of the Spanish. In my efforts, I have found precious little information. And while there are over 40 languages spoken today across the Philippines, most are heavily influenced by both the Spanish occupation and the subsequent American influence following their takeover of the territory at the end of the 19th century with the 1898 Treaty of Paris. Knowing the cultures that built who we are, who our ancestors are, or who our children are, is not something to be taken lightly. We are each the product of where our ancestors have been, who they were, and what they have done. Many in this place have met my daughter, Ozara, as among her many visits to the Hill, she has been here for Halloween dressed as a parliamentary page, the Speaker of the House, and most recently a commercial-rated pilot. Not bad for a 4-year-old kid, one who, I hope, will grow up knowing two things. First, that there is nothing in the world that she cannot do if she chooses to. And second, where she comes from through as many generations as we can discover. When she turned 1, we tried to figure out how many languages the grandparents of her grandparents are known to have spoken. And it is very likely that there are at least some languages spoken by them that we are not aware of. Down the Parry line, Ozara is a 14th generation Quebecer, but she comes from many lines, from many countries. We know for sure that between us we have ancestors at minimum from Australia, Canada, Ireland, France, Scotland, Spain, Poland, Ukraine, Russia, Turkey, the Philippines, and Wales, which is incidentally the same size as my writing. Over just the past 3 generations, her direct ancestors spoke at minimum Aklanon, Cebuano, Cree, English, French, Greek, Hebrew, Hiligaynon, Kinaraya, Ladino, Maguindanao, Maranao, Ojibwe, Polish, Russian, Spanish, Tagalog, Turkish, and Yiddish. Of those 19 languages, her parents, Michelle and I, speak 6, having lost 13 others along the way. And English is the only language we have in common. In my family, we have lost an average of about 4 languages per generation. All of this to say that my clarity on the whole issue of our true original languages was lacking well into my adult life. And to say I fully understand it now would be a bit of a stretch. On June 8, 2017, my friend and colleague from Winnipeg Centre rose on a question of privilege because he had intended to speak his own cultural language, Cree, in this place and wished it to be understood. The Speaker's ruling 2 weeks later on the topic said this is not a question of privilege under current procedures and practices, but 3 months later wrote a letter to PROC suggesting we take a closer look at the matter. As a member of PROC since my arrival in this place, I said to myself, damn right I want to look at this topic. Who am I to tell people from this land that they cannot speak the languages of this land in Parliament, of all places? We often mention that we are on unceded Anishinaabe lands, but we do not talk about ignoring unceded languages or disregarding unceded cultures. They are unceded in the same way. They were given. They were not given. They were taken away. Now, to be clear, any MP can speak any language they want, anytime they want in this place. There's plenty of precedent and procedure and practice even addresses the issue directly. The real practical issue is to be understood. In the records, Hansard will simply say, the member spoke in language X, and if provided, include a translation after the fact. Recently, the member from Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs, rose in this House and gave an entire statement in the Mohawk language, one of several Indigenous languages used as unbroken code throughout the Second World War. He said, on this day, the 8th of November, we will all bring our minds together and pay our respects to the Indigenous peoples who enlisted in the Canadian Armed Forces. Let us think of them and let us remember those who fought and died in the Great Wars. Let us pay our respects and let us honor those who died for us so that we could live in peace. Let our minds be that way. Let us remember them. I can think of no greater irony or demonstration of our failure in this regard than that a statement by a Caucasian delivered in this place in Mohawk, thanking Indigenous soldiers for their service to defend our democracy, may only be understood a day later through a written submission, as even with the text provided, our interpreters could not tell us what was being said in a very Canadian language. These languages deserve to be understood in the House, and Report 66 lays out a path to start getting us there. I probably have some small amount of Indigenous blood myself. My family being documented in Quebec since 1647, it is quite likely. The fact that I do not know for sure speaks volumes about the importance we have placed in documenting such information. It is not this possibility that motivates me. It is the fact that so many Canadians and so many people in colonized countries all over the world do not know where they are from and as a result who they truly are. I know that I am the product of an enormous number of languages and cultures from all over the world that I know little to nothing about, and I personally regret that. It is not right for us not to do everything we can to preserve cultures important to the people who come from them and languages important to the people who use them. It is doubly not right to include languages foundational to our country in the one place that is supposed to represent everyone and everything about us. We have the option here, today, to adopt Proc Report 66, which gives us a roadmap, a plan, a beginning to start to think about solving these issues here in the House, to offer Indigenous language-speaking members the opportunity to both speak and be understood in this place. We are generations late in doing so, but with the move to West Block and the technological changes already in place in that building, it is time to act, to not delay any further. And for members who don't agree, I encourage them to take it up with their caucus, itself not a Latin word, but rather an unceded word from the Algonquin languages. Mr. Speaker, it is not my intention to allow my daughter to grow up not knowing this history, not recognizing that this country we call Canada, as we know it, was built on top of unceded Indigenous lands, unceded Indigenous cultures, and unceded Indigenous languages. It is said that in North American Indigenous cultures, one's value is measured not by what you have, but by what you give. On that basis, these cultures and the people who represent them have infinite value, for they have given everything. We must adopt Report 66, and we must do it today. Some things can wait no longer. And in case you're wondering, Mr. Speaker, the Mohawk called Doncaster Reserve Number 17 Jorodon, meaning roughly where the wind begins. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech as part of this important debate. Listening to today's debate, I have the impression that one day soon we will be able to have simultaneous interpretation for members who want to express themselves in their native language. I was wondering if he thinks that this is a step in the right direction, and if it would also encourage more members from Indigenous communities to run for office and to come to this place, knowing that they will be able to express themselves in their native language and be understood by all members, and to do so simultaneously. Does he think that such a step would encourage more members who speak an Indigenous language as their native language to run for office? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Absolutely. At least I hope that would be the case. We'll have to see what happens. But knowing that you can speak the language that you speak at home, the language that your ancestors spoke and that you learned, is really useful for people who may be wanting to run for office. So what my colleague said is really important. We need to give Indigenous communities, they're the founding nations of our country. We need to encourage them to be part of the governance of this country. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ville-Marie Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for his speech. During the speech, he alluded to code talking, and it is important to remind this House that when the U.S. needed Indigenous languages, we spared no resources in ensuring they were used. And indeed, they were used as code, unbreakable code, unbreakable to the Japanese, unbreakable to the Germans, when Canada and the U.S. needed them most. So I find it a bitter irony when I try to grasp the objection to the adoption of the report from the Conservatives that their argument would not turn so much on rights or reconciliation, which I still question their motives, but I believe them on face value, but more on resources and money. It would be bitter irony that these languages, which are now fragile, 73 years later, threats of extinction in some cases caused by omission, by direct action of government and government-related institutions. It would be a bitter irony that they would be, in part, their wiping out would be contributed simply because resources were an issue at hand. Now, these are fragile languages, Mr. Speaker, and if you take the example of the number of friends that I have that speak Mohawk or Ganyageha, there's about 100 of them. That's the equivalent of 10 million English speakers, Mr. Speaker. 2019 is the year of Indigenous languages at the UN. If the party opposite, if the Conservatives do not believe in the rights, in reconciliation, surely they believe in respect, surely they believe in effort, and surely they believe in lifting up languages to the state where they need to be in this era. So on that note, I would like to ask the member opposite if he could talk about the minimal effort that this report is requiring in order to lift these languages to the state that we need to lift them, as the member opposite said, in order to recognize ourselves, the country that we portray abroad to be, in order to recognize ourselves as such. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle in 65 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite privileged that the member for Elizabeth Sud-West, whatever the full writing name is not in fact on the opposite side of me. We're quite privileged to be on the same side. A couple of quick comments on this. When we hear about code talking languages being unbroken codes for the war, I would like to finally be able to break those codes and understand them here in this House. I think it's really important that we get there. The fact that there's one party in this House opposing this change on, frankly, technical grounds, and I'm not sure, quite frankly, I heard two speeches and they don't make any sense at all. This offers us a roadmap for the 4 speakers in this House who speak one of these languages. 4. That's all there are. We're not talking about 60 people speaking 60 different languages every single day of the place. It's offering the opportunity for them to bring the languages, the cultures, the histories of this country into the place that's supposed to represent each and every one of us. And I think we can't wait longer to do this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech and to split the time. I am somewhat reluctant to take the space today because this was a spot intended for my very good friend, the member from Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavut, who is delayed in coming, and it was through his championing and my friend from Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River, who have been championing this process along for, in some cases, many, many years. We are going to be robbed of the wisdom of my friend from Abitibi, James Bay. I will make a poor replacement, but I'll do my best to talk about this incredibly important opportunity, and maybe perhaps historic opportunity for us in the House of Commons to maybe be on the right side of history for once. This place that we occupy has been the figure and the symbol of the country, of the good and the bad of this country, of decisions that have been made in these parliaments that have deeply affected Indigenous peoples for many, many generations, too often to their great cultural, spiritual, and economic detriment. Here we have an opportunity to do something good. It's not going to solve everything. It's going to be an answer to some important things. Let me read from the United Nations, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Article 13. Indigenous people have the right to revitalize, use, develop, and transmit to future generations their histories, languages, oral traditions, philosophies, writing systems, and literatures, and to designate and retain their own names for communities, places, and persons. And Section 2 says this, and this is important to this debate, because this House has adopted this principle. This House has adopted this UN declaration that says that states shall take effective measures to ensure that this right is protected, and also to ensure that Indigenous peoples can understand and be understood in political, legal, and administrative proceedings where necessary through the provision of interpretation or by other appropriate means. Well, this is that place. If we are going to pay any honouring to the House of Commons passing the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which was also pushed forward by my friend from Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavut, then we have to act. Many of us have heard the terms from the Prime Minister and many politicians talking about reconciliation. And the place that I come from and represent in northwestern British Columbia, the first question people often ask is, what does that mean? Don't tell me, show me. Reconciliation can be defined in many ways and is often ill-defined or not defined at all. And I believe in showing and demonstrating what it might be. I spoke to my Conservative colleague earlier about what privilege, one small aspect of privilege is, as a non-Indigenous person, as an English-speaking person, which is I can move about the world, perform my duties to the best of my ability in my mother tongue, without hesitation or pause, to express my thoughts and feelings to the best of my ability. I have no barrier between me and that expression, whereas so many people do not have that privilege. And Indigenous people in particular have had that ability supplanted, oppressed, and taken away categorically and systemically by the state. That is one of the facets of colonialism. And people can brace at that word and say, oh, that's some ancient history. Well, the fact of this country, Canada, which we so love, is that it will remain incomplete in its aspirations until we are able to address some of the fundamental errors we made. And these are long struggles. These are struggles that bridge generation to generation. And as we witness in our lifetime, Mr. Speaker, you and I, watching languages move from threatened to endangered to extinct, and somehow we believe that we bear no responsibility to this, that the arguments are put forward as we discuss this small but important change in how the People's House, this House of Commons, conducts its business. We hear resistance. We hear reasons bordering on excuses, that the technical challenges of accommodating the 3 or 4 speakers who might use those interpretation services, the cost concerns for a federal government that spends north of $330 billion a year. Oh, we wouldn't want to deprave some community of their interpreter, as if providing interpretation work to Indigenous speakers would somehow hurt Indigenous interpreters. It's ridiculous. We need to not be looking for excuses to say no, but understand and compel ourselves to the reasons to say yes to this report and say yes to this change in the House of Commons. I have an incomplete list here, but in northwestern British Columbia, I have had the privilege of hearing Haida, Tsimshian, Gitxsan, Niska, Wet'suwet'en, Tahltan, Tlingit, Carrier, Heiltsuk, Newhawk spoken at what we would call parliaments, when the people gather, when the people feast, when the people celebrate and honor those that they seek to hold up, and when the people are doing their business in the northwest of British Columbia. Because at those feast halls, Parliament is held for the Haida, the Tsimshian, the Niska, and on down the list. I should have started my speech with something I've never said in this House, which is Denize Sakoze Skyze, Tabe Masai, for people to listen to me here today. I and my family occupy Wet'suwet'en territory. Our house is in Wet'suwet'en territory. I'm a Nidu, white guy, who happens to live with and alongside many friends of the Wet'suwet'en nation. And they have welcomed me and my family in ways that I can't properly express without getting even more emotional than this debate feels to me now here today. But the generosity of trying to bridge the gap between non-Wet'suwet'en and Wet'suwet'en, in my experience, has been breathtaking in its scope and its determination to treat me as a resident of the territories, Gidimt'en territories, to accept me as a representative of the Crown, this place, in Wet'suwet'en and other territories. Considering all of the terrible things that people who stood in my place in generations past have done to Indigenous peoples is humbling and remarkable. We often, you'll hear politicians, certainly on the West Coast, but other places, begin their speeches by saying, I'm pleased to be here on unceded territory. And sometimes I'm in the audience and I'm wondering, what does that actually mean? Is it just a phrase that gets put into a speech for politicians to say and then move on to say the things they were going to say anyways? Or that when we recognize unceded territory, we recognize something more. We say that these territories were not ceded, that the imposition of a colonial legal language and morality system has never been recognized, has never been accepted, that we require of Indigenous peoples to move through these systems in order to achieve basic rights and meaning and title, and fighting year after year against various iterations of the government, of the Crown, at the Supreme Court. And recently, I heard a story that I think is important from a former colleague who was here during the reclaiming of the reconstituting of our Constitution here in Canada, done by a former Prime Minister Trudeau. And in those negotiations with the NDP, Ed Broadbent was a leader at the time, we had in principle accepted the Constitution as it was written. But unfortunately for Mr. Broadbent, but fortunately for us, his caucus resisted. This is the plight of being the NDP leader sometimes, I suppose. And there were certain sections that the caucus at that time in the early 80s insisted on being in. One was the rights of women to be declared in the Constitution, and the other was Section 35. And Mr. Broadbent had to go back to Mr. Trudeau and say, we need these in. And there was resistance. There was clear resistance from this place, from this institution, to include Section 35, Indigenous rights and title, in our Constitution, which includes things like language in the rights that people bear. And what are we talking about here today? Is the rights of Indigenous people to stand in this place and express themselves without the barrier of having to move through somebody else's language. To have the ability to move and express themselves through their language. And we have the ability to do this. For those that say it's too technical or there might be costs that we can't even imagine, I say this should have been done generations ago. Let's be on the right side of history. Let's not allow these things to stand in our way, because we can do this. This Parliament can do this. In 2018, a small but important expression to people, not just Indigenous people, Mr. Speaker, and I'll end here, but to non-Indigenous Canadians, to say this is what the People's House looks like and this is what the People's House sounds like. To not move in this direction, Canada cannot be the country that it hopes and professes to be. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I think it's extremely important for people to see themselves in the institutions of the nation-state. And I have heard many elders say that they are not Canadian citizens. They were only, as Indigenous peoples, were only allowed to vote in the 1960s. And I think it's still very difficult as politicians when we go out into the rest of Canada to speak with our fellow citizens, many sometimes who are Indigenous, that they don't feel part and parcel of this nation, that they feel ignored. And I think this action that we're taking in this Parliament today is going to go a long way to ensuring that everyone feels included, that we create the nation that we truly deserve for each and every one of us. Now, I've heard the debate, obviously the member has talked about interpreters, how there could be it was mentioned in the debate earlier, there could be a shortage of interpreters. But in fact, actually, by us, this institution of Parliament requiring more interpreters is going to actually create an industry where more people will now have a potential for employment, will be looking for employment, will see the opportunity and the value of learning their language to an extremely high degree so that they can do interpretation at the same time as someone else is speaking. And I think that's an extremely wonderful development. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to throw out a challenge. Next week, the Assembly of First Nations will be meeting in Gatineau for their annual General Assembly. I would like to hear translators as well at those gatherings, not only here in Parliament, but all Indigenous leaders trying to use our language as much as we can, because we have to demonstrate leadership not only here, but everywhere, each and every day, so our children know that it's important.
Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
So let's thank you for the question. Let's put this so-called barrier to the side of saying that there just simply aren't interpreters to fulfill the role that we would require as Parliament, because that's not what the committee heard. That's not the testimony. It would be paternalistic to suggest to Indigenous Canadians, this is better for you, we don't want to hurt you, by asking for more interpreters to be made available. That's ridiculous. And let me go to this place, because this is my family's experience. I come from Irish heritage. My mother knows just a smattering of Gaelic. And why? Well, because her mother and her grandmother were unable to speak Gaelic at school or in their communities without being punished, without being beaten by the then British governments that occupied their land. So my mother is able to pass to me a few Gaelic expressions, and that's it. And that is the worldview that I am able to express in such a small way, and I feel so much more impoverished by that, because wouldn't it have been something better? But these excuses, these are excuses to say interpreters are unavailable or this would cause harm to Indigenous people somehow is simply wrong, and I would argue paternalistic.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley. I've had the honour of visiting there, and I know what strong Indigenous communities there are. I wanted to share with you here, Mr. Speaker, a powerful experience that I had, two powerful experiences, a number that I've had with Indigenous communities. This past summer, I had the honour of traveling with my colleague, who represents Northern Saskatchewan, to a very Indigenous community, both Métis and Cree, I believe. And in that gathering and in between, there wasn't English being taught. I could hear my colleague speaking her language, Dene. It was a beautiful moment because we are most powerful when we speak our language. But I also want to share, when I went to a gathering of the Dene people in Fort Providence, a small community in Northwest Territories, I lost count of how many interpreters are there. I mean, Indigenous communities are used to having interpretation, even among themselves. So I wonder if my colleague can speak to that. I think he did already, to the absurdity of suggesting the difficulty in finding interpreters of these beautiful Indigenous languages that Canada is grateful to have.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley in 45 seconds or less,
I'll
please.
try my best, Mr. Speaker. It is something to see. I've had the privilege of living in other countries and seeing people who express to me only in their version of English, their attempts at English, and then the switch into the native tongue, and the flourishing, the stature, the opening up. And where I represent in northwestern British Columbia, my great privilege is to watch that virtually every time I go home, where I get to attend ceremony, be with people, and the expression and the openness of being able to be there. I so look forward to the speeches that will come if we pass this resolution, to watch colleagues speak in Indigenous language in their full manner and full expression in the beauty and richness of the languages. That's a day I look forward to, and we shouldn't have to wait any longer for that. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Ms. Jolibois moved that the 66th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented on Tuesday, June 19, 2018, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? On division? Okay. On division, carried. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre du gouvernement. Projet de loi amenant du gouvernement canadien. Resuming consideration of the motion for third reading of Bill C-86, Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 2, and on the amendment of Mr. Commitch.
Order. Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire connaître à la Chambre.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue Telecommunications.
Member for Regina Louvain, the steel industry. Reprise du débat, resuming. L'honorable député de.
The member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin, I'd like to say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Pembroke, Renfrew, Nipissing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-86, the Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 2, third reading, is over 500 pages long, and we're being asked to study this bill. Before the Liberals were on the other side of the House, they denounced omnibus bills that were as heavy as this one, so it's saying that it's hard for us as MPs to study such massive pieces of legislation. I am the opposition critic for agriculture and agri-food, so let's look at what Bill C-86 says with regard to agriculture and agri-food.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North has a point of order. I just wanted to talk to the table officer for a second before he gets up, because I think we may be thinking along the same lines. I just want to double check. Okay, I'll wait on the honourable member for his point of order. In the meantime, I'll let the honourable member for Winnipeg North has a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm reluctant to interrupt the best Conservative speech I've heard this year to date, but I don't believe you're allowed to use, and I would just ask you to reflect, can you in fact use the budget document itself as a prop?
On that point of order, I can give the honourable member my interpretation. The honourable members, when giving a speech, have the right to consult the budget bill for what they're looking at, and I can't, as the Speaker, really determine their ability to find what they're looking for. I would have to leave it to the individual, and the honourable member does have, from what I can gather, about 6 minutes and 37 seconds left. I'm hoping that he will find what he's looking for quickly and be able to give us the information that he is trying to find. I'll let the honourable member continue with his speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just to remind my honourable colleague, what I'm trying to find in this 854-page bill are provisions which relate to agriculture or agri-food, because it's an omnibus bill which will apply to farmers, and I believe that within these 854 pages there must be references to agriculture and agri-food, so I'll keep on looking.
J'ai un huitième, Monsieur le Président, de fait, donc je vais continuer à...
I'll keep on looking. I still haven't found anything on agriculture or agri-food.
Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understand what my colleague is getting at. Clearly, it's an omnibus bill. It's a huge bill, and I mentioned this in the House myself, but the reality is that the government is bulldozing this bill through, and very few MPs will have an opportunity to speak to this bill. I know that there is at least one NDP MP who wants to speak to it, so I have a question. Is it relevant for an MP to simply turn the pages of the bill when other MPs have relevant issues to raise with regard to the bill? That was a point of order. I think it goes so far as to say the member just presented an argument, but I will let the member continue with his speech, and I would like to hear what he has to say. And I think that as time goes by, the member turning the pages of the bill is turning it into a prop. That said, I'll let the member for Mégantic-L'Érable continue. I know he's not here. Seeking an acting prize, so I'll let him continue. Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for letting me continue. It's often said that common sense often lies in silence. Musicians often, Mr. Speaker, know the value of silence. Even some religious orders know how important silence is, and silence is another form of expression. So what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that that government was so quiet on agriculture and agri-food that I'm on page 120, Mr. Speaker, and I still haven't found anything on agriculture and agri-food. So if I may, I will look a little more, because I might suddenly stumble on a provision which relates to agriculture and agri-food, something that speaks to farmers and agricultural producers. We're looking at over 800 pages here. I'll turn my pages faster. Maybe I'll turn several pages at the same time. I'll go from section to section. That might help. Oh, another point of order from the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, as agriculture is also a very important issue in my riding, I'd like to inform my colleague that I've already taken the time and I went through the bill with a fine-tooth comb and I did not find a single provision on agriculture. So he can stop his research and continue with his speech. I think that would be easier. I can assure him there's nothing on agriculture in this bill. Well, that was a point of order, and I will now turn to the member for Mégantic-L'Érable. He's got 2 minutes left. Maybe he'll have something to say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for having done the research for me. Well, I also wanted to conduct my own research. I even went through the document online, and I searched for the word agriculture, and I searched for agri-food, even in the English search engine, but I couldn't find anything. Sometimes information technologies aren't that reliable, so I thought I would go through the document by hand. We're looking at Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament. Again, I was looking for agriculture, agri-food in the bill. I haven't found anything so far, but I'll turn to my colleague of the NDP. I don't do that very often, but today I do agree with her. There's nothing in this bill which relates to agriculture and agri-food, and that is, in fact, what I wanted to say through my silence. Sometimes it is worth not saying anything to get people to reflect. I would have liked this government to have done the same, to think before it tabled an 854-page bill which did not include anything for agriculture and agri-food. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Clearly, I will vote against this bill, which has no measures for farmers, and I will do that in silence. Thank you so much. Questions and comments?
Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I resist a rise, but I will anyway. I want to talk about what was a massive void of a speech, but nevertheless, budget implementations. I've been here for 14 years, and I've witnessed many come and go, some good, some bad. I would like to take a moment to reflect on all the positive measures over the years that the Conservatives did in their budget, the positive commitments they made and promised and fulfilled through their budget implementation acts. I'd like to reflect on those for a moment. Hang on. There was a bridge in my riding. Well, no, that wasn't in the Implementation Act. Gazebo was somewhere else. Very expensive. Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, well, in his case, indeed, silence is golden. Now, Mr. Speaker, since I could not speak to agriculture as it within this debate on Bill C-86, allow me to speak to the deficit. This relates to the last economic update, the last economic statement. Deficits keep on accumulating under this government. Remember the promises made in 2015 that there would be small successive deficits? Well, the situation is different now. When Liberals speak, it costs the country a lot of money. It'd be great if they spoke a little less. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I should congratulate my colleague for his speech or for having used the time of the House to say nothing. Some of the MPs on this side of the House would have liked to have risen to speak to this bill. I'd like to know if the members for Mégantic l'Érable were proud to see their MP rise in the House, turn pages of the bill and say nothing about such a massive piece of legislation. Perhaps he can go back to his riding and ask his constituents what they think of his empty speech here in the House. The members of Mégantic l'Érable would probably be happy to have a voice here in the House Commons, and their MP did not use his voice in the House today. So my question is why the MP did not read the bill before coming to the House, turning the pages and wasting the time of his colleagues. The member for Mégantic l'Érable. Two things. If the MP had listened to my speech, he would have heard me say that I did go through the bill with a fine-tooth comb, looking for something on agriculture and agri-food. There was nothing. I was looking for measures for the farmers in my riding. It would have made me happy to find something good, but this government has not included anything. And in terms of my time here in the House, it would be interesting for my constituents to compare how often I rise in the House compared to my colleague of Sherbrooke. I rise often in this House and speak on behalf of my constituents as opposed to my colleague for Sherbrooke.
Shouldn't be a problem today. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
I'll keep it quick, Mr. Speaker. I just wondered, while my colleague was going through this enormous budget document, if you found anything about the year that they'll balance the budget.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, if I may, if you give me a little time, I can take the bill again, and together we can go through the bill and see whether this 854 piece of legislation actually contains the date when the budget will balance itself. But as I've made my point, as my silence was worth 1,000 words, I don't think I'm going to start that exercise again. But I would like the Liberals to remember that agriculture is important, agri-food is important, and when they pass measures, and when we should be passing measures to help our farmers, the Liberals have done nothing.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, there have been some discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, when proceedings are interrupted pursuant to Standing Order 81(17) on Tuesday, December 4, 2018, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion be deemed put, and a recorded division be deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, December 5, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. B, immediately after the opposition motion is disposed of, the Speaker shall put without debate or amendment every question necessary to dispose of any motion in relation to the supplementary estimates, bracket A, and for the passage at all stages of any supply bill based thereon, bracket C, any recorded division already deferred or which would ordinarily be deferred to Wednesday, December 5, 2018. Immediately before the time provided for private members' business shall be taken up immediately after the proceedings on the supply bill. And D, if all deferred recorded divisions are concluded before 7 p.m., the House proceed to the consideration of private members' business. Otherwise, the House proceed directly to adjournment proceedings.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is my pleasure. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Yes. Carried. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as the federal member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I welcome this opportunity to inform Canadians about the deteriorating state of the nation's finances. It's clear, as evidenced by the fall economic update, just how out of touch the member for Toronto Centre as Finance Minister is with the concerns of ordinary, hardworking, middle-class Canadians. A Conservative government believes in clean air, low taxes, and a healthy economy. A clean environment and well-paying jobs are only possible when taxpayers are treated with respect. The out-of-control deficit policies of the Liberal Party stifle competitiveness and job-creating investment. A sustainable environment and a sustainable economy are only possible with a sustainable government. And I repeat for greater clarity, a sustainable environment and a sustainable economy are only possible with a sustainable government. The deficit budgets of this government are not sustainable. The government is not sustainable. You cannot spend more than you take in. This Liberal obsession with running huge budgetary deficits will only end badly. They always do. The last time Canadians heard rhetoric about modest deficits was when the Prime Minister's father was on his throne. There is a reason Trudeau Sr. is known as the king of deficits. He started the cycle of spending more than what is collected in taxes. It was only supposed to be a temporary measure. He was the one who brought in the hated Liberal NEP, the National Energy Policy. Just like his father, the current Prime Minister is greeted by protesters when he visits Alberta. The NEP was the first policy to load a carbon tax onto fossil fuels. Energy in the form of hydroelectricity was exempted from the NEP taxes that were collected to pay for Liberal bad spending. Today, the headline in the Financial Post reads, "We're facing another made-in-Canada energy crisis." There's no doubt about it. This crisis was planned. There is hope. At the end of Senior Trudeau's reign, in the process of kicking the Liberals out of office, Canadians elected the most Conservatives to Parliament since Confederation in 1867. That led to the new Conservative government of the day starting the hard work of bringing the nation's finances back into order by balancing the current account deficit left from the previous government. That still was not enough. Jean Chrétien, who at least understood that you cannot spend more than you have forever, took the drastic measures known as the Decade of Darkness. In the process of slashing 60,000 public service jobs, programs and services were cut. Cuts in health care transfers meant hospital wait times increased. People in my riding were forced to go without a family doctor thanks to the Liberal budget cuts. The budget was eventually balanced by the Liberals on the backs of ordinary Canadians. Deficit budgets do have consequences. While the Conservatives took the political heat to bring in a consumption tax, the Chrétien Liberals campaigned against it before embracing it. During the Conservative government of Stephen Harper, they voted against our lowering the GST. The Liberals liked it so much as a revenue source. A carbon tax is a consumption tax. My riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke is home to Garrison Petawawa, which is now Canada's largest army base. Before I was elected as a local member of Parliament, the future of the base was uncertain. That changed when the Conservatives formed government. Rather than balance the budget on the backs of our soldiers, Conservatives took a balanced approach, lowering taxes to increase revenues, putting more people back to work while using any surpluses to pay down the deficit and stabilize services to Canadians. The decade of darkness of Liberal budget cuts was particularly harsh for the women and men in uniform. Running continual budget deficits does have consequences. The decision by the Liberal Party to play politics with military procurement is similar to what is happening today with the naval frigate replacements and the jet replacement programs would result in the unnecessary loss of lives in Afghanistan a decade later. The decision by the Liberal Party to cancel the EH-101 helicopter to replace the then 40-year-plus-old Sea King helicopter meant Canadians would be forced to travel on roads in Afghanistan mined with improvised explosive devices. Those same terrorist bomb makers, like Omar Khadr, are rewarded with multi-million-dollar payoffs, while our veterans who were injured by those bombs wait for justice. Without strategic lift, soldiers died on the bomb-laden roads. It was not until the Harper Conservative government purchased new Chinook helicopters that the death count dropped. I pray for the soldiers and their families that the decision to put off buying the proper equipment for our soldiers will not result in the unnecessary loss of life again. We owe it to our soldiers to provide them with the proper equipment when we ask them to go into harm's way. Budget deficits have consequences. The bad news contained in Bill C-86 and the budget deficit increases contained in that legislation is the Liberal policy to load today's economy with future tax increases that will burden your children. The debt burden for your children will be your burden first as the federal carbon tax starts to start in a little more than a month. Every Canadian who understands anything about running a household knows that good times do not last. Your parents or grandparents saved during the good times because they had lived through bad times. So why does the federal government insist on huge deficits, spending dollars we don't have by borrowing billions of dollars? The answer is Carbageddon. Canadians may have heard of the apocalypse now or the term Armageddon and understand what is meant by Carbageddon. Carbageddon, the meltdown of the Canadian economy through carbon taxation, will reveal itself as the federal government begins to collect these new consumption taxes. These taxes are set to increase automatically every year. The finance minister was forced to admit after he delivered his economic statement the budget would never be balanced as long as his party holds power. Secret documents prepared by the Finance Department confirm the truth about carbon taxes. They hurt Canadian families. The Liberal refusal to release these documents to the Canadian public confirms they have something to hide. Carbageddon is real. The worst part about carbon taxes is that taxing carbon dioxide in Canada does not help the environment whatsoever. The environment is the cloak this government wears for every bad policy. Adopting carbon taxes in Canada actually raises global carbon emissions by offshoring economic activity from relatively environmentally friendly places like Canada to places with lax environmental laws. Data from the World Bank reveals that China and other developing countries produce far more carbon dioxide than do Western nations. China is currently building hundreds of new coal-fired plants, which will ensure its CO2 emissions continue to rise for decades to come. Every factory like GM pushed out of Canada because of the Liberal carbon tax will actually increase global emissions dramatically, and this will continue to be the case for decades to come. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, has declared that for a carbon tax to be effective in saving the climate from its apocalyptic warming, the carbon tax would have to start at least at $135 a ton and rise to $5,500 a ton by 2030. The Liberals' carbon tax currently starts at $20 and rises to $50. Projections show Liberal commitments to 2016 Paris Climate Agreement will not be met unless the carbon tax is at least $200 a ton to start. Under their carbon tax pricing scheme, additional taxes will be charged to fuel up your auto or heat up your home, or with a charge of non-renewable fuels for fuel producers, distributors, and importers. Large industrial emitters of pollution, big businesses, are exempted from the new carbon tax scheme. A carbon price of 4.42 cents per litre will apply to gasoline as of April 2019 and will rise to $11 cents per litre by April 2022. So while the Liberal Party intends to provide an election bribe in some form of rebate, the rebates actually represent about 30% of the carbon tax the federal government will collect as far as we know today. Pretending this new carbon tax grab has anything to do with fighting climate change is just a gimmick to raise taxes.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, you know, the member across the way, I give her full marks. She is probably the most consistent member in the Conservative caucus. You know, Don't let the facts interrupt what she believes is a good speech, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, she started off by talking about the deficit, and it's just constant, you know, everything is negative. Every aspect of the House, every aspect of the liberal fiber is negative in her opinion. And over the years, that's what I've heard from the member across the way. And let me just shine a little bit of sunlight that there is reason to feel good. We could talk about the tax breaks to the Canada's middle class. We can talk about that special tax on Canada's wealthiest. We can talk about the enhancement of the guaranteed income supplement. We can talk about the enhancement of the Canada Child Plan. What about the pensions for CPP? So many wonderful things that have taken place in the last 3 years. The sky is not falling, Mr. Speaker. But let me ask a specific question, because she was so concerned about the deficit. Canada is 151 years old, Mr. Speaker. 38% of that time, the Conservatives have been in government. During that time, almost 75% of the debt was because of Conservatives. Stephen Harper, her idol, Mr. Speaker, $150 billion. Why should Liberals listen to what Conservatives have to say about deficits?
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Mr. Speaker, by definition, a deficit or a debt is a minus sign in the balance book, in the books on the balance sheet. Insofar as sunshine goes, I don't know how we're going to spread sunshine to the 160 people who are losing their jobs this spring at Sandvik, or the 2,500 people who don't know how they're going to pay the bills, who are losing their jobs at GM. And perhaps after we're done tonight, after my fellow spoke volumes and my fan across the way spoke and asked me some questions, when we're all done tonight, I'll show him what he can do with his sunshine.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. We're running short on time. If he can do it in less a minute and a bit, a minute and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think if Canadians needed any evidence at all of just how this government is sticking its head in the sand by the comments of the parliamentary secretary before he asked his question, there it was there. We have an economy that is dealing with strict competitiveness issues. We've got aluminum tariffs, steel tariffs. We've got people losing their jobs. We've got this country going in a different direction than our competitors when it comes to regulatory and tax regimes. It is not all sunny in the land, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member just spoke about a company in her riding where they're going to lose 160 jobs. How is that sunny?
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke in 60 seconds or less, please.
Okay, well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal carbon tax is built on the assumption that most Canadians are sufficiently gullible or easily fooled to let a few dollars in carbon tax bribes deceive them into accepting this big government-planned assault on their lives, their jobs, and their prosperity. And as a result of reckless borrowing, last year alone, the Liberals spent $23 billion on interest payments to wealthy bond holders. And that's what this is really all about. They're creating a crisis. Interest rates are going to increase, but their friends, the one percenters who hold all the debt, they're going to be sitting very pretty. And instead, the everyday Canadians are going to pay more, owe more, and never see the sunlight themselves.
It being 5:15, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 27th, 2018, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Regan, moves that Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures be now read a third time and do pass.
Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and submitting the following. Bill C-68, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, be now read a third time, but be referred back to Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 470, with the view to ensuring that every employee, regardless of gender, be entitled to and shall be granted a leave of absence for employment up to 12 weeks if the employee is the parent of a child who has died, including in cases of I take it that should say prenatal. Okay, prenatal death. Plaît-il à la Chambre
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la...
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent...
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my view, the yeas have it.
Okay, we got it. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 27, 2018, the division stands deferred until Monday, December 3rd, 2018, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call at 5:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent? Agreed. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business, consideration of the motion for second reading of Bill S-203, ending the Captivity of Whales and Dolphins Act, in the name of Ms. May.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Monsieur Choquette, moves that Bill S-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts ending the captivity of whales and dolphins, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. Debate. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour for me to rise this evening to speak at second reading on Bill S-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code ending the captivity of whales and dolphins. This is a bill with a very interesting history. It's already been considered in the other place because it originated in the Senate, introduced by Senator Moore from Nova Scotia, who is now retired. It was picked up, the support for it, by Senator Murray Sinclair.
To have this bill in my hands to take it through the House. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like us all to regard this bill as being in our collective hands. It is best that we not see this as a partisan issue or for anyone's particular credit. It's about time that we took the actions that are put forward in this legislation. We've learned a lot about whales and dolphins, Mr. Speaker, over the decades. It happens that one of the pivotal stories that changed how humans thought about whales has a link to my own writing. There's the story of a whale, an orca, that was wrongly named Moby Doll instead of Moby Dick, because when humans first took this whale into captivity, they wrongly assumed they had a female whale. This story goes back to an effort to actually kill the whales to study them. And in those days, and this was back in the 1950s, they thought that killer whales, and killer whales are carnivorous, they will eat seals, but they're extremely friendly towards human beings. They're not a threat to human beings in the open water. And off Saturna Island, which is one of the perfectly gorgeous small islands that I'm honored to represent here, I represent Saanich Gulf Islands, Saanich being the anglicized word for the Wasanich Nation, which is on whose territory, unceded traditional territory of Indigenous peoples, the islands were scattered. And in Wasanich traditional creation myths, the islands themselves had life and had been people and were scattered. One of those scattered islands is Saturna, which still to this day has the most astonishing land-based whale watching that you can experience. In any case, the scientists came out, people came out from the Vancouver Aquarium with the idea of capturing and killing a whale. They harpooned this killer whale and held it for a period of days and realized that this whale was intelligent. The taking of Moby Doll was the beginning of scientists realizing these whales aren't big fish. These whales remind us of ourselves. They're sentient they're sentient beings. In Senchothan languages I was mentioning, we're all related. In Senchothan language, the word for human beings is the human people, and the word for whales translates as the whale people. We're very connected. And that connection with whales has led science in different directions. Moby Doll did not survive. They didn't know how to feed it. It was already injured. But we learned a lot from that one contact. We learned whales are our relatives. They're sentient beings. They are intelligent. Now, over the years, this has led us to greater research. What are the needs of whales? They're social creatures. We now know the southern resident killer whales in the Salish Sea are acutely endangered. But we've learned a lot about what their needs are in the wild. They need a lot of space. They need to be able to swim in the wild. They have social needs. They have physical needs, biophysical needs. They need to be in the wild. But in the meantime, our fascination with them, and for obvious reasons, they're fascinating. We've had keeping whales in captivity become a form of entertainment. But increasingly, the science makes us understand that what might seem to be a simple entertainment and a simple pleasure is actually animal cruelty, because these animals can't be held in a swimming pool without significant cruelty, without real pain, without a loss of social contact, a loss of their normal activities. It's just, as the science points out, cetaceans suffer from confinement, isolation, health problems. It reduces their lifespan. They have much higher mortality in their calves. The deprivation to their senses constitutes trauma. And when they're moved from place to place, or when they're kept in captivity or bred in captivity and separated from their calves, they suffer. We saw this in the wild this summer, Mr. Speaker, when one of the southern resident killer whales that still survives in the wild in the Salish Sea gave birth, and the calf was born dead or immediately died thereafter. And that mother whale pushed that calf through the waters for 17 days of grieving. And even scientists who wanted to say, well, we can't anthropomorphize, we can't assume that that whale was actually grieving, when it went on for 17 days, they realized this is a mother grieving the loss of that calf. Well, imagine those kinds of sentient, emotional connections and deciding that you can keep whales and dolphins in a swimming pool, and that will be fine. Now, we have taken steps in this country, and very recently, and thanks to the Minister of Fisheries, he's currently the Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs, so I won't use his name in this place, but it was the former Minister of Fisheries who shepherded Bill C-68 through the House. It's now before the Senate, and it quite rightly, and for the first time, bans capturing whales in the open water. But what C-68 doesn't do is deal with this additional large risk of keeping whales in captivity, of breeding them in captivity, of selling them, importing, having a trade in whales and dolphins. And that's what this bill will end. This bill will end the keeping of whales and dolphins. This step has already been taken by the United Kingdom, by Italy, by New Zealand, by Chile, by Cyprus, by Hungary, and Mexico have either banned or severely restricted keeping whales in captivity. I also want to acknowledge the leadership in this regard of the Vancouver Aquarium. The Vancouver Aquarium, by the way, has a phenomenal science program. I love touring and talking to their scientists. They're doing a lot of the heavy lifting on issues like plastics in our oceans. But they did keep whales in captivity for entertainment, and they have pledged to stop. Voluntarily, they have said they will stop. Now, this bill is supported by numerous leaders and marine scientists, by the Humane Society International and in Canada, by the Jane Goodall Institute, by Animal Justice, by the former head trainer at Marineland, who has appeared at press conferences with us in this place, Phil Demers. We still have whales being kept in captivity in Canada. And we don't want to put the one institution that keeps whales in captivity out of business. There are lots of other ways to maintain a tourist attraction with the great facilities that are present in that facility. There are display and trained seal operations one can imagine. I think of Cirque du Soleil and what they do, because we used to think circuses needed animals. You needed to see the elephant lumbering through. And we now know that one of the most successful, economically profitable, off-the-charts successful circus is Cirque du Soleil. Pas un seul animal sauf...
With not a single animal except humans. But Cirque du Soleil is celebrated, and it's a huge success. And the same thing could happen for Marineland in Ontario. They could have a Cirque du Soleil type success, but it could be like a sea circus.
Advice, but I want to make it really clear. This isn't about shutting down a tourist attraction. This bill is about ending animal cruelty. We can't pretend anymore that we don't know that this is cruelty. It's very clear from scientists from around the world, and I'm really pleased to know that I think that this bill has been so far supported and seconded officially by members of other parties in this place, which is why I hope that this will be a nonpartisan effort, that we can collectively and together, well, that is redundant, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I try to avoid redundancy, we can collectively and collaboratively end keeping whales and dolphins in captivity and phase out the trade in whales and dolphins and ensure that Canada joins other progressive countries from around the world in protecting our whales in the wild. That must be done. We know we have 3 species right now of critically endangered whales, the right whale in the Atlantic, the belugas and the Saguenay, and, as I've mentioned, the southern resident killer whales of the Salish Sea. Much more needs to be done to protect whales in the wild. But we can't, as a country, continue the practice of holding these animals, animals of intelligence, animals with complicated communication systems, their ability to communicate songs over wide distances in the open ocean is impossible when they're kept confined in essentially swimming pools. No matter how much affection may appear between a trainer and a whale, these animals are being kept in ways that harms them, kills them, and denies them their ability to be what they are, magnificent creatures. The Leviathan, one of the great texts of the Bible to describe a non-human species, is the description of Leviathan, one of God's great creations, masters of the oceans. They cannot any longer, Mr. Speaker, be kept in captivity. I know I have a little bit more time to speak, but what I want to do is just, at this moment, je vais exiger tous mes collègues.
I'd like to ask all of my colleagues here, all of my colleagues of all other parties, to put an end to this approach toward whales and dolphins. It's cruel. And we need to put an end to keeping whales and dolphins in captivity.
Again, the second reading process for this bill. Please, I urge my colleagues, let's get it expeditiously to committee. Let's get it expeditiously back for report stage and third reading. And let's ensure that when we go back to our electorate in each one of our ridings across the country, we're able to say, we did one thing this year that I'm really proud of. We ended the practice of keeping whales and dolphins in captivity. We did something that our children want us to do. We did something for the wild beings of this planet. And in honor of Senator Wilfred Moore, I'd like to end my remarks by saying it's time we free Willie. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first congratulate her for on a speech that provided a perfect dismount near the end. Free Willie indeed. Senator Moore, she's referring to, I'm assuming. Yeah, a fine colleague and an incredible person. I miss him. Regarding, I remember watching the documentary some time ago, and there are very few people in North America probably did not see it, which was, I think it was aired on CNN. It was called Blackfish, of course, about the situation in the south with the orcas or the killer whales. And it was so illustrative about just how difficult this is, and there's so much involved here. And as she aptly described it as being fish, big fish in a small bowl, essentially. And the behavior of some of these mammals is incredible. And it was very enlightening for me, and I think for obviously millions throughout North America. One of the aspects of that was talking about the markets by which that some of these people, I think about wholesale retail, if I can use that as an analogy. We know the places that are around North America where you bring your kids to watch these mammals perform, but the markets by which that they get these mammals. Where are they most egregious? The practices, I'm assuming, have been cruel in many cases. That's been documented. And how does this bill affect that? And I don't want to signal any countries here, but nevertheless, there's quite a market in this, and it seems to be a viciously cruel way of taking these very, very young animals.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my honourable colleague from Newfoundland and Labrador, which also has spectacular whales in your offshore, the humpbacks, the minkies. We are a country with 3 oceans, and so we have wide varieties of whale species here. But he's quite right, the taking of whales in captivity, from the ocean and taking them into captivity is cruel. The trade does involve countries like China. We've heard rumors that the belugas that are currently held at Marineland, and there are over 22 belugas there, there's speculation and concern that they may be getting ready to sell them and trade them. So the and to trade them to China. So the international trade in whales is a profitable one, and whales die in the process. And again, I think the honourable member who raised that the documentary, the movie Blackfish, I think that was actually Senator Moore's inspiration for bringing forward S-203. He was so deeply disturbed by the story of Tilikum, the captive orca, that he just wanted to make sure that Canada wasn't part of this trade. And this is it's simple legislation as far as it goes. It's clear. It does the right things, and it does them for the right reasons.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands and I both represent regions of the Salish Sea, both very much informed by our constituents who talk about the need to protect whales, to take our responsibility as citizens to, now that we know the impacts on these highly social species, how important it is for them to be able to dive deeply, to be able to communicate with each other, the social needs and the feeding needs of the species. Of course, it's increasingly abhorrent to have them in captivity. My nieces, Rachel and Brianna, when they were very young, the cool thing to do was have a birthday party at the aquarium. Now they say, and all their friends, no way, that would be the worst birthday party you could ever go to. They're much more interested in going to aquariums or Connie Ripley's Believe It or Not. And as a result, the stocks of these SeaWorld and so on have dropped as the appetite is less. So I'm curious, my fellow parliamentarian, her sense of the public support that she's had for the eventual phase-out of keeping whales in captivity.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands in 45 seconds or less, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith. We do share a lot of causes that relate to protecting the Salish Sea. In the level of public support for protecting whales is frankly just off the charts. It's very hard to find anyone, and I get lots of letters from school groups. I've had thousands of letters of support, and the effort to get this bill through the Senate. I have to say it was blocked for a long time in committee in the Senate, and thousands of Canadians worked with Senator Moore and then Senator Sinclair to get the bill through the Senate. That was a long struggle. That took years. And that's why in this place we must meet the expectations of Canadians from coast to coast to coast and ensure this bill passes expeditiously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill S-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts, also known as the Act for Ending the Captivity of Whales and Dolphins, or as we have heard, the Free Willy Bill. It was introduced in the other place, as was indicated, Mr. Speaker, by the Honourable Senator Wilfred Moore on December the 8th, 2015, and following his retirement was carried by Senator Sinclair. The bill proposes amendments to the Criminal Code, the Fisheries Act, and the Wild Animal and Plant Protection and Regulations of International and Interprovincial Trade Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to repeat that through my speech because I only have 10 minutes. As I refer to that statute from here forward, it will be WAPRITA. The goal of these amendments is to end the captivity of cetaceans, that is, whales, dolphins, and porpoises in Canada. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the stated objective of Bill S-203 is to gradually reduce and eventually do away with the practice of holding whales, dolphins, and other cetaceans captive in Canadian facilities. Bill S-203 proposes amendments to the Criminal Code that would make it an offence to hold cetaceans in captivity. It proposes an amendment to the Fisheries Act that would prohibit the capture of cetaceans in order to take it into captivity. And finally, S-203 proposes to amend the WAPITRA to prohibit the import of cetaceans into Canada and the export of a cetacean from Canada. Le projet de loi.
Bill S-203 is a response to growing concerns about the well-being of cetaceans. There is much more awareness today and also a better understanding about the nature of these animals and the conditions that they need to remain happy and in good health. There is undoubtedly growing support for the protection of whales and other marine mammals in Canada and around the world.
Its introduction, S-203, has undergone significant changes. Our colleagues in the other place, particularly through the consultations and study done by the Standing Committee, have sent us a bill which deserves our full consideration. Bill S-203 also now includes provisions that are an affirmation of the rights of Indigenous peoples, many of which feature whales as a central part of their culture and traditions. In order to enable certain critical conservation and research activities to continue, Bill S-203 includes provisions that would create exceptions where an animal is in need of rescue or rehabilitation. Cetaceans currently in captivity at Marineland and at the Vancouver Aquarium would also fall under exception clauses. That is, these facilities would not be closed down, leaving animals to have never known another home with no place to be cared for. We are surrounded on 3 incredibly wide-ranging coasts by spectacular oceans. These waters are home to 42 distinct populations of whales. Toutes ces espèces animales et
All of these animal species and many others face critical threats. Climate change has had an impact on the temperature of oceans, which in turn has affected food supply, illegal undeclared fishing and unregulated fishing, bycatches, and getting caught up in fishing gear, as well as less food, sound pollution, environmental pollution, and even collisions. All of these factors are threats to cetaceans.
Protection of marine mammals in the wild, including cetaceans, has become a whole-of-government priority in Canada. This priority has been underscored by increasing threats facing 3 endangered species of whales: the southern resident killer whales on the west coast, the North Atlantic right whales on the east coast, and the St. Lawrence Estuary beluga in Quebec. The government's commitment to recovering and protecting Canada's whale species is reflected in the support provided through the $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan announced by the Prime Minister in 2016, the $167.4 million Whales Initiative announced as part of Budget 2018, and the recent $61.5 million announcement of measures in support of the southern resident killer whale. Fisheries and Oceans Canada has been coordinating with other federal departments and with provincial and territorial governments to advance other initiatives, including reducing vessel strikes and entanglement for the North Atlantic right whale, reducing contaminants affecting the St. Lawrence Estuary beluga, and introducing amendments to the marine mammal regulations that establish minimum general approach distances for whales, dolphins, and porpoises in Canadian fisheries waters. Bill S-203's focus is the capture of wild cetaceans for the purpose of keeping them in captivity as an attraction, and ongoing holding and/or breeding of cetaceans in captivity. As I have said, there are only 2 facilities in Canada that hold cetaceans in captivity: Marineland in Niagara Falls, Ontario, and the Vancouver Aquarium in British Columbia. Marineland is a commercial facility that has approximately 60 cetaceans, including beluga whales, dolphins, and 1 orca or killer whale. The vast majority of cetaceans held at Marineland are belugas. The Vancouver Aquarium is a not-for-profit facility. It has only 1 cetacean at its facility, a 30-year-old Pacific white-sided dolphin that was rescued from the wild and deemed non-releasable. Earlier this year, the Vancouver Aquarium announced that it would no longer display cetaceans and would focus instead on its work on conservation and rescuing stranded and injured whales and dolphins. The Vancouver Aquarium works with Fisheries and Oceans Canada to rescue and rehabilitate marine mammals in distress. The Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard only issues licenses for the capture of a live cetacean when the purpose is for scientific research or rehabilitation. In the past 10 years, only 1 such license has been issued for the rehabilitation of a live stranded pseudo-orca calf. It has been a matter of public policy for more than 2 decades that wild cetaceans not be captured in order to be placed in captivity unless the goal is to rescue, rehabilitate, and release. Provincial and territorial legislative regimes in this area continue to evolve. In 2015, Ontario banned buying, selling, or breeding orca whales. The province also amended the Ontario Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act to increase protection for other marine mammals held in captivity. Monsieur le Président, étant donné...
Mr. Speaker, since this bill was debated in the Senate, we have debated proposed amendments here, amendments proposed by the government in the last spring and last summer. My colleagues will have noted that some of the proposed amendments to the bill, C-68, would reach the objective of Bill S-203, which is to end the captivity of cetaceans. Bill C-68 does this. while preserving the government's ability to conduct scientific research. Bill C-68 also includes provisions which would guarantee the protections for northern Indigenous peoples to export some cetaceans parts, such as those of narwhals.
Exceptions are made for the minister to authorize an exception if a cetacean is injured, in distress, or in need of care. The bill also proposes a regulation-making authority with respect to importing fish, including cetaceans. This regulation-making authority would allow the government to determine the circumstances under which a cetacean could be imported or exported from Canada. For example, these movements may be permitted for purposes of repopulation or conservation. They may be prohibited if the intent is to display cetaceans in aquariums. These regulatory tools could also enable the government to authorize the import and export of cetaceans to sea sanctuaries, should those facilities be established in the future. The former Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard has acknowledged that the amendments to the Fisheries Act proposed in Bill C-68 as they pertain to keeping cetaceans in captivity were inspired by Bill S-203, and in particular the bill's sponsor, retired Senator Wilfred Moore. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that this government and Canadians from coast to coast to coast support the ban on the captivity of cetaceans for the sole purpose of display. And that's why I look forward to supporting this bill to committee and participating in the debate that will occur there and hearing from witness testimony. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on Bill S-203. I am opposed to this particular bill. The bill is fundamentally flawed. I was interested to hear the previous two speakers conflate this particular bill with environmental conservation and the conservation of whales. This has nothing to do with conservation or the environment, and here's why. Any population ecologist worth their salt only considers the numbers of individuals that are in the population. This particular bill, even though the previous speakers tried to conflate it with environmental protection, the only thing that counts, Mr. Speaker, are the numbers of cetaceans that are out there, the population size. So this bill will do nothing for the conservation of cetaceans, or indeed the understanding of the natural world. This particular bill, in my view, is an emotional reaction to a problem that simply does not exist. In terms of cetaceans, I know that the government is always pointing out to problem populations, and quite rightly so, the southern killer whale, the Atlantic right whale, the belugas in the St. Lawrence. But I'm pleased to say that in Manitoba, off the Churchill Estuary, we have a population of beluga whales of 55,000 individual animals, and studies have shown that population is stable and or increasing. Obviously, interacting with cetaceans in the wild is desirable, but many Canadians simply do not have the opportunity to do so. I was interested in the parliamentary secretary's comments about the Arctic and narwhals. I'm one of the few people, I think, in this House, apart from the member from Nunavut, who's actually seen narwhals and experienced their beauty in the wild. It's something that very few people will ever have to see, and I've seen that, and they are a remarkable creature. For many Canadians, however, they do not have the opportunities that people like myself or from the science community have had, and viewing cetaceans in captivity is the only opportunity for many to understand cetaceans. And again, if a person from an urban area who does not have a chance to get out in the wild and view cetaceans, if the only place they can learn about cetaceans is in captivity, obviously there are communications tools that the various facilities will use to inform the visitors about cetacean conservation, and the issue of the endangered species, for example, endangered cetaceans, and this is a very important communications tool. Regarding Ontario, I've been advised that there was a lengthy public debate in Ontario, including the creation of an independent and international scientific advisory panel, and they produced a very comprehensive report. There was the creation of a technical advisory group composed of stakeholders from across the country. public hearings, and provincial legislation, I've been advised, has been passed that expressly permits keeping marine mammals in humane care and creates and implements stringent regulations regarding the care and treatment of marine mammals. Now, the member from Saanich Gulf Islands quickly talked about the issues of animal cruelty and so on, and it reminds me of the debate we had on Bill C-246. The slippery slope, Mr. Speaker, is alive and well when it comes to this type of legislation. Who knows where it will lead? Rodeos, medical research, who knows where this will lead once a bill like this is passed. In terms of marine land, again, the founder of Marine Land spoke to the Senate committee on May 16th of 2017, John Holler, who's sadly now deceased. Some of the takeaways from his testimony were that Marine Land employs over 100 people year-round and 700 during the operation season. Marine Land has employed over 50,000 people in its 56 years of successful operation. Marine Land does not seek or rely on any public funding. Marine Land annually commits approximately $4 million a year to advertising, reaching more than 15 million people across Canada, and the U.S. Marine Land attracts close to 1 million visitors yearly to the Niagara region. And obviously, the entire region benefits from this tourism opportunity, and also of tremendous importance. Thousands of special needs children and at least 3,500 per year visit Marine Land through special programs, including events like Autism Day. So again, what's important is looking at the population of cetaceans. And I go back to the point that this particular bill has nothing to do with environmental conservation, and nobody should be led to believe that it does. However, the humane holding of cetaceans in captivity following veterinary-approved codes of practice is a conservation tool that can be used to educate Canadians about cetaceans. I recall, for example, the great debates we had on Bill C-246, the animal rights bill that a Liberal member of Parliament brought in, a private member's bill. Thankfully, a number of people in the government caucus voted against that bill, but we could see, even though the protestations of the member who introduced the bill were that, oh no, this will not have this will not affect any of the animal use communities. Well, the animal rights movement is very clever in how they push forward legislation or policy change. The process is start with something that seems innocent, and then keep going and going and going, and pretty soon, who knows what will be banned. For example, once you ban cetaceans from captivity, what's next? Let's look at the beluga whales, for example. There's 55,000 beluga whales in the Churchill Estuary during the summer months. Taking 3 or 4, and they're actually hunted by Inuit people from Arviat further north. So taking a few and putting them in captivity, in terms of the population, means nothing. Right now, however, polar bears are allowed to be in captivity. Winnipeg has a world-famous exhibit, a multi-million-dollar exhibit of polar bears. Well, there's less than half the number of polar bears that there are belugas. So what's next? And this can go on and on and on. Some people have a real antipathy towards zoos in general or animals in captivity, but this is how the campaign starts. And this is the reason that I will be actively opposing this particular bill. And in terms of cetaceans, and as someone who's been to the Churchill Estuary and seen the beluga whales, I've been fortunate enough to see narwhals, and they're incredible creatures. And I can certainly understand the attachment that people have to these beautiful creatures. And again, we admire them because we are taught the beauty of nature and wildlife in facilities that are responsible and effective. Without these facilities, many Canadians would never see such creatures. I want to talk for a minute. The Parliamentary Secretary talked about conservation of cetaceans. And I want to tell him directly, and the government caucus, the devastating effect that the new marine mammal regulations will have on the community of Churchill. As I said, you can go to the estuary in the summertime, and the beluga whales are there in the thousands. And as soon as you launch your boat, they swim up to you, and there's nothing you can do about it. But these ridiculous marine mammal regulations that the government's insisting on enforcing has the effect of potentially killing this $10 million industry. I made a statement earlier in the House today about Churchill. It's a $10 million a year industry. 300 people are employed. the Churchill community is on the ropes economically. And the whale watching industry and the polar bear watching industry, ecotourism, is the lifeblood of that particular community. And again, so in terms of the new marine mammal regulations, there's minimum distance requirement, 50 meters. In the Churchill estuary, which is not a very large area, if you have 30,000 beluga whales, how can you avoid them? Now, interestingly enough, the marine mammal regulations don't apply to large vessels that may be plying up and down the Churchill estuary. They can plow through belugas willy-nilly, pardon the pun. But in terms of the ecotourism opportunities in the Churchill area, the ecotourism industry, the very gentle environmental, quote-unquote, use that this industry makes of the Churchill estuary, it is the ultimate in sustainability. Yet this government is promulgating marine mammal regulations that have the potential to put that industry out of business. I heard about the situation in Conception Bay regarding the humpback whales. There the operators offered the opportunity for people to slip in the water and swim with the whales. And that is now completely, it'll be completely banned under the new regulations. I've been told that the operator in Conception Bay lost $60,000 of business. And none of these regulations will have any positive impact on cetacean populations whatsoever. And I guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, there has been no scientific proof that these marine mammal regulations will improve the situations for cetaceans in Canada. All that they will do is, again, as this Liberal government has done over and over and over again, hurt remote rural communities, and I find that unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to speak in support of Bill C-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts ending captivity of whales and dolphins. This bill was first introduced in the Senate in 2015. It has taken 3 long years to get it here, and I fully support its quick passage into law. The purpose of this bill is to phase out the captivity of cetaceans, whales, dolphins, and porpoises in Canada, with an exception for rescues, rehabilitation, licensed scientific research, or if it's in the best interest of the citation. Keeping these incredible creatures confined is cruel. This is a moral issue, but it is informed by science, and I hope all members of the House will support this legislation. The study of cetaceans is important, but New Democrats believe research on cetaceans can be conducted in an ethical manner, in the wild, where they belong. There, scientists can get a realistic view of their natural behaviors without causing a lifetime of pain and suffering. Science has proven that they suffer in captivity. Let's have a look at what the Animal Welfare Institute reports about their natural behavior compared to when they're in captivity. In the wild, cetaceans can travel up to 100 miles a day, feeding and socializing with other members of their pods. Pods can contain hundreds of individuals with complex social bonds and hierarchies. In captivity, they are housed in small enclosures, unable to swim in a straight line for long or dive deeply. Sometimes they're housed alone without opportunities for socialization, or they are forced to live with incompatible animals and even species with whom they would not naturally have contact. In the wild, cetaceans spend approximately 80 to 90% of their time underwater. They have their freedom to make their own choices. In captivity, they spend approximately 80% of their time at the surface, looking for food and attention from their trainers who make the choices for them. In the wild, they are surrounded by other sea life and are an integral part of the marine ecosystem. They have evolved for millions of years in the oceans, and in most cases, they are top predators. In captivity, cetaceans are in artificial environments that are sterile or lack stimulation. Tank water must be treated or filtered or both to avoid health problems for animals, although they may still suffer from bacterial and fungal infections that can be deadly. Other species such as fish, invertebrates, and sea vegetation cannot survive these treatments. So display tanks are as empty as hotel swimming pools. In the wild, cetaceans live in a world of natural sound. They rely on their hearing as we do on our sight. Echolocation is their main sensory system, and they use sounds to find mates, migrate, communicate, forage, nurse, care for young, and escape predators. In captivity, cetaceans must listen to filtration systems, pumps, music, fireworks, and people clapping and yelling daily. Their concrete glass enclosures also reflect sound, so a poorly designated enclosure can make artificial noises worse. Echolocation is rarely used, as a tank offers no novelties or challenges to explore. Mr. Speaker, in captivity, it must be horrific for these animals. Cetaceans are intelligent, emotional, and social mammals. Orcas, in particular, are highly social animals that travel in groups or pods that consist of 5 to 30 whales, although some pods may combine to form a group of 100 or more. Canadians witnessed their extraordinary human-like behavior this past summer as we watched the grieving ordeal of the mother orca J35, Taliqua, who carried her dead newborn calf for about 1,600 kilometers over 17 days. She empathetically held on, diving deep to retrieve her calf each time it slid from her head. Jenny Atkinson, director of the Whale Museum on San Juan Island, told CBC, quote, "We do know her family is sharing the responsibility of caring for this calf. That she's not always the one carrying it, that she seems to take turns. While we don't have photos or other whales carrying it, we don't have photos of the other whales carrying it because we've seen her so many times without the calf, we know that somebody else has it," end quote. This type of grieving behavior is not unique to killer whales. Dolphins and other mammals, including gorillas, are known to carry their deceased young in what is widely believed by scientists to be an expression of grief. Sheila Thornton, the lead killer whale biologist for Fisheries and Oceans Canada, described it as follows, quote, "Strong social bonds between the families of orcas drive much of their behavior. The southern residents share food, a language, a culture of eating only fish, and an ecological knowledge of where to find it in their home range," end quote. Bill S-203 is an important piece of legislation that grandfathers out captivity in 3 ways. First, it bans live captures under the Fisheries Act, except for rescues. To be clear, the bill does not interfere with rescues. In fact, it allows for research if the cetacean is unfit to return to the wild. Second, it bans cetacean imports and exports, except if licensed for scientific research or in the cetacean's best interest. An example of that exemption would be transfer to an open water sanctuary under the Wild Animal and Plant Protection and Regulation of International Interprovincial Trade Act, WAPITA. Third, it bans breeding under the animal cruelty provisions of the Criminal Code, subject to a summary conviction and $200,000 fine unless provincially licensed for scientific research. It's important to note that Government Bill C-68, which is currently in the Senate, prohibits cetaceans captures except for rescues and authorizes the regulation of imports. But C-68 does not restrict imports or exports by law or ban breeding. S-203 also bans cetacean performances for entertainment. Currently, 2 Canadian facilities hold captive cetaceans. The Vancouver Aquarium holds 1 dolphin and has publicly committed to not hold any new cetaceans following the Vancouver Park Board ban. And Marineland in Niagara Falls, Ontario, holds 50 to 60 belugas, 5 dolphins, and 1 orca. Since 2015, it has been illegal to buy, sell, or breed orcas in that province. For these facilities, a change brought on as a result of Bill S-203 would be felt gradually. Marineland, for example, could keep its current whales and dolphins, many of which should live for decades in that time, they could evolve to a more sustainable model, perhaps with a focus on conservation. The Vancouver Aquarium, for instance, could retain its current residents for research, and they may even acquire new whales and dolphins through rescue and rehabilitation. Phil Demers, a former head trainer at Marineland, said this about the bill, quote, "As a former marine mammal trainer, I believe the bill to ban cetacean captivity and breeding in Canada is imperative and long overdue. I have witnessed the psychological and emotional consequences captivity imposes on these magnificent beings and those who care for them. No living being should be forced to endure what I've witnessed, and it is my hope that this bill will finally put an end to these cruel practices," end quote. It's about time. Canada is behind other jurisdictions on this issue. The United Kingdom, Italy, New Zealand, Chile, Cyprus, Hungary, and Mexico all have already banned or severely restricted these practices. And companies have began ending their partnerships with other companies that keep cetaceans in captivity. Air Canada, WestJet, JetBlue, Southwest Airlines, and Taco Bell have all recently ended their association with SeaWorld Entertainment, which operates a total of 12 parks in the United States. In a letter to the Vancouver Aquarium, Dr. Jane Goodall said, quote, "The scientific community is also responding to the captivity of these highly social and intelligent species, as we now know more than ever about the complex environments such species require to thrive and achieve good welfare." Those of us who have had the fortunate opportunity to study wild animals in their natural settings, where their family, community, structure, and communication form a foundation for these animals' existence, know the implications of captivities on such species. Mr. Speaker, just a time check quick. I'm out of time. I will conclude in saying, Mr. Speaker, in 1997, I received the honor of a lifetime when the Squamish Nation bestowed me with the name E.M. Yoyos, meaning orca, blackfish, or killer whale, strong swimmer in the animal world. They gave me this name for the work I'm doing to conserve, protect, and restore the watersheds, our marine environment, and the natural world, which includes these whales. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members to get on the right side of history and pass this important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth, who will have approximately 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to be able to stand today and support this bill to end the captivity of whales and dolphins. What's important to me when I look forward to this bill and seeing it go forward is that we're making steps forward on animal welfare. There is so much more to do, but we're seeing steps going forward. I was pleased to speak in favor of the bill that would end the sexual abuse of animals and animal fighting. I am looking forward to bills that are coming from the other place in respect of testing on animals for cosmetics, as well as shark finning. And today, I'm very pleased to be able to stand in support of this bill, which builds on work that was done by the government bill C-68, which was also aiming to end captivity, or at least the capture of cetaceans to be kept in captivity. This Senate bill goes further, and it's a very important further step. One of my favorite holiday memories is from my vacation to Newfoundland. I went for a wedding, my friend's wedding, and we went out to Bonavista Peninsula, and we were at the Bonavista Social Club, great pizza, by the way, as well. But as we sat there on the porch, I sat there with my family, and we watched whales out in the bay, and it was the most beautiful thing. But what was beautiful about it wasn't just the whales, it was the fact that they were in their natural element. It was part of what added to the beauty. And what really, if you want to learn about animals and you want to learn about cetaceans, the best way is to see them actually in nature, just enjoying themselves and being together. That was something that was truly one of my favorite holiday memories. And so when I compare that to what I hear about the conditions of cetaceans being kept in captivity, it breaks my heart. And it breaks my heart when I hear members from across the way talking so disparagingly about taking this step forward to support our cetaceans and to make sure that they do not suffer. And the funny thing is, this is actually a fairly new development that we would keep cetaceans in captivity as we do. Because in the 1960s, that's when it started. In fact, as far as I understand, the first orca on display was in 1964. So this isn't something that has happened forever. In fact, it's a fairly recent thing. But 54 years after that time, when that first orca was put on display, it is finally time to put that to an end. It is time for us to say no more. And I would like to take a moment to thank the leadership of the former Senator Wilfrid Moore, who brought forward this bill in the other place, and Senator Murray Sinclair, who then took over the sponsorship of this bill and moved it forward. I also look very much forward to working with the member for Saanich Gulf Islands to make sure that we get this bill through this place so that we can move it forward. So what does this bill do? It bans holding cetaceans in captivity. It also bans the breeding of cetaceans, and that is also part of the problem here. It's not just taking them out from the wild, but it's also about breeding them for the purposes of captivity. It bans the capture of cetaceans from the wild, and it bans the import and export of cetaceans. And when I say cetaceans, just for anyone who isn't used to that term, because it was a fairly new term for me, whales and dolphins and porpoises is, I believe, how it's defined. It's important that it has some teeth. So this bill would have a fine of up to $200,000 for people who violate or contravene this bill. As I mentioned, this bill goes further than C-68, but I'm very happy that our government took that first step on this. But right now, C-68 is in the other place, and it's being considered. But this takes additional steps, and they're important additional steps, and I ask all members in this place to take a serious thought and to see about how we can go further. I want there to be no mistake. We must end keeping whales and dolphins in captivity. It's heartbreaking when we hear about it. And we've heard some of the examples, but for example, confining whales to small spaces. A wild orca may travel 150 kilometers in a day out in the wild as part of it. In captivity, I was reading an article that described them as couch potatoes. They're not healthy. Apparently, the largest orca tank in the world is less than 1/10,000th of 1% of the size of the smallest home range for wild orcas. Think of that. 1/10,000th of 1%. That's unbelievable as far as what it would feel like. And to picture it, I saw one example was that an orca would actually have to swim the circumference of the main pool in SeaWorld more than 1,400 times to be able to get that kind of distance. It's dizzying. I couldn't imagine having to go through that. And in fact, I believe that Senator Sinclair perhaps said it best when he was speaking to senators in the other place about this bill. He said, so think about this, senators. How would you feel if you had to live the rest of your life in a bathtub? And so through you, Mr. Speaker, I put that same question to the members here. How would they feel to spend the rest of their life in a bathtub? Another part that really struck me was when I heard about the effect of sound in these tanks for cetaceans. They use sound, I believe echolution is the right term, to be able to get around as a main sensory system. Sound is reverberated within these tanks, and they have more sounds from filtration systems, clapping, yelling, music, you name it. Imagine that, being confined to a small space, that you have that kind of sensory overload as part of your time there. It's horrible. And it actually does have an impact on whales and dolphins. So we see whales having self-harm. They harm themselves in captivity. They don't in the wild. But being held in a tank like that, you can understand, having heard a bit of what I've described, how it would be so frustrating for them. So there are things like hurting teeth. Their teeth are damaged from biting on bars. Or we see that they will rub against the sides of the tanks and damage themselves. That's not normal behavior. It's behavior of whales and dolphins that are deeply frustrated and being harmed by their circumstances. Another part that we've heard a little bit about, but I'd like to emphasize, is that whales, for example, orcas, are very social. They're very social. They're part of a family. In fact, I've read, I believe, somewhere that male orcas never leave their mom. They stay. They'll go away for a short bit, mate, come back. But they stay as a family, and it's very important for them as part of their social gathering that they stay together. If we take a whale out of that family pod, we're breaking a very important tie for them. So not only are they confined to this bathtub, not only do they have these sounds that are disturbing them, but they've also been pulled away from their social network, and that's a very important part of their important health and their mental health. Add to that the fact that they don't necessarily get along with whales from other families. So then you can have aggression between them, and you actually have seen that type of aggression in certain situations. Now, I know that I'm running out of time, but I do want to add this other part, which is shortened lifespan. From everything that I've described, when we have whales in captivity, they do not live as long as they do in the wild. And what I understand of 200 orcas that have been held in captivity, none have reached what we would describe as old age, which would be about 60 years for a male, 80 years for a female. None of them have lived that long because of the conditions they're being kept in. Now, I know that I have very little bit more time. I do want to mention sanctuaries for whales, because ultimately we're going to have to find a place for them to go for those that cannot be just released into the wild after being held into captivity. And we need to, when we're doing this, make sure that we don't have sanctuaries that also treat them as entertainment. So we need to be sure that when we go forward, that the sanctuaries for them provide them with a healthy atmosphere. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have been very kind to give me this time. I would like to thank the animal advocates who have really stood up and carried this ball. We're going to keep carrying that ball and bring it over the line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is now dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conforme...
Order, please. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that
now adjourn. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise this evening in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question I asked on September 20th on the subject of the ongoing, tragic, unacceptable conditions in Kasatchewan on James Bay. Now, when I put the question to the Honourable Minister, I put it to the Prime Minister. I have to say I referenced that our Minister for Indigenous Services is working very hard. I recognize in her and I see in her someone who is dedicated and compassionate, and I think it's making a difference. It's a big decision that the government made to divide what used to be called the Department of Indian and Northern Affairs into two departments, to have the Honourable Minister, who had held the full portfolio, be a minister responsible for treaties and legal entitlements and untangling those issues, particularly the long-term question of how do we get rid of the Indian Act, which is a racist piece of legislation, and then to our current Minister of Indigenous Services, who had been the Minister of Health, the large task of providing drinking water in every First Nations Indigenous community, dealing with the unacceptable low quality of education that's provided to Indigenous children, and the deep problem of inadequate housing, of mold, of housing that's totally inappropriate for the conditions of the various Indigenous communities in terms of climate. But this particular community is one that has suffered so very long. And in September, in the week of September 20th, the students from Kasatchewan had come to Ottawa to plead with the federal government that they wanted a new school. And what struck me forcefully before I asked the question, and the reason I decided to ask the question of the Prime Minister, was that our Minister of Indigenous Services said, and I quote in the media, "If your community wants to be moved, I will do everything in my power to make it possible." Close quote. And so I asked our Prime Minister that was the government prepared to support our Minister of Indigenous Services and make it so. The Prime Minister has the ability to make it so. The Minister of Finance has the ability to make it so. Now, the response from the Prime Minister was not inappropriate. It just didn't respond exactly to my question, which is what Late Show is all about. The Prime Minister talked about what we'd already done. In March 2017, the Prime Minister recalled we signed a framework agreement with the Government of Ontario and Kashechewan First Nation to support health and safety in the community. This work is ongoing, the Prime Minister said, and includes an action plan that reflects the community's culture, priorities, and options for relocation, and that there's a feasibility study underway. The difficulty, Mr. Speaker, is that this community has been left in a flood-prone area, that it was not their traditional home, it was not their traditional territory. They were moved there. They were moved there in 1957. It's interesting because the colonial process, first we colonize, then we bring in the churches recruit and convert. The group that is now living in Kashechewan happens to have been forcefully moved there because they'd been converted by the people of my faith. I happen to be an Anglican. So it's the Anglican group that was put to the north shore line of the river, despite knowing that that was a flood-prone region. So every year we spend money, Mr. Speaker, costs millions of dollars to evacuate the community and put them to a place where they're not being flooded. It's time to move them to a place that is not flood-prone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a pleasure for me to rise in the House to speak on many different subjects. I want to begin by acknowledging that we are on the unceded land of the Algonquin people. Le 17 septembre 2018.
On September 17th, 2018, Chief Friday and students from the Kashechewan First Nation came to Ottawa to ask for a new school and for the support of the Minister of Indigenous Services so that they could relocate their community.
Minister met with Chief Friday, the community, the students, and confirmed that the Government of Canada will support the community's request for a modular school solution. A modular school will provide a safe and healthy place for the students to learn and will better serve the students' needs. It has the immense added benefit that it could be moved to a new site in the future. I am pleased to advise that progress has been made. Kashechewan issued a request for proposals for the new school on November 21. Our shared goal is to have a contract in place in the coming months so that supplies can be ordered in time for delivery on the winter road. Our top priority is the safety and well-being of the students and their education. The Minister also reiterated the government's support for the community and their larger needs. Indigenous Services Canada has provided funding to the community to undertake a feasibility study to determine the viability of the community preferred site for relocation. The site is located on higher ground a short distance upstream on the Albany River, which is less prone to flooding during the annual spring breakup. The department has received the final report of the site feasibility study and is working very closely with the community on the next step in this process. Ces mesures sont cohérentes avec l'entente.
These measures are consistent with the framework agreement and entitled Working Together for Hope, which was signed in 2017 by the governments of Canada, Ontario, and the First Nation of Kashechewan. The goal of the agreement was to ensure the health and safety of the community.
Since the signing of the framework agreement to address the First Nations' long-standing challenges. A tripartite steering committee has been established with representatives from Kashechewan First Nations, the Government of Canada, and the Province of Ontario on the implementation of an action plan to address key priority areas. The committee met on September 20th and is meeting again in a few weeks to further discuss progress. Residents of Kashechewan need reliable access to effective programs and services and functional housing as well as infrastructure. There's a lot of good news. I'm happy to note that upgrades are currently being made to the water treatment plant and repairs have been completed to the secondary school. There has also been investments in health and social programs, including funding for youth mental health.
Our government remains committed to working closely with the Kashechewan First Nation to ensure the health safety, and sustainability of the community.
Working closely with Kashechewan First Nations to support the safety, health, and ongoing sustainability of the community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, this is the sort of late show debate I really like. We're moving closer to being on the same page. But the question really is one of when push comes to shove, when we've actually decided this is the right community to move to, this is the right place upstream. There's some very beautiful large trees on the site that I believe they've decided will be the best, which indicates that it doesn't get flood prone because it doesn't get flooded if you don't grow trees that large overnight, as one of their experts noted. It comes down to this, Mr. Speaker. In the effort towards truth and reconciliation, is this country prepared to do what we should do, which may cost as much as $800 million? It may cost $1 billion. We have to move a community to a place where they can live, not where a place where every single year we spend millions to move them in a state of emergency and where the schools are portables. We can do better. We must do better. But I think we need the political will to say, when it comes to it, and we know what we want, we'll write the check.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Indigenous Services has been very clear in her support for Kashechewan's short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals, including their desire to relocate the community. However, a multi-stage process will take time, and in the interim, we must continue to provide quality short-term services for the community and functional housing and infrastructure as well. Our government is 100% committed to working closely with Kashechewan First Nation to support a healthy and sustainable community. The plans including working together with federal partners, Ontario Ministries, to take into account concerns about the annual flood risks at the current site. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The question I'll be raising today dates back to September 21st or 22nd, if I recall correctly. At the time, it was just before the Quebec election. At the end of August, there were announcements made about investments that the Quebec government was making into cell towers. So the funding came from the provincial government, and at that time, the Quebec government was despairing that the federal government wouldn't move on the cell network issue, so they actually decided to move forward themselves. It's been over a year since I started calling on the Liberal government to have a plan for cell network development. But every time that I ask a question about cellular network in rural areas, such as mine, they answer by talking about the internet. Sometimes they say there's a plan that's imminent, but for the moment, we haven't seen anything. We're getting closer and closer to the election, and I'm really starting to worry that nothing will ever happen. It's important to understand that a cell network is essential for people's safety, particularly in rural and far-flung areas. There are often roads that link major cities and rural areas, and there are huge areas along those roads where there is no cell service. This has a major impact, not just on people's safety. Of course, we can all acknowledge that if you can't reach emergency services when there is a road accident or when there's a problem, that's just unthinkable, particularly in the 21st century. But in addition to that, it causes major economic problems. Imagine you have to go meet someone, and after half an hour, you learn that it's not happening. Well, what happens is that you've lost time driving on the road, in addition to all of the mileage, the gas, and so on. So just in terms of efficiency for businesses, there's a major impact because workers are driving on the roads, and if they don't have good cell coverage, this can happen. And yet the Liberals still don't have a plan. Now, every time I talk about a cellular network, they answer by talking about the internet, and I'd like to know why. So I'd like to know why they're not doing anything and why they appear to be ignorant of this issue. Now, a lot of my constituents ask, why is it that when I go to work in Africa, for example, my cell phone works well, I have great coverage, and it's not very expensive. But here in a G7 country, we don't even have a cell network that works on our major roads. So why is it that in some African countries they have better service than here in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for her question. I'm happy to respond to comments made earlier by the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue regarding wireless coverage. Telecommunications services, including wireless services, are essential for Canadians to participate in the digital economy.
C'est la raison pour
This is why the government's telecommunications policy is focused on 3 core objectives of quality, coverage, and affordability. Mobile coverage is of crucial importance, and service gaps are frustrating for Canadians. The government has taken action to encourage greater mobile wireless service coverage in rural areas. This includes imposing requirements to provide service in rural areas on suitable spectrum licenses so that Canadians across the country have access to advanced wireless services. The government is also looking to the future. Data traffic from the growing number of connected devices will only increase over time. Wireless airways, known as spectrum, are essential to support increasing demand for data. The government is responding through the release of different types of spectrum. For example, the 600 megahertz spectrum band is exceptional for providing rural and urban areas with mobile services because it can carry signals over long distances and deep into buildings. This is why our upcoming 600 megahertz auction will require carriers to deploy beyond the major urban areas. These requirements are more stringent than in the past and place an emphasis on promoting rural connectivity. Mid-band spectrum allows for a mixture of providing coverage and capacity. The government initiated a consultation to release additional mid-band spectrum, known as 3,500, while supporting the provision of services in rural areas. The release of spectrum is part of the government's broader rural strategy, which also includes the Connect to Innovate program. This program will invest up to $500 million by 2021 and bring enhanced high-speed internet to over 900 rural and remote communities. Also, the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, or CRTC, recently announced the details of its $750 million broadband fund. As part of the fund, the CRTC set a goal that wireless coverage should include major transportation roads to the greatest extent possible. Wireless projects will be chosen by geographic coverage and kilometers of road covered. The CRTC will begin the competitive process to select projects in 2019. Supporting new technologies also requires private investment in network infrastructure. In 2016, Canadian telecommunications companies invested more than $11 billion in their networks. Wireless 4G or LTE networks are available to 99% of Canadians. The government understands the need for the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I at least managed to get half an answer about cell telecommunications, so that's progress. At least we're talking about the same subject for once. So I would like to thank my colleague for at least being able to distinguish between cell service and internet service. So now that he's starting to understand the issue, one of the questions that I'd like him to answer about is, now I spoke about these two issues in Abitibi-Témiscamingue and Lac-Saint-Jean, and these were projects that had very broad support from the community. They said these projects are meeting our needs. That's why the provincial government in Quebec decided to invest the federal government's share for that project. So I'd like my colleague to tell me, will the federal government commit to reimbursing their share to the government of Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have an answer concerning those two specific projects because it wasn't part of the question that I originally got. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I just want to reiterate that this government is committed to creating a strong investment climate for this essential sector of our economy. I'd like to reassure the House and Canadians that the government is acutely aware of the vitality of the telecommunications sector for all Canadians. We stand by our objectives to support competition, choice, and availability of services, as well as to foster a strong investment climate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, I asked about the structural steel construction of the new LNG Canada facility. After determining that China was dumping and subsidizing structural steel, the Canadian International Trade Tribunal applied countervailing duties. LNG Canada sought an exception from those tariffs so that it could ship in steel modules from China. And it appears that the Government of Canada has granted exactly such an exception. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's understandable that the government wants to pull out all the stops to facilitate a $40 billion project. However, we should recognize that this project will not contribute very much to our economy if $39 billion are spent on imported components. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that the construction of LNG Canada should be seized as an opportunity to develop Canada's steel industry. Now, as much as I'd like to advocate that these steel modules be built in Regina, I do recognize that it wouldn't be feasible to ship them overland to the West Coast. However, if they can be shipped from China, perhaps they could be shipped from Canada's East Coast. Or perhaps we need to look at developing the construction facilities on Canada's West Coast to build the modules right there. So, Mr. Speaker, we should take this as an opportunity, an historic chance to build up our steel industry. And there's all kinds of ways that the government could try to support this industrial development. But the first and obvious step would be to uphold the existing tariffs on Chinese structural steel and not to grant an exception for LNG Canada to ship in modules from China rather than building them here. So I've talked about Canada's steel industry. Another aspect of the LNG Canada project is the regulation of tanker traffic on our West Coast. Yesterday, I saw Canada's best Premier, Rachel Notley, speak to the Canadian Club here in Ottawa. And unfortunately, only one other member of this House attended that event. It's too bad that other MPs missed the speech because Premier Notley raised a very good point that the LNG Canada project inevitably means a large number of tankers on the north coast of British Columbia, which seems inconsistent with Bill C-48, which put a moratorium on oil tankers on the north coast of BC. Now, Mr. Speaker, I supported Bill C-48 because it seemed like a reasonable compromise to limit tanker traffic on the North Coast and allow it on the South Coast. That seemed consistent with the plan to export oil through the Trans Mountain expansion. But since that project is now stalled, I think we do need to re-examine whether it makes sense to ban oil tankers while increasing the number of LNG tankers. Maybe the government has a good reason for that, but I think we need more of an explanation. So, Mr. Speaker, 2 questions for the Parliamentary Secretary. Why not use the LNG Canada project as an opportunity to develop Canada's steel industry? And why continue to ban oil tankers on BC's North Coast while the government supports LNG tankers in those same waters?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Louvain, I will treasure this moment as being a moment in the House with the honourable member from the CCF party, and I will channel my inner Tommy Douglas and do my best, although I warn you, Mr. Speaker, that it doesn't appear to be exactly the question that I had been prepared for. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada continues to defend Canada's steel industry and to support its workers in this country. We have a strong system to deal with undervalued steel imports on the Canadian market. In recent years, we've taken measures to strengthen our responses to unfair trade. This summer, the government announced a series of measures to improve the strength of Canada's trade law enforcement system. This includes measures to improve the strength of the arbitration process, and by strengthening the CBSA and giving them the tools they need to fight against the evasion of duties. There are also changes to regulations concerning the country of origin to give customs agents additional tools to verify the country of origin of some steel products and to harmonize their approach with that of the U.S. We're also proposing additional funding to enforce trade laws, which would lead to a 50% increase in the number of workers who are dedicated to doing investigations and ensuring compliance. When the U.S. imposed unfair customs duties, steel duties, on Canadian steel and aluminum, the Government of Canada reacted in kind. On July 1st, 2018, Canada started applying retaliatory measures targeting steel, aluminum, and other imports that represent $16.6 billion from the U.S. We did so while continuing to work for the abolition of those U.S. tariffs. This work is still underway today, even after the conclusion of the new USMCA deal. The Government of Canada is continuing to work with the U.S. to repeal these tariffs, but we are aware that these tariffs and our own retaliatory measures could have an impact on companies and workers. For example, given the long-standing integration of supply chains between the Canada and the U.S., our government recognizes that the measures that Canada took against U.S. imports could lead to problems for Canadian manufacturers who depend on U.S. steel and aluminum. That's why the government has undertaken a process to allow Canadian companies to ask for a targeted relief of these measures in exceptional circumstances. These measures provide a fair and balanced response that will support Canadian companies and workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Regina Louvain.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly appreciate that the Parliamentary Secretary may not have come here this evening prepared to talk about tanker regulations that did seem to flow from the broader issue of the LNG Canada project. I would just encourage the federal government to take seriously the question posed by Alberta Premier Rachel Notley. The parliamentary secretary, I think, did do a fine job of summarizing the government's actions for special import measures. I think the government has done a decent job of strengthening our system to respond to unfairly traded products such as Chinese steel. And that system resulted in countervailing tariffs on Chinese structural steel. So the question that I asked originally and that I ask again this evening is, why is the government backing down from its own system and allowing this exception for LNG Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his additional elaboration of his question. I will undertake, Mr. Speaker, to first of all deliver his opinion on Premier Notley's role, and that her comments should be carefully looked at, as well as deliver the other secondary, he would say primary question, I guess, that he has delivered this evening. I undertake to do that on his behalf, and I thank him for that.
La motion portant que la
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.